We're live. Welcome back to another impromptu stream. My favorite. Who says you need to have a planned stream or even planned guests? No, these impromptus are the best. What's up, everybody? Yoshi Yosh, have a good stream. For you or for me? Thank you. I'm having chocolate Easter eggs. So when I start these streams, I never really know what they're going to turn into. And that's kind of the magic of them, the beauty. You start with no plan and you don't know what's going to happen until everything's over, until it's all said and done. Sometimes they're winners and sometimes, they're not so great. But yesterday we had what I think is a fabulous stream. If you haven't seen it, go check it out. We had some great guests, some great conversation, good times, just really raw, authentic people. And we went deep, and I like that. I like getting to know my viewers and my friends. So we had Joey Cannoli, we had Joe Anth, we had Margie Louise. It was just a great time overall. So, that's what it was. Anyway, I'll start with my scent of the day, and I talked about this yesterday, and I'm in Rouge Hermes. It was a Rouge Hermes day, and I didn't know I was going to wear this until this morning. And I'm so glad I did because it's really beautiful. Last night after the stream, I didn't wear any perfume during the stream, but afterwards I put some of this on, Vintage Samsara. And I'm not wearing anything right now, actually. It's kind of what took me so long is I couldn't figure out what I wanted to wear. But last night I put this on, and this is a very heavy, cloying, thick perfume, and it woke me up several times overnight. Very floral. It's dense. It takes up a lot of space. It fills every corner. I'm not sure what this is doing here, but it woke me up, many times over the night. And then when I got up, I wanted something similar for my day. And I was like, and I found that in this Rouge Hermes. If you're not familiar with the Rouge Hermes, it's a big, dense floral, a massive ylang-ylang, rose, patchouli, spicy, gritty. And then you find this creaminess in the base, which is a really nice surprise. It has this kind of makeup-y thing going on. I want to know what turned up into your DMs. You do not want, and I am not sharing them. For the first time ever, I am not sharing the responses. Very interesting. I got a lot of interesting friends. Rich Mitch must sleep. I heard you guys had a grand day. I just spoke to Rich a little while ago. He's on his way back from Manchester. Big, huge meetup. I don't want to reveal any of his stuff. I'm sure Rich is excited and he wants to tell you all about it. And he'll probably have a live stream tomorrow and you all will hear from Rich. But I heard it firsthand. I heard it first. And he's got some good stories. Picked up some good things and smelled a lot of interesting things. So sounds like y'all had a good time. Awesome. I mean, if Rich wants to come on, I can drop the link and he can tell us if he's still up. But I know he's exhausted. I know he's been like driving 19 hours or something like that today. Not really that much, but sounds like you guys had a good time, which is awesome. Rich, you're not built for the stream life. Actually, Rich... I don't know about that, man. I think he's on like stream number 20. Is it 20 already? And in the same time, I've only streamed 3 or 4 times. So, he's putting the output is there. The output is there, Boos. Give Ducky the vampire juice. Time is a flat circle. Oh, shit. Flat earther. What's up, Bri? Good to see you. I actually stopped by, again, after work, I stopped by Holtz and did a little bit of sniffing and got talking to my Hermes sales assistant. Like we spoke for an hour today, an hour yesterday, just talking about perfume and Hermes and the direction. And she's really like a knowledgeable sales assistant. And she mentioned, and I couldn't believe this because I've never heard this anywhere, but they've discontinued this. Outre Fresh. And I was like, what? How come I'm not, like, this is news to me. I'm not familiar with this. And it's because they're releasing a new one, a new tear flanker, Givre, whatever, by Christina Jean. I was like, that's unfortunate because this stuff is beautiful. I love this. And I had no idea that, I don't know if they've fully discontinued it or just made it exclusive boutiques, but she doesn't have it on her counter anymore. Scent of the day, Costume National Home. Yeah, that's right. Drop your scent of the day. Drop your scent of the day. There's my scent of the day. Rouge Hermes. I still haven't chosen something for this evening, but I'd like to before the end of the day. Margie Louise, hello, hello. How are you? It was really nice getting to talk to you yesterday. I want that. Yes, you need that. Mike V. Greetings, scent of the day, Frederick Mall Cologne Indelible. Yes, cologne. I need to spend more time with Cologne Indelible. It's a nice floral cologne, right? Narcissus. What else is in there? Hyacinth. Is there hyacinth? There's some kind of florals in there. I can't remember. Oh, Grez Cabochard. I have this. I have Cabochard. What's up, Vladimir? One of my all-time favorites, Queer de Russie. Good stuff. EDT or EDP? Let us know. Not like it makes a difference, but we're just kind of nerdy that way. Pure Oz, what's happening? Yeah, buddy. Hey, buddy. Duncan. Robert Duncan, good to see you. Scent of the day, Pat Lester's in Sycamore. Love Sycamore for fall time. Not sure if I'd wear it in the spring, but it's a beautiful fall weather fragrance. Time is a concept. I agree. Time is a man-made construct. Excellent work, my brother. Ombre Sultan, good choice. Guerlain L'Homme EDP. Okay, my supervisor wears that, and it wears really nice on him. And that's another thing I much prefer to smell on other people than wear it myself. Robert Duncan going to Boston wants to know what he should wear. Perfume. Yeah, so this has been happening quite a bit. She said that they had discontinued a couple of the jours, the Jour Absolute, a couple of was it Sur la Nil or a couple of those fresh vegetal perfumes that Jean-Claude had done. What's your verdict on Zonka? You know, I find it a hard wear, Vladimir. I'm not sure I really like it. Let me pull it out, Zonka. Zonka's so dry and pasty. What do you think of Zonka? Let us know. Vladimir, why don't you come on stream? Come and say hello. Even if it's for a moment. Even if you don't want to show your face. There you go. There's the link, Vladimir. Or if anyone else wants to come on. It's very... Is there pimento pepper in there? It's very dry. Like it's leathery iris. But not in a good way. At least we still have Big Red Consum today. Yeah, we do. But it's a much more expensive version of Outre. Baccarat Rouge 5-4. You know what? This showed up in one of my advertisements today as I was scrolling the net, and I saw the price. I was like, ooh, damn. Was it always that pricey? The new Terra. Yeah. You know, anything Christine Nagel doesn't excite me the same way Jean-Claude did. I don't know. It's like she just brings this bubblegum accord to everything she does. What's up, Flower Bee Girl? Flower Girl B 2000 is Neroli. I like Neroli Outrun Noir. A nice tea, a dark smoky tea with an oud in the background. It's a nice perfume. I like it. I do like it. Is it worth the price, man? Only you know if it's worth the price. That's all very, you know how they say, right? Is it worth the price? $100 is going to be different to you and to the next guy. It's like, what do you got to do for $100, right? How long do you got to spend working for that $100? What's up, Rudy? Good to see you, man. My man, Rudy. Rudy, I was at the Hermes boutique, the counter today, and the sales assistant tells me that Outre Fresh has been discontinued in favor of the new flanker coming out. So I was like, that's weird because I've never heard it, and I've never heard anyone else talk about that. Found a bundle deal on Mercari of original formula Queer Canache. Shit. With Terabella. Shit. All Dior's shit. Forget it. Don't buy them. Don't be like me. Do not buy the Dior's. I was just talking to Rich Mitch about some of the Dior's, and I was like, Rich, you know what? They're really good shit perfumes. It's like the only way I can describe them. They're good shitty perfumes. I don't get excited over them. Zonka is so easy for me. I get a nice iris from. I'm surprised you don't. I don't go nuts. It feels like a really synthetic leather in the background. Like a really dark, tarry leather mixed with iris. I don't know. It's just like, okay. I'm happy to have one. Honestly, I haven't worn it in like a year. And I think because I really struggled with it. But it's supposed to be really meditative from what I understand. But do you get incense from it? I don't smell any incense right off of the top. I've got the big size bottle too, and I've still got a lot more to go. This is probably 125 ml. Yeah, 4.2, 125 Eau de Fraîche, Eau de Toilette. Beautiful. This is great for the high humidity. And it is. I would compare this to Bigodeau Concentré. Very, very similar. Zonka, maybe Iris Care. I don't think it's the best iris. I don't think it comes close to like. I much prefer Hedes. Hedes is much nicer to me. Hedes feels more organic. Not that I'm into organic crap, but it feels more natural. This Olivia Giacobetti. This feels like it's iris, right? This smells natural to me, like I'm smelling it right from the earth. I don't get that from here. It does. It feels a little bit chemically to me. Zonka. I don't know. I'm not a fan. I gotta be honest. I'm not a big fan of it. I'm not a big fan. Let me get some tea. I gotta drink tea at night because coffee will keep me up. I was really stimulated that last night. I had Joey and Margie and Joanne on, and I couldn't sleep after. This is what I say. I get really stimulated after the streams. Joey's like, do you find the streams like relaxing and calming? And I was like, no, not at all. There's like so much going on, and your mind's like traveling a million miles. You're trying to like kind of organize the stream and make sure everything's happening and people are entertained. They discontinue the better offerings because they know you'll keep buying them and not buy their new exclusive. I don't think that's why. It's not to discontinue them so they can sell you watered down stuff. The things they're discontinuing, like as we spoke, all seem to be Jean-Claude Elena's, and it's like they're pushing out his perfumes in favor to make room for her stuff, is what it seems like. Right. I mean, this isn't a strong perfume by any means. Does anybody like the Citron Noir that Nigel did? It's very lemony and bitter. They use like this black singed lemon in it. I tried it today and I quite liked it, but I remember hating it the first time I did. And again, I thought it was like bubblegummy, but I didn't get that today. I just thought it was a really nice, fresh, smoky tea perfume. This chat is seriously the best place for perfume recommendations. Love you guys. I'm filling my cart. Buy, Margie. Buy everything. What are you getting? Yeah, we actually talked about this, and she said this is discontinued again. Or maybe not fully discontinued, maybe like reserved for the Paris boutiques, the same way Dior does with Patchouli Imperial, Leather Oud, Eau Noir, Vetiver, something like that. Ginger, yeah, she was talking about the ginger in one of those perfumes. Eau de Hermes is that like it's still there at the counter, Jeremy. I was at Holtz today and they had on the counter, and she said, I was asking her like, what are some of the best sellers? What are some of the worst? She's like, in all the years that she's been at that Hermes counter, she's never once sold a bottle of Eau de Hermes. I was like, what? It's like seriously the best one there. What was a good seller? You know what? She actually said the line used to be called the Classiques, and now they've rebranded the line. I guess with Nigel coming in, I can't remember what she called it. She said the line doesn't sell very well at all. So like look what I'm competing with, right? I got to protect these as like I'm protecting my granny perfumes versus all this other modern crap out here. She said they're very hard to move. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a guest. Let me introduce to you, everybody, JJ Colburn. Hello, JJ. Oh,
Pretty.
what do you got there, JJ?
Pretty. Let me adjust the light a little bit. I'm looking pretty ghostly here. I have Eau de Mez. I have this version of Eau de Mez.
That seems to be very modern.
Oh, God. I have a modern and not a vintage? Ooh. Not that it's not that modern. It is not one with a paper label, but it is my favorite recent formulation. It was the one that I was introduced to when I visited this store called Colonial Drug in Newton, Massachusetts, which was originally in Harvard Square in Cambridge. And this is the version that I fell in love with. So this is the version that resonates with me. And I've even gotten samples of older formulations, and they're beautiful. And I'd be thrilled to have those bottles. But I have two of these bottles, and I have a collection that is enormous. This is enough for me and a couple of samples. Like, that's it.
What size is that bottle?
This is a 100 milliliter.
You know what? I've never smelt the old stuff, but to me, this is glorious. Like, absolutely amazing.
I had to jump on here because there really is a lot of discussion of how folks must have a vintage. They need to have a vintage. They will want the vintage. And I'm telling folks right now to take whatever these enthusiasts say with a grain of salt, because it isn't always necessary to have the vintage. Take the time to ask some of your peers who do this stuff, ask them for samples of the vintages, make the comparisons on your own before shelling out the cash. Because more often than not, the differences are marginal. I'm not saying that's always the case. Sometimes the differences are really stark. And it's like, yes, I'll agree that the reformulations have really changed the composition in ways where maybe it has lost a lot of that spirit or that original core or what original intention was for the perfumer. But there are so many where, these guys and ladies, I'm sure, I don't hear ladies doing this as much, but I'm sure there are ladies who are doing it as well, who are saying that it's a shell of its former self, and it's for fragrances, which I know for a fact. I'm smelling a version from 30 years ago and a version from, I don't know, within the past 10 years, that the change is minimal.
It's just really cliche now, that comment, and a shell of its former self where it falls apart in the dry. Yeah, okay, go deeper than that. Tell us what that really means.
And it also speaks to the very individual perception of one's nose and how they perceive a fragrance. There are so many factors that are involved in it too. Like, I say this time and again, speaking as somebody who has a lot of vintages, I have learned that I can be fooled into thinking that a vintage is quote unquote better, because what I'm perceiving is a particular vintage that has been sitting and aging and degrading for X amount of years. And that version I'm enjoying, and I'm saying to myself, that's the version that's superior because I like however it's smelling in that state. And I often like to think like, well, what if I smelled this bottle shortly after production when it was still sitting on the shelves? How would I have felt of it then? And how similar could it possibly be to more recent productions of that fragrance?
Do you think perfumes at that age, at 40 or 50 years old, are still macerating and changing?
Of course.
Yeah.
Because there is this natural degradation of scent molecules. So even if you have things on lockdown, Fort Knox, in the driest, darkest, and coolest of conditions, there is the inevitable degradation. So you can find, it's purely out of luck to find a vintage that is over 30 years old and to have it 99.9% intact. Most of the time, there is at least a degradation to maybe 80 to 90% after maybe 30 years, 80 to 70. I mean, these are kind of arbitrary numbers. I haven't actually done, like peer-reviewed research on this shit, but just like from the 70s, maybe 70%. And we're talking about in optimum conditions. Forget about it. If that was sitting on somebody's windowsill or dresser in sunlight, in hot weather, then it's even worse. So there's a lot of things to take into consideration when we're analyzing vintages before we can make a determination to others that it absolutely must be the vintage that someone needs to have.
Yeah. I would say, in most of the instances where I've had the opportunity to smell both vintage and modern vintage is, it's usually nicer. It's fuller and richer and deeper. But, if you never get the chance or the opportunity to smell vintage and all that is available is modern, I'm okay with that. I'm not to the conspiracy that you must own the original release, because I don't own the original release to all of my favorites, all of these Chanels and Hermes and Guerlains. I don't own the originals. Like modern Mitsuko and Lure Blue to me are magical, and I have nothing to compare them to. So I can't say that they're better or worse,
And the thing that's wonderful when you have newer productions, newer bottles, is that you're experiencing the top notes for the most part as they were intended. I know we can say aside from that there are some reformulations where maybe it isn't even worth it for the top notes, but I don't even want to get into that argument. But especially for Mitsuko, which was wonderfully reformulated under restrictions, and Bleu Bleu as well. You would not be able to experience those top notes in quite the same way had you had a bottle that was 25, 30, 35 plus years old. You just don't. You lose that. And you go right into the heart if that. Yeah.
Yeah, but everybody's got their own thing, you know. If somebody wants to collect vintage, if somebody wants to collect modern, you know, everybody's open and free to chase perfume in any which way that they desire, and I'm okay with that, right? I know what I like, and you know, I stick to that kind of. Sometimes I do go off track, and I learn quickly. You know, this is what I like, and there's a reason that I keep buying the things that I do, or wearing the things that I do.
Yeah, yeah. I think it's fine. I think if it, I speak as somebody who has collected vintages, and I still do, continue to, even though I'm slowing down. I'm reaching sort of like a tipping point.
You're running out of space. You need to buy a new house, or
I'm
I
not yet.
know.
I only have so much space. Like I don't. Yeah, it's like the old maxim: you can't take it with you. Like
Mm,
I'm reaching a plateau, but I love the vintages that I have. But I wouldn't want to make people feel pressured into feeling like they're missing out if they absolutely don't have certain batch code
mm,
or certain iterations of a fragrance from a certain time. My advice to people who are getting into this is really be mindful, take your time. I can't stress this enough. If you can sample it first, do that. If you have friends who are like, I'll give you a decant of it, or I'll give you like even like a little vial if they're being a little parsimonious with their fragrances, and just try it out before you do that. And if somebody wants an odor mez that I love, then get this. But this is what I love. I'm not saying this is the one you must have.
right.
You wanted my advice.
Yeah. Now, were you seeking that out specifically, or did that kind of fall in your lap, sort of thing, or would you have been okay with the modern? Like, how did?
Absolutely fell into my lap because when I walked into Colonial Drug, the woman there, um, she asked me, "Have you ever smelled this? This is a classic. This is considered, top tier, amongst fragrance enthusiasts." And this must have been, I don't know, maybe 7 or 8 years ago. And she had me smell it, and I was like, oh, I'm in love. I'm in love with that duality between, this beautiful, bright citrus, dirty undercurrent of leather and dirty spices. Like it was just not like anything else I'd smelled before. She also happened to turn me on to Mouchoir de Monsieur, which got a lot
Mm,
of traction and attention as sort of um, a highly coveted Guerlain release as well. And she introduced me to that. And this is before I think that there was like a lot of this buzz over a lot of these releases. And it's just interesting how like so much momentum has picked up in the past couple of years. Maybe because of, I don't know, the pandemic or something, but it's just like it's getting wild. But yeah, this is one of my top 5 favorite fragrances of all time. No lie. Like,
it
I,
is really beautiful, and it's special, and it's gorgeous. Do you know the story on Eau de Hermes? I can't remember where I heard this. I think it was my sales assistant. I spent an hour with her today, an hour yesterday, and I think I remember her saying they used to give these out to clients that would buy purses or leather goods,
Mhm,
saddles, jackets,
mhm.
right? They would be a gift as purchase,
Yes.
and clients loved them so much that they were like this was an afterthought. This was their first perfume. So then they're like, all right, they like this so much. Let's start selling them. It was like a complete afterthought, right?
And the inspiration was the interior of a pocketbook or a wallet or a purse, like the smell inside of say like an Hermes wallet or purse or pocketbook of some type. Yeah, I read.
Mm.
I don't know if it's true or if it was just some sort of like fable, but that's Edmund Rudnitska. That was said to be his intention for it. Yeah,
The
it's
paradox of hunting 30-plus-year-old bottles is that you never know how the original smell should be.
it's unless you are fairly confident and your nose has developed an understanding of where things have degraded or turned, it's really hard to tell. But I do have some that are over 30 years old where I feel like, at least from my observation, there was very little turning. Um, and that's not as common as people would like to think. It isn't. Like a lot of the things that I have that are over 30 years old, over 40 years old, from the beginning, like the citrus oils have terpenized. There's been acetylation. I'm talking chemistry now. Acetylation. Um, the aldehydes, what they do is they convert into acetates. And even though there are acetates in fragrance intentionally, when something turns into an acetate, it ends up having a not so intended effect. And that's where you smell things being a little bit off, a little bit jarring, a little dissonant, especially when you first spray it. And you just kind of get really familiar with it, and it can be heartbreaking when you get a bottle and you smell it and you realize, oh God, I just got done.
Yeah, it's disintegrated. All right, we got a good question from Hillary. And is there a note or an accord that you wish existed in perfumery because of some particular memory? I like that question.
That's actually, I think, a pretty tough question, because it's remarkable how many how perfumers have visited so many different ideas. Like, so take for example, like some of the reviews that I'm doing this week on agrestic, outdoorsy, pastoral scents. That there was one that I reviewed yesterday, Malame, which was this ode to weeds and wildflowers and all these plants that are not normally associated with beautiful smelling plants. And I was like, before I discovered it, I was like, I wish there was a fragrance like that. Oh, it happened. Somebody made it. So
the chances are, if you can think of a memory or a scent, there's an accord out there.
Right.
Like, perfumers have done a lot of things.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, they have the smells of basements and garages and, secretions magnifique. Who would have thought, right? But,
no, I know. Yeah, that's a good question, though, because every time I think of something, I'm like, oh, but there is a fragrance where they did feature that. It may not be a fragrance that I'm crazy about, but it was visited in perfumery.
Yeah.
There's like another one that Corticiato, I think I'm pronouncing his last name correctly, Parfum de Pierre. He has like a cork note and a wine leaves note, and I haven't tried it yet, but I was like, wow, that's exactly like something I wanted to create myself. But that's one of them, like just things that you don't normally associate with fragrance. It's just cool when perfumers are inventive enough to explore those ideas. But then I think of Comme des Garçons too, and like all these bizarre things that Comme des Garçons did, like dusty light bulbs and vacuum cleaners and copy machines.
Yeah. All these interesting things. Yeah. Like the dust on a light bulb, right? Wasn't that like...
That was one of them. One of the eau d'oeuvre. There were two or three different eau d'oeuvre scents that came out. It must have been like 22, 23 years ago. And that at the time, that was like really cutting edge, really good.
Yeah, groundbreaking.
Really groundbreaking.
Yeah.
Niche was really just becoming a thing. Like you'd go into like a Barney's at the time and you had Comme des Garçons, Frederic Malle, Serge Lutens, and not much else. Like Méta Parfume Gantier, Radisson at the time. And Comme des Garçons, I mean, it is technically a designer, but they do some really niche stuff.
Yeah.
Like, when I smelled that, I was like, this is
very avant-garde 20 years ago, where today, to be called avant-garde, to top that, it takes a really special talent.
Yeah, totally.
For me, I don't know, something abstract like that, and I'm sure it's been done, but I love the smell of newborn babies or babies, right? I'd like to see that done, on a higher level. The air in the Adriatic coast, that's a favorite memory of mine, picking figs on the Adriatic coast and stuff like that. But I'm sure that's been done, right?
Oh yeah.
The salty sea air, and those are memories that I'll have ingrained forever.
There's a wonderful fragrance by Miller Harris. I don't think it's still in production, but it's called Fleur de Sel, and it reminds me so much of that. Not that I've actually visited the Mediterranean, so I could be, just speaking out of my ass, but it makes me feel like I'm in the Mediterranean. It does have that sort of briny, salty, vibe to it, especially in the top notes. And it also is a very herbal, like the seaside plants like samphire and rosemary and stuff. It's really beautiful.
Mm. Comme des Garçons, all violet leaf, boring in my opinion. I'm a big fan of violet leaf. I like violet leaf.
With
I like violet in general, like the feminine aspect of violet, and then I like the duality of the masculine leaf.
yeah,
Like,
yeah,
I think violet adds a lot of dimensions, and you can do a lot with violet,
yeah.
from powderiness to leather accord. Violet is very versatile.
If you look at say the pillars of what constitutes creating a great fragrance, all the violet aroma chems are indispensable. They really are. Even if there's not an intentional violet note, but violet aroma chems like alpha irone and isaraldine and beta alpha, what is it, beta ionones, just the ionones pretty much, and anything a derivative of that are really what make flowers smell more floral, and greens smell more green, and woods smell more like woods. They're indispensable. And have you ever smelled like real like violet leaf absolute, actually from Viola odorata? Like
No.
absolute, oh my God, it's so, it's like the greenest smelling natural material. It almost smells like spinach like, like not in a bad way. It's just sort of like ultra green. You really have to dilute it. But violet leaf is wonderful. A freshly opened condom could be an interesting note to go out in.
It's interesting Caboose says that, because as I was working with Antoine Lee, I asked him to make a specific accord, and he sent it was this thing that smelled like a freshly opened condom, like a latex condom that's been thrown into a dirty ashtray with cigarette butts and ashes. I was like that's avant-garde, right? It wasn't exactly what I was looking for, but like this is what he had created.
It's like, to hell with the condom. Like, put in that ashtray. We're gonna
go. Like they go together, right? You just think of a party scene.
No, I know.
Empty beer bottles, condoms, ashtray. Like what else is missing?
Really nice, like an editorial fragrance. I'm just partying and debauchery. It kind of reminds me of Giacomo di Giacomo. Like, here I go. This is an example of where I'm going to be one of those guys, like older formulation. But the older formulation is better than the newer bottles of Giacomo di Giacomo, and it does remind me of like a seedy nightclub, like smoke and ashtrays and like even like stale beer, but it's like kind of sexy because it's leathery as well. I kind of love fragrances like that. I just have like a sort of debauchery kind of vibe too.
Yeah, a lot of the classics had that, didn't they? Like this dirtiness to them.
Oh yeah, totally.
Are you familiar with this?
Rouge Hermes? Oh yeah, I don't have a full bottle of it. I smelled it quite a long time ago, but at the time, I don't think that I was at that point where I appreciated it enough. But I should revisit it because I read about it subsequently, and I think to myself, I got to give it another chance. I saw that you posted about it earlier.
Gorgeous. And as I was wearing it, it was like there's something like in the dry down. There's like some dirtiness coming up. I was like, is that civet? Like this surprise civet just to top it off and end the day with. I was like, all right, it's probably a synthetic civet, but it goes. It just kind of comes together really nicely. It was just like really magical.
Yeah,
just like perfect.
Smell. I should give it a whiff, give it a sniff. Go to the Hermes counter at Bloomingdale's.
Yeah,
I smelled Fresh recently, and it was like a newer formulation, and I was pretty impressed with it. That's what I have to hand it to Hermes. Like Hermes is a house. They're really good at retaining the integrity of the compositions. They're not cutting corners. They're doing the best that they can to preserve the original compositions. They're not too concerned about modernizing their classics.
Yeah.
That's what I really appreciate about Hermes.
If you want something artistic, go to the Hermes counter. They're not just looking to follow trends and do what everyone else is doing. They really have their own style. and I'm glad that they stick with it, even though like they don't sell these. Bye bye, Samsara. Like
Oh,
nobody's buying this stuff, right? But they
not
still
sure
keep
now.
it on the counter.
Yeah, I mean, as long as we know that they're producing it, even if it's in smaller quantity, because they know they're not going to sell as much. Produce a limited quantity, you know. Keep it
That's
in
okay.
production.
That's okay. That's okay. Are you familiar with this collection?
Oh yeah, I am. Yeah, I have Ensemble Mythique and Bois Mysteria. Um,
Mm.
I
Uh,
haven't tried. Is that the Patchouli Ardenne?
yeah, yeah.
I haven't tried that.
There's a new one, a piece exquise. Um,
Oh, the newest one. I saw that, and it's actually in sort of like a translucent bottle. It's different.
Clear bottles, yeah. I gotta say, JJ, I'm not overly enthused with this line, and
Yeah, I smelled some of the others that I smelled. I did, the ones that I have are the ones that I was taken in with, and the other ones I was like, yeah, I could take her to leave it. Like the Amboa or Tenel, I was like, that's nothing groundbreaking. I did not like the Santal Royale because it was too oody. I wasn't too crazy about the musk one because I felt like it was just Encens Mythique without the ambergris. Like
much noble.
they're just kind of, yeah, they're all right. They're well done. They're well executed, great materials. But just, I say this and I've gotten mocked for it. They're redundant. They're redundant for me.
I found them overly aggressive.
Oh, aggressive. Yeah, I could. Okay.
Very aggressive.
Yeah.
And I like subtlety. I like restraint. I think, there's something magical about restraint and not being bombarded and whacked over the head with somebody's perfume.
Yeah, I do think that the line certainly has cojones. I would recommend spraying less than you would say, the Hermes line. Like they're really potent. Yeah, most of them are for sure.
I'm a big fan of the Hermesons.
Oh, Hermes, yeah. I so far have full bottles. I'm not planning on being a completist because they're too expensive. Even when they're marked down and I find them for cheaper, I can't possibly love all of them enough to have full bottles. But I love Muguet Porcelain, Peace Montline.
Is there any that you don't? It's easier to talk about the ones you don't like. Like for me, there's.
Um, it's not that I dislike any of them because, like, I'm a huge Jean-Claude Elena fan.
What do you like about Elena?
Exactly everything that you just mentioned earlier. His appreciation for nuance and understatement, and he invites you to lean into the
alluring.
He invites you to lean in. It's not about here I am, balls out. This is an intimate experience. It's sort of like a lesson in being present with fragrance and not really worrying about what it's doing for you, but just letting it be on your skin and having you come back to it. And I just like the idea of that. Some of my favorite fragrances fall into that category, whether it's Elena or other perfumers who do similar.
This is like a fucking rubber mallet in the head all day, like just doing this all day.
Oh,
what this would feel like after 8 hours.
Oh yeah, well, when
these Guerlains, that's exactly what it is.
That one probably is.
All of them, like majority of them.
Yeah.
You wear those Elenas, those Hermes, and they're just so sophisticated. They're light and airy and breezy, but they've got depth to them. They're layered and nuanced, and
yeah, it's all about leaning in. It's all about the subtlety of the experience and being able to smell in between the lines too. Like I love his minimalism, and Rudy just mentioned the economy of his approach as well.
Hermesons are shit, says Gonzalo.
What's that?
Gonzalo says Hermesons are shit.
Hey, to each their own. I'm not not going to try to convince him otherwise. Yeah, Elena, 250 notes, I think, which is why so many fragrances of his overlap. It's but I kind of like that variations of the theme thing. That's
They overlap, and he has his aesthetic. I don't think any of them are really redundant, though.
no,
Yeah, they overlap, but they kind of go into new territory.
yeah.
I would agree with what you say there. The overlap, and his note palette is probably smaller than any other big name perfumer.
And that's deliberate. That
But you mean these don't overlap, right?
there's tons of overlapping within each composition. Like I said, I love Encens Mythique. It is Encens Mythique. I always get it confused with Encens Flamboyant by Annick Goutal, which is entirely different. Encens Mythique, I like how it's just this very atmospheric fragrance, and it is a very convincing ambergris note. I think it's beautiful. Bois Mysteria, I think, is just a wonderful approach to like a dense woody fragrance. But like I said, like every other one of them was just too much like hitting over my head, and just too, but just like the same versions of other things, just done like overdone, like extreme.
Yeah.
And I don't always like extreme. When I hear that something is going is
yeah, I'm not a fan of that either, but that's what sells. That's what kids want, is those powerful fragrances where the whole street can smell them.
Yeah.
It's when you hear people talk about perfume, like you'll go into these forums and they'll describe scent, and the only thing they really talk about is how loud it is or how long it's going to last, without any other detail or what they smell or how it makes them feel. The most important parts.
What is that?
I have no idea.
Time for dinner? Hello.
Breakfast.
Get that plate and silverware.
I have no idea what that is.
Fun old time. Oh, Eugene's breakfast. I guess that's what it's referring to. Got some bacon there. You got some.
Damn, that looks like a pretty hefty breakfast, dude. I'd eat that. I'd eat that, man.
I love a good hearty breakfast. Somebody sent it the day as Le Lion. That's wonderful. Hell to the naysayers who want to just say that it's just like a, Shalimar Part 2. I'm like, shut up. I love it. It's great.
We're programmed that way to compare.
Yeah.
I assume so.
Things
come to mind. I do it too, but to me, it's very independent of Shalimar.
I agree. I mean, there's certain things that are not there that are in Shalimar, and now I'm pronouncing it the same way as you, Shalimar, that are there and not and not in Le Lion, and vice versa. I think that they're discrete enough compositions. I don't think that they're too similar at all. I think if you smell enough fragrances that were inspired by Shalimar, then you'd really think twice, because there's a ton of those.
It'd almost be like comparing Mitsuko and Cuir de Russie, really, right?
Yeah. Or
right? They're both green. They got moss and they got leather, right? All right, so that doesn't mean that you smell the same.
Yeah.
Have you tried Thomas de Monaco Raw Gold? I've never heard of it.
So that actually is getting a lot of buzz right now. I saw
what is it?
I don't know much about it. I just saw that it started being sold on Lucky Scent, and then Sebastian, I think, did a video on it. I haven't had a chance to really even find out about it, but that's the new thing right now, is the Monaco Raw Gold.
Raw Gold. What do you think of that name, Raw Gold, and what comes to mind?
I don't know. It's
Amber?
Just one of those like opulence tropes, like this is the ultimate luxurious fragrance kind of thing. Gold comes into play. That's what I'm thinking. So I'm guessing it probably has a pretty hefty price tag. And I have a browser open. Why don't we just look it up?
I've never heard of it, to be honest. This is the first time it's come up to me.
Yeah. Let me see. I'm gonna look it up. Use our Raw Gold, Thomas de Monaco, and the bottle's hideous. God, even like Arial font. You know me with the bottles, like it just. Ugh. Oh, it's a limited edition of 1400. So
let me have a look here. Let me have a look. What's it called? Black Raw Gold?
Raw Gold by Thomas DeMonico. And this was actually released. It said it was launched actually in 2020. I thought this was new because I saw Lucky Scent that they were now carrying it. Apparently, and we're just basing it on the notes pyramid, the most prominent note is that of lipstick, and then leather, and is this liquor? No specific spirit, but liquor: vetiver, coffee, plum, black pepper, suede, patchouli, plum, blah 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 blah. So yeah, I don't know much else about it. Maybe it's good. I'm not in any rush to try it right now. I'm like fully saturated with like stuff that I'm trying right now. Chanel number 19 is getting forgotten by Chanel, unfortunately, is what Rudy says.
There we go. Thomas DeMonico.
Button.
Sorry?
No, Gonzalo just said, smash that like button. I don't think Sebastian says that, though. He's kind of chill with that stuff. Like, he's not... I like Sebastian. He's actually going to be joining me on my next...
I like Sebastian, too.
Yeah. I like that he's just...
He's just out in his own world doing his own thing without a care like about anything else.
He's not concerning himself too much with what other people think or what they do and comparing himself. Like, I really appreciate his ability to do that.
You know what's great about that is, you express yourself without allowing anyone else to censor you. You know, and the moment you do it's like you lose. You might as well give up.
Yeah.
It's the moment you can't be yourself and say what you feel.
Right.
It's tough. Be yourself, be an individual, be unique. That's the best.
Yeah, but look at that font on the bottle. Isn't that gross? Like, it's like it belongs on like a dissertation, not on a bottle. I don't like it.
I'm not sure how I feel.
I'm not into it. I don't know. The place, the place, the way it's placed, the text, like, I don't know. I'm not feeling it. The bottle itself is fine. See, I'm just as much like a design nerd as I am a fragrance nerd. So the whole package is important to me.
Would I put hot sauce on? I absolutely would put some sriracha on that. Yes, maybe some black pepper too. Anything spicy. I like it spicy. Raw Gold. That was Raw Gold. I don't know what's special about that house, Rudy, but somebody had asked if we had heard of it. And JJ's mentioning that it's come up in conversation for him. It's the first time I'm seeing it.
I like Sebastian. He needs more frags, though.
He needs what? More perfume?
I'm like a beginner compared to him. He's got like, I don't even know how many. He has like 10,000. I don't know.
Is he at 10,000 bottles?
I don't know, but it's like, I don't even know how. I don't ask. It's his business, but it's like, damn. Hey, like, all the power to him. I mean, if he's got the money and he's got the space and he's got the time, hey, who am I to say? I had to draw the line this year. I was like, there has to be like a one in, one out at this point. Like, if I'm going to add something else, then something else has got to go, because
it's just so much easier to bring them in than send them out, though.
I was able to do it though. Like, before I moved into my new place, I just moved in last week. I was able to get rid of like 15. I mean, start.
I can get rid of more than that. There's so many more than 15 that I don't wear or don't give a shit about. It's just like, I couldn't be bothered with like getting rid of stuff, It's like, it's just, I don't know. It just feels like a waste of my time.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just, I know that I've made impulse purchases.
We all have. If you've been here long enough.
Yeah.
You've made an impulse purchase.
And then you realize, oh, I have this and I don't think anything about it. I don't do anything with it. I don't wear it. Just get rid of it. Just sell it. Give it away if you can't sell it. Yeah. I'm starting to like rose scents, says Margie, a lot. Any must-have rose perfumes.
Dude, I've been wearing a lot of rose lately. Like, this is rose. This is a huge rose, right? Rouge Hermes.
Rouge. which is why I want to revisit it, because at the time when I smelled it, I wasn't appreciating rose enough. And yes, Samsara is rose via sandalwood.
Rose, ylang, huge floral. This is a massive. You know this, right?
Oh, of course, yeah.
Yeah.
I love. Galen just said, I bet no one owns a bottle of Thomas DeMonico perfume. Actually, pay for. I guess. I guess there's some hookup there with Thomas DeMonico. I didn't know. I do know of several other brands, but I didn't know that was one of them. You know what rose scent I actually really love, and people will be surprised by this because they'll probably think like I wouldn't care about Jo Malone, but Jo Malone Red Roses is one of my favorite rose fragrances.
Is that a like a photorealistic rose for you?
It starts photorealistic, but then there's this beeswax note in the dry down, and it gets really musky and really animalic on my skin, at least. And I could swear that the perfumer used Animalis base in it. The same Animalis base that's used.
In a Jo Malone?
Yes, I swear.
Damn.
Like that was used in Kuros and like Kiehl's Musk and that sort of stuff. Like it dries down to that, and I effing love it. I love the dry down. I like how it just, and it's seamless though. It's like still like rose, but it turns into this animal in the dry down on my skin. I love it.
I like the sounds of that.
Yeah.
I got to be honest with you though, JJ. I go by you know, at the Holt Renfrew counter, there's a massive Jo Malone display, and I walk right past it I never stop. Like I know what they smell like. I stop once a year, but you know, I'll go to Chanel every single visit. I'll go to Hermes. I'll go to Diptyque. You know, I'll just revisit things, but that Jo Malone counter never calls out to me.
Jo Malone, a lot of them are beautiful, but I think that even for somebody like myself, I am not a stickler for performance. Some of my favorite fragrances only perform however that's defined, like 4 hours. But the development curve is so steep. It starts off really, stopping opening, precipitous decline after half hour for so many of them. They're very fleeting. They're very transparent, and that can be beautiful, but they're not done with the same execution as, say, Jean-Claude Elena. So use that as a comparison. Jean-Claude Elena is able to do something that's diaphanous and gossamer, but it still has sort of like bones. I feel like a lot of Jo Malone fragrances don't really have those bones, but there are exceptions, and I think Red Roses is one. I know it's a big seller and it's probably basic to some people, but I love Pomegranate Noir. I love that series that they did of like different like grains. There was one that had it was like poppy and barley, and there was a few others that smelled really nice when they were released. But there are not a ton that I would say like this is essential for your collection. They leave a lot to be desired, I think.
What do you think about the darker scents from that collection? They have some ouds and myrrhs and
like bergamot. There's like a bergamot
oud and bergamot, yeah.
Tonka
and myrrh or something.
They're pretty, but I don't think I didn't sample them, and they're nice, but nice doesn't really get me to the point where I want to.
Yeah, we have a lot of nice things already, right? We want interesting, we want unique.
Right. We want something that really resonates with us, and there's that like visceral reaction of like, distill my heart. And
yeah, take me away.
I
unlock some secrets that I have buried deep down.
Yeah. And that's even more important for me now. So when people are suggesting things to me, I'm like, I'm absolutely going to get a sample somewhere, and then I'm going to give my honest opinion. And most of the time I say it's nice, very well done. But I'm not gonna buy it.
So we got a comment here. We got a really nice super Chad from Remington Brito. Are you familiar with this character, Remington Brito?
Oh, I know. Yes, I know of Remington. Worst stream ever. Sad Chad. I'm unfollowing you on base notes. Blasphemy. Oakmoss is rolling in its grave. My lawsuit against IFRA will continue. I think he's just taking the piss there. And
Yeah. I actually spoke to him earlier. Remington, I'm gonna put the link out if you want to go get your coffee or your beer or whatever your beverage of the evening is, and come on and explain yourself to us.
yeah,
I'd
what
be
are you talking about?
really happy to entertain you. Um,
What was it that I said?
I'm sure JJ is a massive oak moss lover. He's
Sure.
probably got it flowing through his veins. So
Yes. I
it's
worked
probably just
at the altar of Avernia Prunastri. So
right, and whatever that means.
Avernia Prunastri, the last.
I know what it means, but let the crowd take it as it is. I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
Remington Brito, show your face.
Look at how huge this fucking bottle is.
That oh geez, is that like Lucifer on the cover of that?
It's a 200 milliliter bottle of L'eau d'Aline.
Show it up close. What is a dude with a hairy head and like horns?
I don't know. Is that?
I see like a Satan there or some kind of.
Nice. He's benevolent. He's benevolent.
What is that, for Lord's sake? I'm gonna have nightmares tonight.
No, it's Eau d'Aline. It's beautiful. It's like the most.
Oh, hang on. I think I have something like that.
It's the most beautiful citrus and lavender. It's a splash too. And this is when Diptyque made 200 milliliter bottles. And I just picked this up.
Dude, I have a bottle of their first, I think it's called Low, Diptyque Low.
It smells so lovely.
And it smells like the devil had shit himself. It's so spicy. It's like
you're talking about the Low. Yeah,
the release from 1965, I think it was.
I love the early Diptyques.
It's like potpourri and cinnamon. It's just so spicy. It's not the easiest thing to wear, right?
I love it though.
I don't know where my bottle went.
I love just how old world smelling the first few releases from Diptyque are.
What do you think of Diptyque as a brand?
I love a lot of the earlier releases. I'm gonna sound like sort of like one of those like music snobs. Like I like the first few albums, but then they kind of went downhill.
Hey, it's fair game in love and war, right?
Like I got to keep my indie cred. No, but I with Diptyque, my favorites came out probably the first 30 years of its existence, and then like they're kind of hit or miss for the past 20 years, I guess. If we're just looking at all of the Diptyques, like I love that one, even though it is challenging. I love it because it's just such an unapologetic clove. Like L'Eau Trois is a beautiful frankincense. That one's wonderful.
I've not smelled that. I've not smelled their boutique exclusives. Oh, there's the Benjoin Bohem. I have samples of them somewhere.
Yeah, that's a beautiful bottle. We're talking about bottles. Like I would.
Oh yes, they are really. They're nice pieces of work.
Like artistic statements. They're so beautiful. I smelled that in a Diptyque shop in New York City, probably like 4 years ago, and I thought it was quite nice. But at the time, I wasn't willing to spend the money, and now I regret it. As it's discontinued.
Yeah, when I come across something like that, and it's once in a lifetime, I don't like giving them up either.
Yeah, I definitely don't want to spend.
Burrito says he's going to come on in a bit. He has a Zoom call with a customer.
Why am I Chad? Am I like? Is he referring to me as like the sad version of Chad, gentleman's?
I have no idea what's going on, man. I don't know. Go to battle with Chad.
I don't know.
I don't know, and I don't want to. I don't want to assume.
I don't want to disappoint anybody either with my words, but I don't take back my words either.
No.
34 Boulevard, Page of Styles. My favorite Diptyque is 34 Boulevard. Very nice. Yeah, I guess my favorite is L'Autre, which is probably the most challenging from Diptyque because it's just like straight up like
I can't
dirty,
remember if I
musky,
smelled that.
armpity spices. Like
Mm,
it makes eau de maize blush. It is
no
really
shit.
musky and caraway, cumin, coriander, like the whole spice cabinet, but it's also really musky as well. It's gorgeous. I love it.
That's what low reminded me of. It was like this, for a fragrance called low, which means basically water, it
Yeah,
was the damn spiciest thing I've ever smelled in my life.
right. It's not a low as you know it. Like usually
No.
something's
Like
named.
even like Eau de Hermès,
Yeah,
like just the name, it's like, okay, it's got this fresh top to it, but everything underneath is spicy and dirty and leathery
yeah.
and
It just bypasses. Low bypasses all of that, and it's from the top, from the jump. It is really dense spices. But I love that kind of stuff. I do. Chad's knowledge is all of a sudden through the roof. I'm utterly
and he's not talking about Ferrari.
no. I'm not a bus driver either. I have a sit at home, work from home office job, sitting at a desk. Boring. That's a different setting.
I want to know what version of Remington is going. I don't think I can handle the Tittles. If Tittles is coming on, he's gonna get booted right away.
I'm vaguely familiar with Tittles from another occasion, another live stream. JJ is reformulated Chad. I don't know if I should be taking that as an insult, given the connotation of reformulation in this community.
Are there any other roses that you enjoy? Have you tried the Louis Vuitton range at all?
No. Although it would be rather easy for me to, because Natick Mall is just a hop, skip, and a jump from here, and they have a Louis Vuitton boutique, and I could very well go in there and try them. Try them before I buy them. I don't know if I'll ever buy them because they're so expensive. But what are some of the good ones? Well, wait, I don't want to get away from is there a rose one that you were going to mention?
I like now. I didn't always like Les Sable roses, and it's just a really soft,
Yeah.
picturesque rose, really beautiful. If you're familiar with Noir de Noir, it's Jacques Cavalier, and I think it's just him modernizing and reworking Noir de Noir without the chocolate. This is, I would say, much fresher and less chocolatey, incensey, but it's a very dark rose.
Does it still have the truffle?
Yeah, it does. It does have something kind of pungent to it.
Like kind of fungal.
Yeah, fungal. I love that fungalness. Do you know this guy, Anuj? I'm pretty certain
God.
you know him.
He made so much money off of me.
Right? But how much joy has he brought you?
Oh,
Like Santa Claus, right?
Endless joy. I mean,
Yeah.
he is a source of so many hard to find fragrances. He has single-handedly helped me with a good fraction of my collection. Actually, I'm coming back with something. I'm right here, though.
All right, awesome. Remington says Tittles belongs to Smelly. All right, cool. Leave him over there. Leave him with Smelly.
So this is one. This is sort of a barbershop rose, if you can believe it. Like a classic Italian barbershop rose is a Domenico Caraceni, 1913. I'll open this up. I keep mine in boxes if I'm not,
What'd you buy, Margie? Tell us. We need to know. Margie bought something from Anush. Is Louis Vuitton? They're not sending me anything, so don't worry about that.
Somebody said that Louis Vuitton was sending all these, content creator.
No shit. I did not know that.
Which I don't know if I believe it, because why would like a house like that need to do it?
That's weird. I can't imagine Dior sending YouTube reviewers fragrances, or Chanel, or Hermes for that matter.
They don't need that. Why would they even need to? I mean, with their institutions, it's like they're. I mean, unless somebody has caught on to some sort of idea that influencers are the next wave for advertising, then I don't know. I don't really see that happening right away. It's usually just
Yeah, it can probably happen in the future, but no, I can't see it happening right now either.
So yeah, this is like, it's just a very crisp, pressed, like a pressed shirt kind of rose. There is, like I said, it's like, it is the only example that I have of a barbershop rose. So if people really like their barbershop fragrances, it's much more sophisticated than your usual barbershop fragrance, though. But
Nuge owns a house in England, and it's probably where Rich Mitch lives.
right, and Rich paid for a good portion of the down payment.
There you go.
Okay, so yeah, this is one of my favorite rose fragrances. I also love Tea Rose by Perfumer's Workshop, which you can get for $12.
Yeah, I was gonna say 15 Canadian dollars.
Totally.
You know, I have a feeling that Frederic Mall's Un Rose was inspired by that tea shop, that Tea Rose Workshop.
Oh yeah. Oh, totally.
It's just a classic, right? Even though it smells like a $12 fragrance, still a good fragrance.
You know, I like the smell of some $12 fragrances, and honestly, like for that being a $12 fragrance, it sure beats the hell out of some of these like $60, $70 fragrances that are being released or have been released. So yes, this is Domenico Caracciini, 1913. I do not know how to say 1913 in Italian, so I can't be that authentic. But Domenico Caracciini, 1913. You can purchase it at Lucky Scent. I know.
What's your commission, JJ?
I know, right?
You threw in that wink.
It's the only place in the U.S. where you can purchase it. So unless you're going to get it,
I'm not familiar with that at all, dude. There's just so many perfumes out there. You can't possibly know all of them, right?
No, you can't possibly. No way. No way.
No one ever talks. Dude, I reviewed Rose Barbar like 5 years ago. But yeah, you're right, Jonathan. Nobody does talk about it. And that is a Francis Courdian. Are you familiar with Rose Barbar?
I am. Rose Barbar is really, that's a really pretty one. And another one where I wish when it was more readily available that I purchased it. And I'm not getting it anytime soon. I do have like a little sample somewhere. Another one that I like, and this may not be as like, you know, cool as other suggestions. I think it's a wonderful one. It's La Fille de Berlin by Serge Lutens. I like that it's like a very dreamy.
Which one? Serge has several rows. Fille de Berlin, Sama Jest. I'm sure he's got more.
Yeah, I really like La Fille de Berlin. I really like that, just like a winey, lemony. It's almost like sangria rose. I love it. But this is still one of my favorites, Domenico Caracciini. There's a few. I like Aram's Calligraphy Rose is a really good sort of.
It's like a rose oud, isn't it?
Yeah, a very well done one, and that's
Galen's a lurker.
I had to throw that.
It's a known fact.
Galen, did you get that sent to you by Sarah McCartney? Galen says I sampled the new Rose Soliflor by Sarah McCartney for Perfumology. It is excellent.
Another deep red rose is Rose Noir by Miller Harris. That's another really nice one.
Are you know, thinking about roses, I'm surprised the big houses, and I can't think of any off the top of my head, never really did rose as like the focal note. I can't, you know, thinking about Chanel and Guerlain and Hermes, they use them more as rose patchoulis, rose chypres, but you know, even a classic Guerlain or classic Chanel, they've never really used rose as a center, which is really interesting because it's always been like this iconic flower. It wasn't until Coco where they that's probably the most overdosed that Chanel's used rose.
Captain Blimp said, "I hate Miller Harris." Well, you know what, Captain Blimp? I hate you. Just kidding. Just kidding.
What is it about Miller Harris that triggers him?
I don't know. It's all right. I mean, maybe he just doesn't like any of the releases. Oh, Nahima, Prof Melvin Nahima. Yeah, but Nahima's like more than just Rose. It's like a wild ride. It's like Rose deconstructed. It's like way, and then it just sort of like dries down into a Rose. It's just like a whole category into its own. It's pretty wild stuff. I love it though.
Yeah, Nahima's still like 1969, right? That's still, 100 years after
Yeah.
Guerlain had started.
1979. Yeah, 1970.
Yeah, maybe 79.
Yeah,
It's just still like recent, right?
pretty recent. Pretty recent.
Pretty recent.
I feel like
I was already born, when that was released.
me too. I know, old farts here. So I think that like rose fragrances, more like rose soliflors or fragrances where rose was the centerpiece, um, weren't really like high perfumery, I think, until much later. I think rose was just sort of like a part of a whole composition. Like it would have a big role in a composition, but really wouldn't really stand out much more than other notes. But they did have like rose soliflors. Like, I mean, they'd have rose water to based fragrances. They had stuff like that for years. So
I don't think I'm very familiar with any Miller Harris.
yeah, Miller Harris, one of my favorite, another one of my favorite fragrances of all time is a Miller Harris, and it's L'Adrien, and it is another one which is like, it reminds me of like dirty sex in like an old library after it's
Ooh, damn.
because it's like it's very sebaceous, it's very sweaty, it's very like carnal, but then it's also has like this labdanum and these musks and this costus root in it.
Mm.
And that kind of also is reminiscent of like an old book accord. So you have these two sort of disparate things going on, and when they come together, it's like really a beautiful composition. And even the newer bottles are great. One of my favorites, L'Adrien, it was inspired by or made for, actually, of all people, Brigitte Bardot, which I guess makes sense.
They're not available at like major department stores, are they? They're more like smaller perfume boutiques.
Yeah, I would say so, or you just purchase online. Yeah. Yeah, I bought a few on, more like discounter sites. You can find them. Like I know that they have, what do they have? What's the one, Fragrance Buy up there? I'm sure they have it on fragrancebuy.ca and.
All right, but still, there's no place where you can go walk in and smell them.
Oh yeah, without blind buying. Yeah. You're right. Well, I guess, Eugene, at some point I can arrange to like give you a sample of it, and then
that'd be great. I don't want to trouble you though. I know how much work it is.
No, it's
maybe one day in passing, but
super stingy about it though. Like these people are so generous with giving you like 5 milliliters. I'll be like, one of those little tiny dabber vials.
Yeah.
A little smidge, just a pinch, just a little amuse, something to amuse your nose and help you decide if you like it.
Yeah, just to give you a reference.
Oh yeah. Futur by Robert Piguet. Yeah. Oh, ultra green, neon green. That's a neon green scent. Really good. Like the reissue of that re-release of Futur is quite lovely. Love my green scents. Absolutely.
Daniel says quite the opposite. In the early days of perfumery, let's say 1700s, soliflors were the only perfumes. The idea combining accords top only happened about 100.
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
Like 20th century. Yeah. Early on, it was all about, like you had your violet and you had your hungry water and your.
They were just citrusy florals, I imagine, at that time. But what I'm saying is, like, these big houses had never taken rose as a focal point, which is, I find really strange, because today you get a lot of that. Like, rose is so cliche today, right?
It's gotten to be cliche. It's like a fragrance note for sure. Aramis 900, I love Aramis 900. Now that is one of the best price to quality ratios for a fragrance. It is such
Which
a
one?
Aramis 900. You could
Mm.
still buy it, and the current, or at least most recent formulations are outstanding. And I think, I haven't checked recently, but I think you could still buy a bottle, 100 ml for $25, and it's wonderful. It is like a rose, patchouli, civet, just really like it's a classic. It is in the it's a pillar of men's classic men's fragrances. I think it transcends certainly the original Aramis. And it's Bernard Shaw, one of my favorite perfumers. I love the works of Bernard
Are
Shaw.
you a fan of Aramis?
Aramis is, I know it, I respect its place. I have like an old bottle of Aramis, and it's for reference. It's a classic.
Do you enjoy wearing it?
Do I enjoy wearing it? Yeah, why not? I wear fragrance very differently than I think the average person. If I'm feeling like I want to visit the experience of Aramis, I'll put it on. I'm not going to drown myself in it, but I don't really drown myself in
I
it.
can definitely respect it, and the same way I don't enjoy something like, let's say, Fracas. I don't enjoy Aramis.
Well, yeah.
I find it hard to wear.
You probably have a tough time with Cabochard, and Cabochard is pretty much like
I thought I was going to like Cabochard much more than I do. It's nice.
You think that it might have something to do with those really aromatic leather notes, like IBQ, like isobutylquinoline?
No, because I do like Queer and Rose from Frederick Mullen. That's got a huge IBQ, right?
Mm.
It's so it pinches the nose, right? This,
yeah.
It's very astringent.
You may come around to it, or you may not.
I think because the bottle is still fresh, I need to put a little bit of air in here.
A little air. Get those.
I feel a little bit of air usually helps kind of round out those sharp edges.
I don't doubt it. There are interesting things that happen once that bottle is released into the atmosphere and gets the oxygen. The oxidation does things right away. So why do most of us gently but steadily end up with time aiming to classical perfumery? Oh, I see. It's funny because, like, Eugene, I just have like the chat running in the side, and then I read that instead of what you're actually putting up. Yeah, that one right there.
Why do most of us gently but steadily end up with time aiming to classical perfumery? Why do we keep going back to classical perfume? I don't know. Maybe it was,
Why do people go back to classical music? I mean, I don't necessarily all the time listen.
I mean, if you compare it to what's out there today, classical or modern music, there's no comparison.
I think it's a matter of preference. It's a matter of taste. There's no superiority to those who concentrate more on the classic approach. Just like, like I don't listen to as much classical music as maybe somebody who's a classical music aficionado. And I'd like to think that that person would not say, my taste isn't inherently superior to yours because I love classical music. It's a matter of taste, I think. For me, I agree with Eugene. Getting to that
it's just taste. I don't think there's nothing, whatever you prefer, man, nothing is better than the other. It's just a judgment.
Frederick models always need air. They change so much after 6 months. Juice colors get darker, which means they use some naturals, no colorants. Also vanilla. Remember, anything that has a high content of vanillin is going to change in color. It's going to get darker, even if it's like a very small percentage. That have a dosage of vanillin will get darker over time. One of the ones that I notice get really dark because of just a bit of vanillin in it, and it's so subtle, is Jardin de Méditerranée. Within 2 years, it will be orange. It starts off clear, and in 2 years, it becomes orange. It's kind of interesting. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a guest.
We have another
very special guest. They're all special in a way, aren't they? They're all their own unique characters. Remington Brittle. Hello, Remington. So good to have you. It's nice to meet you.
Remington, what's wrong? What did I say to upset you?
First of all, Take it back. JJ, you're
What?
my favorite reviewer on Bass Notes. You're my favorite reviewer on Fragrantica. JJ, I bought fragrances because of you. And here you are telling everybody that vintages are overrated. JJ, stop. JJ, what do you know about what do you know about this guy in Cambridge? You picked him up in Cambridge, Massachusetts. It was a rainy, foggy day. It was gorgeous as the rain pitter-pattered on your wingtip shoes. And you walked into that store for the first time and you smelled this and you were taken back. The moss knocked you back. Tell the truth, JJ. Tell him about the story.
Oh, good God. How did you know that I was wearing wingtips?
That's good in your review. You can't make this up. He's really mad at you, JJ.
Oh, no, I'm not saying that.
Remington, are you okay, Remington?
I'm struggling, guys.
Trust me, I'm not.
What do you need for us to do? Like, what do you need from us? How can we help you?
Guys, I just want JJ to just admit one thing. That if it's a fragrance that needs like Quorum, you have to have oak moss. What about Dunhill Edition? My Dunhill Edition, it has to have oak moss.
Oh,
what about my YSL Pour Homme? If he doesn't have oak moss, he's a shell of himself. I know it's cliche. What about my Zurius? My precious, precious Zurius. What do you say to that, JJ?
JJ, I feel like you let him down.
Yeah. I think that.
Feel bad in any way, or do you want to like redeem yourself here?
Yeah. I mean, good that you're here, Eugene, as a mediator of sorts.
That's what I'm here for.
My wife tells me I need oak moss therapy. It's true.
You'd probably be better off talking to Rich Mitch. Do you know Rich Mitch?
He's another one of my idols. I haven't met him yet. I'm a little bit nervous.
Has he bumped JJ off of the podium?
Well, with JJ came on this channel today and he said, there's a lot of guys out there that are saying you got to have the vintage. You got to have the vintage. JJ, I mean, let's just admit it. You were referring to Remington Brito, weren't you?
Oh, shit. JJ, were you referring to anybody or did you have anybody in mind when you were
Was he referring to Dunk or Jonathan? My other vintage buddies?
Oh,
who's been saying it, JJ? Just spill the beans. You came on and you were like, hey, look, guys, everybody's coming out and saying this. I want to know, who are those people?
The man wants names, JJ.
No, it's just basically anybody who goes onto YouTube and says that somebody must have anything. Nobody must have anything. Okay. I never tell anyone. One thing that I say in all of my reviews, one thing I don't say in any of my reviews is somebody must have anything. And if I did, then I definitely want to take that back. It's just not the attitude that I have towards fragrance. Like I express what fragrance does for me, how it moves me. And if that inspires others and moves them to share that, have that same experience or see if they even have that same experience, then wonderful. But I never want to give people the impression that they're missing out on something if they don't spend a lot of money on a particular vintage. And whether there's some exceptions to that, all of which you actually showed. But
I've got more, but seriously, but JJ, like I'm being serious when I like this is like really sincere here, and I know I joke around a lot, but JJ has an incredible nose. JJ is, I mean, he's an expert. I mean, he may try to play Mr. Humble, but guys, if you know anything about JJ's reviews, you know what I'm talking about. I mean, listen to this guy talking. I mean, it's incredible, your experience. So when you are giving suggestions and you say, well, guys, you don't need the vintage, I'm okay with that if it's not a fragrance that needs that needs oak moss. But if it needs oak moss, then of course you have to have the vintage. JJ, what about this one?
We're getting serious here.
I mean, JJ, what about Vintage Bandit? How is the reformulation of Vintage Bandit?
I don't even know because all I have is the vintage. But you know what? I haven't compared, and I have never said to somebody they must have the vintage.
Okay.
I don't do that. I don't say like it's not. It's not my crusade.
That is incredible.
I'm not, you know, like I'm not on that crusade to tell people they must.
Knock your socks off. This is mine's like a late 80s Alphin. What is yours?
I have no
See,
idea.
I've got
This
the
is whatever
capital.
I
I've
found
got
in
the
the
capital.
store.
Yeah. See, I'm such a nerd that I had to get the pre-barcode. I think I might have done that off JJ's review. It might have been a suggestion.
You know, it took me a while to come around to this. This wasn't love at first sniff.
Well,
of course not. No way. I mean, you have to be into, you know, animalic, the most floral, the most indolic. I mean, just loaded with moss, loaded with cigarette smoke, basically. I mean, just it's almost obnoxious at first, but I mean, if you're into like that stuff, like I am, you know, yeah, of course you're gonna like it. Just like Cabochard too. You like Cabochard, vintage Cabochard, right, Eugene?
Yep, sure. I'm
coming around to it. I mean, it wasn't love at first. Kind of like this, and I think it just takes a while to get some air into these bottles. You know, they're a little bit sharp and a little bit bitter, and they kind of don't make sense to me right now. Like I just sprayed on some Cabochard. I want to like it, but
I want to concede that. I want to concede to JJ that he's right about the opening, and yes, I concede as well that you really shouldn't be buying vintage citruses and expecting them to be there. I understand that a lot of my openings are muted, but I do always make sure that I buy full bottles in the box so that I'm trying to take as much risk as I possibly can out of my vintage purchase. And when I'm looking at those purchases, if you look at the reformulated price and look at your vintage price, a lot of times it's not even that much more for the vintage. You just have to put the work in. You got to, you know, and look, I am from America, and I don't know, you know, actually I've heard rumors that Canada is like the cream of the crop when it comes to vintage. That's what
we're lucky here. We got places where to go. You know, we can walk into places. Are you familiar with Anoush from Enchanté?
Are you asking if I'm familiar with Anoush?
Yeah. Like you want vintage, just see this guy Anoush.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, if you're giving me a plug, absolutely. I need Anoush's contact information. Yeah. I've got oak mosh this. I mean, I need therapy.
Yeah, right? So, yeah, he's your dealer. He's your supplier.
Yeah, I mean, right? Yeah, I love my barbershop.
He might send you a hit for free, but then you got to pay.
Right? Yes, that's right.
We'll get you hooked.
Yeah. So no, and I I'm not trying to be a vintage snob. This is all in good taste and humor here. But and I think JJ is right when it comes to a lot of the vintages. You know, if it's not something that really needs a lot of oak moss, you probably can go ahead and get away with that. I've got stuff that's, you know, I think Karan Third Man is great. That's where, you know, that I have the reformulated version. I've got plenty of fragrances that I think are good, but the ones that really need the moss and the ones that, you know, I mean, you know, the golden era, the 80s fragrances that I know JJ likes a lot of. JJ, I bought Etienne Egner Silver because of you. I bought this like? Now Dunk is going to be upset that I'm talking about this right now. This is salt in the wound because this has just disappeared off eBay. It's just gone because it was underpriced. This is an absolute masterpiece. What's going on with West Germany? Why do I have West Germany fragrances that are just absolutely, utterly gorgeous masterpieces, like the top of my shelf? Is there an explanation for that?
Yeah, you need the West German edition.
Well, I'm just my Davidoff Classic is in West Germany, and then my Tobacco Extreme is from West Germany, and they're just so unbelievably incredible. And you guys talked about earlier, you guys were making fun of people talking, oh, it just breaks down in the end, like we're not being detailed. I can give you something real detailed right now. You ready for it?
Go for it.
You explain to me right now how you are going to get the savory feeling from a fragrance without using oak moss. That soy sauce, that meat, that medium rare steak, that savoriest, and it all comes in the dry down. I mean, you got to wait for it. It's not going to come the first hour. It's not going to, but once you get to it, it's just like this buttery, velvety. That velvety is another extremely good. It blankets you. It just cocoons you in. Like, what do you, I don't know. I can't understand people who don't enjoy that, but I do understand that everybody's nose is different. We all have different tastes. And some people grew up on Hedione, ISOE Super, Ambrox background fragrances from 2006 on, just whatever. But if you have a nose that might be just a little bit more mature and you are into that damp, earthy, that velvety, I mean, I can't, I'm speechless when it comes to vintage fragrances. They blow everything else out the water, but I also do realize I have a very bad oak moss issue. I need therapy. So I'm done now.
Do you have the pure material?
No. Like that's how I'm only 2
that the
years
next
into my
level?
journey. Yes, I don't even have the raw material. The only one that's pathetic. You're right. I should have the, what's that?
Get intimate with it. Get the raw material. Really understand it. Like
Yeah.
Eden Botanicals, creating perfume, Perfumer's Apprentice. Get yourself, I don't know, like 2 milliliters, 5 milliliters of Oak Moss Absolute. Just get really familiar with it and understand, you know, how it plays a role in fragrance. When you smell it in isolation, it really starts to come together, and then you really figure out where it's coming into play into a fragrance. One recent
and JJ, you just, not to interrupt you, but something you just said, that fixative, its purpose, its utility. One of the things it is doing is trying to hold up those citrus notes as best as it possibly can. So if you are searching for a vintage and it is heavy on oak moss, there's a higher chance that the citrus notes are going to last. Am I wrong?
There's a possibility, but you cannot stop time. Fixatives fix top notes, but fixatives can't prevent the natural degradation of scent molecules. They cannot do that. All they can do is actually retain their molecular structure because they're heavier molecular weight. So they don't age or degrade as fast. So when you smell some of the older vintages, you are smelling more of the oak moss and the labdanum and the patchouli.
Yeah, the labdanum.
They really come to the surface. They're exalted because all of those lighter molecules have degraded and disintegrated. So that's where a lot of that charm of what oak moss has done in fragrance comes from as well, is that it's much more apparent in vintages purely because it's risen to the surface.
Yeah, exactly. And I have compared modern stuff. I'm not that guy that's just like, oh, I've got to buy all that. Like I have compared, and not all of them, but I mean, definitely Dunhill and Quorum, and I mean, I could keep going, and they don't smell anything like the vintages at all. Like Paco Rabanne Pour Homme has 5 formulations. You could never say, yeah, the new version of Paco Rabanne Pour Homme is a good buy, right?
Spray it over the old version, and then you get yourself wonderful top notes, and you get that beautiful.
Okay, but you still need the vintage to do that.
You could, or what you could do, make yourself like a little vial. You make yourself a little solution of oak moss.
Oh, okay, all right, gotcha. Fair enough.
Remington, let me ask you, what was it that took you down the moss rabbit hole?
Yeah, it's a very fair question. It was a scent memory. I'm sorry?
What grabbed you?
Yeah, it was that gateway, and it was actually it was this one. This is my gateway into vintages. It was Quorum, and it was only based off of a nostalgic scent memory from when I was a child. And so this was, a little over 2 years ago. I've told this story before. I'll make it short, but I smelled, the first one was the reformulated Quorum, just because I was having this deja vu. I saw the bottle in TJ Maxx. It was $12 or something. And I was having deja vu from when I was a kid. And I'm like, have I seen that before? What's going on? And then I bought it and I took it home and I sprayed it on me. And in the opening, Quorum, just the opening of the reformulated Quorum is not too bad. And just off of that alone, I had such a powerful scent memory. It was like
who was wearing it at the time?
There we go. So it brought me back to when I was a kid, and I probably was, 8 years old. And it brought me back to like the backyard in Miami with my Cuban uncles, and I could like smell the key lime pies, and I could smell the guava, and I was climbing mango trees, and it was just the memory just came back, and just it kind of took I teared up. It was like really powerful. So I was like, oh, wow.
It sounds like you're starting to get emotional and it's bringing up all these.
I almost am getting emotional. I shouldn't even be talking about it. Yeah.
That is a very powerful scent memory. So I can see your attachment to oak moss.
Yeah, there it is. And it brought back my uncle who was wearing it. He's Cuban. All the Cubans used to wear Antonio Puig. And I was right there, and you could see his, polyester white shoes, and his pants are all tight. And it was like the most vivid memory. And I'm like, how is this happening off of me smelling this $12 old school Quorum? So when that happened, I jumped down the rabbit hole, and I haven't came back out yet since.
And going down that rabbit hole, what were some of the first things that you had discovered?
What do you got there, JJ? What is that?
It's Domenico Caracini.
I've heard of that one.
showing it off again. I'm telling people that it's a must-have. You must run out and get it. Run. Don't walk. Oh,
hey, easy now, JJ. All right, like I'm gonna ease up on my my vintage crusade. I'm not gonna ever say to people that they have to have the vintage. I'm gonna give the disclaimer now every single time that only if you are obsessed with oak moss, in which I am, then yes, you need to go back.
I don't think JJ was targeting anybody. I think he was just. It sounds like he was trying to make it easier for people to, give themselves the permission to wear whatever it is they like.
For sure. Yeah. Absolutely.
Develop your own taste. Use what other people say as inspiration, but always take it all with a grain of salt, because we have to remind ourselves time and again that our perception of scent, it is so subjective. It is so subjective.
Yeah, you're right.
But it's great to connect with other people through scent when you find, wow, we have a similar wavelength and what we enjoy. And that's really a great feeling. But I just never want to feel like I'm pressuring people to get something and spend more money than they can afford in order to have like an ideal experience. Thankfully, some of the ones, Remington, that you pointed out, you don't have to do that, because
and look, I'm sure that you do have plenty of examples where buying the vintage would not be feasible. If you look at what you're so I completely understand that, but from my experiences, and I'm only obviously buying these old man these clones here from the 80s and 90s and everything. From my experience, it's been great. I've never had one that's been off. I've never, it's just been nothing but, and then all the things that I've smelled on the modern side have been like a failure. I don't know, maybe I ruined it for myself. I'm not really sure what happened, but like a lot of the modern stuff, I just can't. When it gets to the dry down, and I don't want to use any sort of cliche terms, but it, a lot of times it gets screechy, and I'm not even, Ambrox is a whole nother story. I can't even do Ambrox. I'm like offended if you wear Ambrox. I know that sounds terrible, but
I'm a fan of Ambrox. I like
you
Ambrox.
Like Ambrox
in small doses. Yeah, I'm a fan of.
In defense of Ambrox, the thing is, now Ambrox was originally created actually about
Aram said
something years ago, and its original feedstock was clary sage, actually. And Ambrox at the time was meant to be used as a modifier. And it's gone from being a modifier.
Are you originally talking about Celotex in 2006? Is that what you're originally talking about when the first Ambrox came out in 06?
Cetalox.
Cetalox, yeah, is that it?
Well, Cetalox is just another brand name. Ambrox, Ambroxan.
Okay. I thought that was like the first one that came out in 06. I could be wrong, yeah.
So it was originally used as a modifier and a fixative, and it was used to extend the feel of ambergris, an ambergris note, because also there was concerns about consistency in compositions, because ambergris or ambergris, the reliability of that is questionable. But over time, it has become really popular in the past 25 years to really create an effect and to be used for a boost in a composition, and that people have a certain taste for fragrances that last, and they're the gift that keeps on giving. It's really good for that. So you have Ambroxan Overdose, which now is just normal. It's no longer.
Maybe that's what I'm offended by. I guess I'm offended by the Overdose Ambrox bombs. That's like it's like Sauvage
and thing. Like Sauvage, but Ambrox is used in a lot of our favorite fragrances, like Portrait of a Lady, and I'm sure it's what's used to replicate ambergris in Chanel No. 5, right? It's
sure. And I'm sure if it's been blended really well and not used in abundance, I'm sure that it's perfectly fine. But yeah, I was more so referring to that just whole, that trend of the Ambrox bomb that seems like, younger kids are into. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong.
Oh yeah. And most of them are into it not even knowing what the hell it is. It's just they know they're addicted to it. They're just like, they like that. Ambrox and a lot of them in isolation and as they were originally created are pretty brilliant materials. Like you look at something like Amber Extreme or Ambroxide, Both of those were used in some well-known ambers like Ambre Fetiche by Annick Goutal and Ambre Sultan by Serge Lutin to extend an amber note. But now they're putting ungodly amounts of it in compositions and adding things like norlimbinol and isoe super and vertex and all of this stuff, and it's just it's saddening when a lot of recent designer or even high-end designer and niche releases, they'll have such a promising opening and they'll smell glorious, and then in the dry down it is just so terrifying.
And can I ask a question, because I've been wondering about this? Is that because back in the golden era of fragrances, you were getting like 30% naturals and maybe 70% aroma chemicals, whereas now maybe you're more only getting 10% to 15%, and then they put it all in the opening to impress you, and you judge it off of that, and then it falls apart in the breakdown. I know that's cliche, but is that?
Well, it all depends on what we're looking at. The history of perfumery. The first synthetics came into the scene in the late 1800s rather. I apologize. And you started to have things like coumarin and alpha ionone, and a number of other things started to come into play. But really, by the mid-century, mid 20th century, most fragrances only had probably about 15% naturals. You don't need that much naturals for naturals really have their effect in a composition, because when you look at naturals, each natural material is almost a perfume in itself.
Aram, come on.
They're complex. They have a lot going on in each of them, each essential oil, each absolute. So I don't think it's so much of that. I think maybe we've seen a little bit less of them. Maybe we see a lot more fragrances being released these days which have 1-2% naturals, under 5%. Yeah.
So people are wearing fragrances with less than 5% naturals,
which isn't necessarily bad, because a lot of Jean-Claude Elena compositions have up to
that's fair enough
naturals, but they have impact. Naturals, you only need like take for example oak moss. People are lamenting the fact that oak moss has been scaled back significantly, but really for oak moss to have an effect on a composition, you only need 0.5% in it, and it is noticeable.
That's a really good point. Yeah. So then why would they just completely eliminate it now? So if we're already to the lowest point, and the only reason that they have banned oak moss is because 3% of the population has eczema and gets a skin rash. If you look at all of their case studies, everybody that's in the study has eczema. That's 3% of the population. So we are not allowed to enjoy the beautiful savory oak moss because people have 3% of the population has eczema. And now it's got to be completely gone. Now they're even getting rid of Leerol. I don't understand that, JJ. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, well, it's up for debate. There's a lot of.
I'm gonna have to sue IFRA.
There's a lot. Well, it can't even be so much IFRA. It's
the RIFM. It's the 12 panel. Why do you have two veterinarians on your panel? I mean, these people, they are in charge of the protocols. They are in charge of what's being tested. They are then in charge of coming up with the conclusions. Hey, we're going to decide what to test. We're going to decide how we're going to test it. And then once we do it, we'll come up with the conclusions. And whatever our conclusions we come up with, we'll give it to IFRA, and IFRA will go, yep, these are our guidelines. RFIM said so.
Well, I don't know if IFRA is really necessarily the enemy. I think
it's not. RIFM is. It's a shell. RIFM is a nonprofit. I mean, we're talking about a shell company essentially. They created a buffer. Otherwise, there'd be a huge conflict of interest. The whole thing would be fraudulent. Does that make sense?
To a degree, yes.
You can't ban something and then say, "Hey, we banned this. We are the ones who banned it." And we just also happen to have the substitute. Come and buy it from us. That you can't do that. So the buffer was made. You can see it happen back in, so, and then you've got this 12 panel, and they have this amendment in there, this conflict of interest amendment in 2016. And it just labels out in detail, hey, you can't be married to anybody in the fragrance industry. You can't have a cousin or this, and you definitely can't date somebody on Tinder that's involved with fragrances. Nothing involved with fragrances because you're on the board. It's so obvious to see the backdoor deals that could be done. It's monopolistic. It's ridiculous, to be honest. And in fact, these companies, if for an IFF and all, they're coming out with all of these synthetic fixatives and all of these aroma chemicals. And then you can't find any case studies on them. Where's the case study for long-term use of turbo shotting ISOE Super and Ambrox into my jugular vein?
Dude, we've had these conversations many times.
Oh, okay. So I'm
Many
like new to
times,
the
many
all right.
times.
This is all right. Okay, gotcha. I'm sorry.
This is old news to me.
This is all old hat. Okay, you know what?
Any
I'll get off-
But you know, I'm with you. I get it, and you know, it's funny. IFRA's the one that goes and puts all these bans and restrictions, and like you say, they're the ones also that are providing the replacements. So obviously, there is
Exactly.
you
What
know,
do you have
follow
there?
the
What is
money.
Is
Follow
that
the money.
Jill Sander?
Yeah.
I would love that, wouldn't I? Yeah,
Mm.
I've seen that one. What's that similar to? Remington, start a conspiracy theory channel. I already have one. It's called Remington Brito. It's just my name. You can look it up. A lot of conspiracy theories. I go into crazy stuff that's like real scammy, like cryptocurrencies and the digital economy, stable coins. I talk about real scammy stuff that's not going to last. It's not even real. It's just a bunch of bogus stuff. That is, I mean, Jill Sander is really expensive. I mean, every time I look at a Jill Sander fragrance, it's like impossible to find them at a good price. Which one is that?
This is it is Jill Sander Man.
Yeah, that one's, I've seen
that. It has a cypress note in it. It's very coniferous. It's also
love it.
Really like an animalic musk in the dry down. Castoreum.
Oh yeah, this is like right up my alley. Eugene, you like the darker scents too. You're up in Canada, right? You're chilling up in America's
Yeah,
Aram.
I gotta wear dark perfume, man. I can't wear the citrusy stuff. It's just so fleeting, and
for sure.
There's only one or 2 months of the year where I can enjoy it, but even those months, it's just so hot and humid. The stuff just evaporates from your skin so fast. You don't have time to enjoy it.
But is it all? Do you like the darker, the herbal, smoky, incensey stuff, tobacco? Like of the darker stuff, kind of what do you what do you lean towards?
I like leathers. I like church incenses, smoke notes. I love green notes, earthy stuff. 19, Cristal, Bella Respiro.
Okay, so we're going green leather.
Green leathers.
I'm going high oak moss, and I'm going what I consider to be, and I'm in the beginning of my fragrance journey, but so far what I consider to be the greatest Italian leather of all time, Trussardi Uomo.
Yes.
Do you Eugene? Have you smelled this one?
I've smelled that. Yeah.
Okay. You weren't impressed?
I'm not going to say I wasn't impressed. I don't own it. Yeah, it's
okay.
It's a nice fragrance, nice classical masculine fragrance, right?
And you smelled the vintage, not that reformulated 2011.
It's been years. I can't remember what it was like at that time.
It reformulated in 2011, and they completely changed it. So this one is, but for me, this is like an aldehyde, like just blast to my face. This is one where I almost like have to like really try and grit through the opening, and then when I get into that dry down,
it's more of a butch leather, right? Something along the lines of Antaeus and Bandit.
It is. Yeah. But it's that Italian. It's just more refined. It reminds me of like a 1985 Countach or something like that. Like Wolf of Wall Street would be wearing it or something. I mean, this is not something I wear on the regular, but I was just pulling out a leather. That Jill Sander that you had there, what is the most comparable thing that you have to that, JJ?
Well, first of all, I want to give credit where it's due because Duncan actually turned me on to that when he sent me a few samples. So shout out to Duncan for being an enabler and
I love Duncan.
Buy some stuff here. It the only thing that it vaguely reminds me of, and it's not that similar to it, is probably Halston E14.
Okay, yeah.
But it's much more than that. It just has a dry down unlike anything else that I've smelled. Like whether it is from that time period or any time period, it's just a very remarkable composition.
And I just feel like those materials that were being sourced back in the day, and I'm not trying to, once again, this was all better and back in the day, it was all better. But I mean, it just seems like they were sourcing higher end, higher quality materials, the budget, everything. If you just look at the business model, everything is so different now. And they essentially had to subcontract out and get these high end materials. And now they've just kind of gobbled everything up. They're like, oh, I don't need to go get that lavender. I'll just gobble up this and just make my own. And I don't know. I just feel like everything is just that cookie cutter, and it's not like how I could be wrong. What do you think, Judge?
There's some cases where sustainability is an issue. Like we ran out of sandalwood, right? We've run out of Mysore sandal. It's not sustainable. So even if it wasn't extinct or protected, they just can't produce it enough in order to make so many fragrances. So.
Yeah, I have those same concerns about Boswellia as well, frankincense, because that could be the next Mysore sandalwood if we're not careful. Yeah, sourcing. There probably was less regulation, I guess, a little bit more frequented,
Yeah.
But there is a flip side to that, sustainability, and if it comes to sustainability, like honestly, being as connected with living things as I am, because that's another passion of mine. As Eugene, I'm a big outdoors type. It's more important to me to protect the welfare of any species than to ensure that we're going to continue to use natural products from them. So if it means we have to look at synthetic substitutes for it, I'm all for it. Oak moss isn't endangered at all. So
thank you. It grows. It comes from God. It's a lichen. I mean, I just, and then the information that you're getting from them, you're assuming that, oh, well, yeah, I'll take your word for it. I guess we are endangering that. I question all of that because, all these new regulations that came through, who came through with the new regulations? And then just by chance, that they then have the aroma chemical, the substitute. It's the cause the problem, wait for the reaction and come in with the solution. Does that make sense?
Well, I think Galen makes a really good point here that it's an industry worth tens of billions of dollars.
33 billion. Yeah. Yeah, it's worth $33 billion. Yep. So it might behoove these companies that run it, because they're all the same. They're all on the board. If for an RFM, it's basically 8 multinational companies, and they're in bed with all of these food companies. And then when you look on the board of the RIFM, there's 2 vets on there, 2 veterinarians. Okay, well, why would you have 2 veterinarians on this board? That means you're telling me the testing that you're being done is being done on animals, right? So you're testing, let's just blast this rat with ISOE super. Oh, he's good. He's all right. What about the case studies on the human beings? What about it's just the whole entire thing is just, I've never seen something so corrupt, to be quite frank with you. It's about as corrupt as it gets.
It seems like the fragrance brands must be okay with it, because nobody's really standing up to them, are they?
Well, who would stand up for them? I'm glad you brought that up, Eugene. Who would stand up for them? Who would have the issue with IFRA and RIFM and all of this nonsense? It would be the perfumers. You are an artist. They are taking away your tools. I don't understand why but wait a second. The perfumers don't have any sort of, and we don't celebrate perfumers. Guys, think about this. A perfumer is an artist, just the same way as a chef is an artist, right? We praise chefs. Go on Netflix. How many shows can we find on chefs? Show after show. Find me the show on the perfumers. Instead, we get books about Creed and Pierre Bardin being absolutely just fucking manipulated by Olivier Creed. Instead, we have stories of these introverted, beautiful people, these artists who are so unbelievably talented, and they're stuck inside that rat wheel, that IFF, Givaudan. I could keep on. JJ's like, just stop talking.
No, but you do make an interesting point. And why don't these perfumers stand up and speak for themselves? Or why don't they form some sort of union?
Thank you. That's exactly what I was just trying to say. They can't. They'll tell you.
What's stopping them? Is it the people they work for?
Because in order to be a perfumer, you have to have, you have to have this, all that you need chemistry, right? It's a whole entire, and so these companies, they have everything at your fingertips. Oh, you want the reverse technology machine so that we can take any fragrance and reverse technology, and then we can make a flanker off that. We've got all, they have everything you possibly, if you're a perfumer and you're starting off on your own, the only way you'd be able to do it would be that you'd have to have a really, an investor, right? And then you'd need a bunch of those perfumers all getting together and creating a union. None of the perfumers that are working for IFF and Givaudan that are all in-house creating all this, modern, garbaggio that they're putting out. You see what I'm saying? So once again, it's monopolistic. These perfumers, the only ones that are out there that could possibly do it would be like the niche ones. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it seems like the ones working for multinational companies are all being separated and they're competing for jobs. So when a brief does come out, it's all the perfumers are working against each other. They don't come together and say, hey, let's work as a team. So they're constantly being separated, and that might make it tough for them to all come together and stand up for what they believe in.
And the market is self-regulated, and it's self-regulated because of what? Copyright. And we can't have, I can't put on my box exactly what the ingredients are and exactly what I put. It'll just be copied, right? So the whole thing, it's all based off of the self-regulation because, and we can't put labels on things because, you would think that you could just put a label on it. Hey, this has oak moss. If you have eczema, you probably shouldn't enjoy this barbershop Frugier. It's loaded with oak moss in the base. Instead, the companies are like, oh no, we can't put that label on there. People will think it's like cigarettes or something. But wait, but you're doing that because of the nonsense eczema case study. It's a merry-go-round. Does that make sense? And it all comes back to it. So it is this monopolistic, and they've taken the grip of the entire industry, and now there's no way coming back. And these perfumers, these all incredible artists, all have to like hide behind these shadows. That's how I feel. Does that make sense?
It does totally make sense.
I admire your passion.
But it's too late. Do you think there's any way to reverse this or to go back?
I'm suing IFRA.
Dude, go on a hunger strike.
Brad Garlinghouse, attorney at law. I'm gonna go after them. Okay, I'm gonna sue IFRA. I'm gonna expose them.
I think you need to bring some attention to this. And
can I get a Netflix documentary producer? Somebody reach out to me. I'll do the dirty work. I'll ask the nasty questions.
Get a hold of this guy. We got Galen, the videographer, right here. Get a hold of Remington Brito. I'm going to drop Remington's YouTube channel. If somebody wants to go and subscribe to him, please do.
And I'm not a fragrance reviewer, by the way. I'm just an enthusiast. I just like old stuff, and I like to talk about the new digital economy. I'm a cryptocurrency nerd. So my channel, is kind of talking. It's old school fragrances. It's the new digital economy and cryptos. And then, talking relationships and talking everything else. And then I want to bring, I just want to bring a little bit more entertainment. I want to start doing some skits and some parodies. I'm sure you guys may have saw Dr. Tittles. I'll continue to develop that character, but he's just going to be for Dan. I've got another character that's in the works. I was going to name him something, but it was a terrible name. Shout outs to Boost for telling me. I actually ran that by my wife, and she was like, yeah, you cannot use that name. That's terrible. So I've got some more characters and some skits coming out because I just want there to be some, I want Fragcom to, be a little less, a little less rigid, a little less boring. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Just bring your own appeal to it, do what you do.
Yeah. I think guys like Joey are great. I mean, I love the Howard Stern of Fragcom. He's not everyone's cup of tea, and not everybody likes degenerates. And I completely get that, but that kind of stuff right there, we need more channels like that. We need more Joey Cannolis. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I hear you. I've got nothing against that. What do you think, JJ?
I'm just feeling mellow right now. This is how I feel at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for those after having a long day at work. Like, I'm just feeling mellow.
Now, you said something earlier about getting Joey's permission to come on here. What was that all about, Remington?
Look at you. Look at you stirring it up, ruffling some feathers already here.
From the boss? Or I'm not sure what exactly is happening. I don't even know
I'm
where
not
he
exactly
appeared
sure what's
from.
happening either, Eugene. That's a
You
really
just
good
kind of
question.
showed up on the map, and I was like, "What the hell's going on here? Who is this
Well,
Tittles dude?" I wasn't really sure, like,
that's
until
how
I
it
saw
goes.
you kind of break character, and I realized, all right, this is all a big joke.
Yeah, yeah.
Story. Look, we have a famous person, Victor Wong.
What's up,
Victor
Victor?
Wong.
Good to see you.
Wow. Hello. Hello, Victor Wong. Wow. Um, yeah, I as far as Joey goes, I think that you had a live stream going, and you had said, "Hey, Remington, why don't you come on?" And Joey was like, "If Remington comes on, I'm leaving immediately."
Yeah, I caught that. I wasn't sure why. Is there some kind of conflict, or
Well,
is there? Because you both seem like really easygoing guys.
oh, Joey is great. I adore Joey. I'm like a huge fan of Joey. And I have been, in his little cannoli mafia, starting out as just kind of a little bit of a lurker. I found him through because I was just, searching. I used vintage fragrances, obviously. So it was smelly and, scent land, Chris Scent Land, the land of scent. So I was, and I just ventured down that alley, and fell in love with his channel, fell in love with the mafia. I think that he's upset with me for a couple of reasons. I haven't been on his channel yet, so maybe he might be a little upset with that. Maybe that was disrespectful. Because I hopped on Juan's channel real quickly talking about something because I got emotional and I wanted, Cuddles to kind of settle down. And then I came on Smelly Show and trolled his Dr. Tittles for about an hour. And then
I thought was great, by the way.
yeah. Yeah. And then after that, I've made a couple of live streams. But most recently I was live streaming. I live streamed too long and I went, into his live stream. And maybe he doesn't care. I'm not really sure. He had a little bit of, some stuff with Juan. I'm not sure. But I'm going to tell Joey that I'm willing to move my stream. I don't even have to have my stream on Tuesday night. I can go to Sunday. And I do need to apologize to him.
I didn't realize we needed to start booking time slots. I don't think
we
Joey
do. Yeah. In Fragcom, you got to book your slot. That's the appropriate thing to do. It's just the proper thing. So, which look, I've got Sunday evenings available, so I can do Sunday evenings.
I'm not booking shit. I stream when I feel like, and that's the end of it. I've there's been many times where I finished the stream and I can see other people have started one. Nobody's looking out for me, so I'm gonna respect people the exact same way. But no hard feelings anyway.
Yeah, no, I'm razzing a little bit.
If I decide I want to go and start up a stream, which I'm usually pretty careful of, if somebody else is streaming, I'll respect them that. But I mean, if there's something I feel like I want to say and get off my chest, there's enough room for everybody.
Yeah, absolutely.
YouTube's a massive place, and there's so many of us. And if two people want to stream, or five people at the same time for that matter, and that's what it's eventually going to turn into. There's live streaming has seriously become a thing, and we're going to run out of time. We're going to run out of space, that block, and streams will overlap, and it's not the end of the world.
Yep. You're exactly right. We're in the infancy stage of live streaming. And in my humble opinion, the days of just, watching a fragrance view, it's a little bit boring. I mean, it really is. I think it needs to evolve. And I would rather have somebody reviewing something live so that I can interact with them. And maybe they're doing it over the course of an hour. So they're judging the opening and then they're judging the heart and then finally getting to the dry down, whatever it may be. People want more interaction. People don't want to watch your boring edited videos. Like, I mean, I don't know how people do it, to be quite frank with you. I did it in the beginning because I needed to. But then once you get going and you take off the training wheels, it's like, oh, I can't believe that people are actually still watching this stuff. So it's so boring and it's so just like monotonous and it sounds the same. And so I just feel like things need to evolve. The whole entire space needs to. And it's naturally going to evolve when we go into the metaverse. I do understand that. But I do want to throw out a stat. I mean, literally the live streaming industry was valued in 2020 at $50 billion. By 2030, it's estimated to be 320 to 350 billion.
Well, who's making all this money? Because I'm not seeing any of it.
Right.
Where's this going?
It's YouTube.
YouTube. Thank you, YouTube.
He said, I need a
How are they making money during
I do
live
think
stream? Because
about
I
that,
I
yeah.
don't. Who's advertising right now? Like all the money is being made from advertisements. Where's
Oh,
all
we're
the
not.
money?
Yeah, I'm not. Live streaming is going to be changed. It's going into the metaverse. You know that.
Right,
Yeah,
right. Which
I'm not
I'm not
referring like
prepared
right
for
now.
yet. I know nothing about the metaverse. I don't even know how to log into the metaverse.
Well, you don't need to. Don't even worry about that, Eugene.
The
It'll all take
metaverse
care of
logs
itself.
into
They're going to
you.
make it so seamless and so easy. It'll be just like hopping on your iPhone. It won't even be a thing. It'll be second. And look, it's coming to a theater near you in 2025. You know, it's going to be here, sooner rather than later. And think about how cool that's going to be when we are now meeting. And Eugene, it's your avatar, and you're standing next to my avatar. And when I laugh, my avatar laughs, and we're like completely interacting. I mean, we're not touching each other, but we are completely interacting in a virtual augmented reality, not virtual, not throwing the headset on and I'm getting all dizzy, like augmented reality, like what's already, you can see it's in Japan because Japan's like 10, 15 years ahead of us. So, I can't wait for that. I can't wait for all of this to, and that's why, I like, investing in a cryptocurrency called Theta, because the creator of YouTube and the creator of Twitch got together, left, and created a cryptocurrency. It's called Theta, Theta. It is an
Mm,
absolute winner. Absolute winner. If you believe in live streaming in the future, you should probably invest in Theta. All right.
mm,
That's my piece. That's it.
mm. So as great as all that is, the future in technology, how much of that scares you? Because we've already lost ourselves. We've come to the point where we lost connection with ourselves, with the earth, with nature, with God, with relationships, with family, and we're just kind of stimulating and looking outside of ourselves to, what else can we consume? Does that worry you
Yeah.
at all?
Absolutely. Yeah, my son is 10 years old. You have a kid, don't you?
I have 3 kids.
Awesome. Yeah. I've got my step boys, my older step boys are 21 and 19. I've been with my wife for about 13 years now. And our son is 10. Extremely scary as a parent, knowing what's going on. And for that reason, when things happened in early 2020, I knew something wasn't right. And at that point, I kind of dedicated myself and I said, I'm going to do so much research every single day. I'm going to research what is going on financially, what is the agenda, who is running things. Cause I know I've always known that, kind of politicians are puppets and everything. So once I started, just doing all of this research at that point, then I said, well, how can I prepare? And that's part of my message on my channel. Look, folks, I'm not telling you to buy cryptocurrency. I'm not telling you to go, but you do need to understand that the inflation right now, if you go off of just the CPI numbers from the 1980s, we're at like 17% inflation. They're devaluing our money like you wouldn't believe. And my message to people is own property, own physical gold, own physical silver. If you are like me, you may want to look at digital assets because, Eugene, I'm going to ask you, can you tell me the last time that a brand new asset class was created?
I don't even know what the fuck that means.
Stop, Eugene, stop it. All right, now I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to be like asshole here.
Are you a banker? Do you bank for a
apologize.
living? Like,
I'm Eugene. I'm so sorry. I thought that. Yeah, I'm so sorry about that. I have to be careful what I say, man. I talk about stuff and assume people like are no. No, you know what? My mentor is an ex-central banker. I mean, that's I listen to the most.
mentor. What does he mentor you in? Or he or she? What do
Yeah,
they
the
mentor?
new digital economy, just where everything is moving. So I've researched, and I'm not doing mainstream media research. So like for instance, all of these cryptocurrencies, they're just new technologies. It's just software. That's what it is. So I go in and I do the research and find out what is the true utility. What is it really solving? What real world problems are going to be solved? And Eugene, you just said something earlier. You're like, well, doesn't it scare you? Well, absolutely, it scares me. Everything that you said, getting away from nature and getting away from God and all of those things absolutely scare me. But it's our responsibility to stay connected to those things. They can try to pull us as much as they want, but we have got to stay connected, right? I have to stay connected through nature by playing disc golf. I have to go into the woods and play disc golf. If I don't, it eats away at me because I need to be out there in the trees and nature. So I completely understand that. And so as everybody gets pulled into the metaverse, because all of your experiences that you're having now through Facebook and all these different platforms you're using, imagine that experience tenfold, right? We're now in augmented reality. So everyone's going to be in their homes constantly with their glasses on at work meetings and meeting with friends. And so it's going to be our responsibilities to get our kids out into nature, to get our kid. It's going to be our responsibility. It's no longer just going to be easy like the way we grew up when we were kids. Go ahead.
Yeah. How do we stay responsible in getting them to do that when we're not doing that ourselves? Like, not to say you and I aren't, but many of us aren't. You know, we're locked, we're trapped, we're going to these shitty jobs that we can't stand. We're in these shitty relationships that we don't enjoy. We're living these shitty lives that we never asked for. You know, we're trapped. We're paying bills that we can't afford. We come home, we're exhausted. We have no will to connect with anything. We just kind of want to hunker down, and we want to, like I said, we want to consume as much garbage, as much information as we possibly can to get away from our lives. And
Eugene,
if we can't do it, how do we teach our kids?
You're right, Eugene. I mean, this is part of my escape right here. This is why I'm in FragCom.
This is the distraction from ourselves.
It's a distraction from. You're right, because when I'm not in FragCom, I'm selling, right, to put food on my table for my family. I'm doing research. I'm doing research on this new economy that's extremely scary and very, everything that, I mean, I don't think people really understand. People think like things are going to somewhat go back to normal. Like whatever you knew before is completely over. That's never happening again. We're never. So all of that is extremely scary. And that's why these outlets, I think, are important. We like to come here so that we can, just get our minds elsewhere. And I think that it's therapeutic, but you talk about how do we do all of these things that, and it's gosh, Eugene, it's so hard because, you're in Canada and I think that you have a lot more restrictions than I do. I mean, you're still wearing masks, aren't you?
I haven't worn masks the whole fucking time.
Okay. All right. So then what are you being restricted? What are you
I can't travel. I can't travel.
Okay.
I'm not vaccinated, so I can't travel. That's really my only issue. That's the only thing that holds me back. I wasn't able to go to the movies. I wasn't able to go to the gym. That's kind of been lifted. Okay. Shopping plazas have opened up.
Yeah. Yep. I think that right now, if we were to, everybody just kind of steps back, try to step back as far as you possibly can and look at what is going on. If somebody had told you that we would be here right now in this twilight zone with everything that's happened, you would tell that person back before it happened in 2019 that they were a complete kook.
Yeah.
Tinfoil hat conspiracy asshole. Fuck off. And look at where we're at now. So I want everybody to kind of, if you could possibly just step back and realize we're in one of the most pivotal times in all of history. Like we go back on historical moments. We think of the wars and we think of all of these moments, these iconic moments in history. We are going through that. We are literally witnessing it. We are in the middle of it, and everything is about to change. Everything is about to change.
And you know what? Most of us are okay with it. Most of civilization are like, all right, what do you want us to do next? Now
it takes a year for you to change your habits. We're now 2 years into this. Everybody has changed their habits and everybody's used to it. Wouldn't you agree?
It seems like
everybody has accepted the new reality, right? Because it's just, okay, well, it is what it is.
And that's learned behavior now. And we don't need to go back. We've accepted it.
Exactly. Companies have caught on as well. Like my company is a perfect example. I used to have to go into people's homes. I used to go into businesses, because when I was in commercial lighting, I'm not going into anybody's homes. I'm not going into anybody's business.
So what's replaced that?
You're doing it virtually.
Like right now.
Absolutely.
Doesn't that make your life easier?
My life has become, I hate it. I almost feel bad talking about it. My life has become, my life has been, I have so much time now that I can spend with my wife. I have so much time now that I can spend with my son. I can't even imagine. I feel like you talking about going into work and being so exhausted. I feel for you. I empathize because I used to have it. I used to have to do the same thing. I used to travel. I used to get sent all over the place, and I'd have to stay in hotels and be away from my family. Now I don't have to do any of that. So of course, Eugene, you nailed it on the head. I love it. And then everybody who I get on a Zoom call with, and I'll just tell you, Eugene, I sell in-ground pools. Okay. And so, when I get on with these people, you would think that they would, oh, this is just uncomfortable. I need you out in my backyard. I need you to measure this slope, Justin. I need you to do this. And we've just made it so, and it's a 2-hour conversation, but by the time it's over with, people are like, yeah, I can't wait to get this brand new in-ground pool for $50,000. You would be surprised. Before the pandemic, that would be unthinkable. How could you possibly sell a $50,000 in-ground pool over the phone? Do you see? Everything has changed, right? And so when we're talking about this new economy, you talked about, things that, it's really, really scary, but the new economy is also going to solve so many things. I mean, Eugene, when you have algorithms and drones that are, logistically moving everything, everything's completely surveilled. How are you going to commit a crime? How about a world?
Why would you? I think that's okay though.
No crime, completely gone. How about,
but you're giving away your freedom and your privacy and all sorts of other things, right? That's kind of the trade-off. I'm not sure if that's a good or bad thing. I'm not sure if I want the government to know every single move that I make or where I spend my money or where I can be implicated. Like there was a thing here in Canada not too long ago where they shut down bank accounts to people that had supported the truckers, right?
I know.
And
I know about it.
Whether you agree with that or not, like that, I find that so wrong and inappropriate. Nobody should have access to your money like that.
Yeah, it's disgusting, isn't it? And think about it. This started back in 2002, right? And I'm not trying to be because I'm American, but we gave up a lot of rights. We gave up a lot of privacy when that happened with the World Trade Center. This is the exact same thing. You need to
of that.
Yes, a huge extension of give up your privacy, give up your rights. In return, you're going to get the most efficient economy you've ever seen. Because I don't know if you've noticed it, Eugene, but I can't get service anywhere. I can't pick up food. There's nobody working. My buddy, I'm being dead serious. He called me yesterday and he's like, Remington, you're never going to believe this. I went to the movie theater with his girlfriend's named Maureen. I went to the movie theater. Nobody was working. There wasn't anybody there. I was like, what do you mean? He goes, we just walked behind the concession stand. We just poured popcorn and soda and we just went and sat down and watched the movie. I'm like, what? There's no workers anywhere. I don't know if anybody else is experiencing this. There's no workers.
Are
you noticing that?
Yeah, we can't get agency workers. We hire agency workers for general help. They don't want to work. We can't find them because the government's giving them money for free.
Thank you, Eugene. And they're now used to it. Everyone's used to it. So it's very obvious that, yes, we are going to be moving over to UBI. You have to, because what's going to happen when you just all of a sudden just stop giving?
Who's paying for that? Inflation. You and I, people in the chat.
The main agenda, and this is the point that I'm trying to get across. The main agenda that the powers that be, and we know who the powers that be. It's Soros and Rothschild and Rockefellers. And it's the people who own the central banks. It's the central bankers. Their goal is a uniform global tax. Their goal is the all-seeing eye. Give up all of your privacy, and everything's going to run smoothly, unbelievably efficient. UBI, no more homeless, no more crime, everything, logistics through the roof, because, and all of this has to run on 5G. Everything I'm discussing, none of it can happen without 5G. And you've seen that infrastructure being put throughout. I mean, I'm sure you're seeing it in Canada, correct?
Yeah, we're seeing the towers go up.
Thank you. Because you can't have a self-driving car. The self-driving car thing is funny to me. I always think it's funny when people say, oh, the Tesla self-driving car, it's wrecking. It doesn't even work. Elon Musk has told us that Tesla's not a car. It's a computer on wheels. How is this AI computer going to run if it's not on 5G? It can't. If you want the roads to be perfectly safe. This is another example of this new economy. No wrecks, no drunk driving, no, because you're going to you see what's going on. If you go to self-driving cars and you go to an economy where it's unbelievably efficient to just have that car show up, that Uber's at your door at 30 seconds and it takes you from point A to point B, you're only paying for that time that you used it. You just went from point A to point B. You're not paying for insurance anymore. You're not paying a car payment. You're not paying gas. You just used that self-driving car to go from point A to point B. Unbelievably efficient. And then you use it to go wherever you want, but you're under complete surveillance. You're under complete surveillance at all time. Does that make sense?
Don't you think that this is what we want? Like, this is what we've asked for. We want convenience. We want everything right now. We want instant gratification. We want our fucking food delivered to our front door already cooked. We don't want to cook it. We don't want to wash dishes. We want our books delivered to our front door. And this is the cost. This is the price.
You're so right. I give an example. I drive a truck. I needed special lugs and for my truck, these tires, and they're wide, they're big. Okay. I looked it up on my computer, these special lugs that I need, right? And Amazon was giving me 3 or 4 days. I needed it right now, right? I'm like, all right, I'm going to go pick it up. So I go in there and I go to the store. I drive 15, 20 minutes to the store. They didn't have it. He's like, oh, sorry, it's not at this store. You need to go to the other store. I've driven another 15
piss you off.
It's like I go to the next. Now, in the new economy, you know what would have happened? I would have gone on. It would have already been on digital ledger. Everything's going on the blockchain. Everything's going on the blockchain. I would have I would have ordered it, and the drone would have been at my door in 15 minutes with the lug nuts. I spent all day looking for those lug nuts. It is so inefficient the way that we do things. And Canada is way behind in technology, just like America is. We're not like the Asian markets. Everything is way, way ahead over in Japan and over in China. And that's who is going to lead us into this new fourth industrial revolution, because they are so far ahead. It is going to be all of those self-driving cars. But once again, no wrecks, no danger. You're on the road and you never have to worry about anything ever again.
Are you okay with trading your freedom, your privacy, in order for all this convenience? That's the price.
You're exactly right.
Are you okay with that? Or do you have anything to hide?
And that's exactly what they're going to say to you. That's exactly what they're going to say to all of us.
Right. What do you have to hide?
You know, because they don't have to
know where every dollar comes from, where every dollar goes. They want every dollar recorded. They want every dollar taxed.
Which is done with stable coins. That's exactly what stable coins are. These are central bank digital currencies, right? And when they issue those out, they're going to know exactly what you are spending your money on. You have nailed it on. And Eugene, you just said it earlier. We're asking for this. Everybody wants this. In fact, think of all the inefficiencies in your life right now. I promise you, anybody can come onto the show right now. Any inefficiencies within the economy, I can tell you how I can solve it through digital ledger technology, through blockchain technology. People don't understand how powerful it is. They don't understand cyberspace. They don't understand DLT. And they don't understand this massive, massive database. And they think NFTs are like ape monkeys, like digitized, like smoking cigarettes. No, NFTs are nothing but digitized goods. It's digital identity. It's tokenized goods with digital identity. This would completely solve the entire fragrance industry, because every single bottle would be on the blockchain. It would make it impossible for anything fake, So now house that makes this fragrance, you can put the exact ingredients on there. You can put the percentages, everything you use, put it exactly on there. There's no way anybody can steal it or fake it, because how would you be able to sell it? Because everything for sale is on the blockchain. It's like each little thing having its own individual serial number. We talk about batch codes. Imagine if every one of your fragrances was individually serial numbered, like a car VIN number. That's exactly where everything needs to go. And then you take it on top of that. In a fragrance company like Hermes says, hey, we're going to have an NFT for this newest flanker because we discontinued, Eau Fresh, and we've got this new flanker, and it's going to be an NFT. And when you wear this fragrance, you smell nice and everything. But by the way, you're also going to look really cool, because this digital identity that comes with this fragrance here, it's going to make you glow orange in the metaverse. Something all of a sudden you're sparkling. It's going to do something to where it's going to be cool to have. Are you seeing what I'm saying?
I do. No, I totally get it, and it makes sense. I just want to know, how excited are you to get microchipped?
Okay. I would never get microchipped. I would never get the
It's only a matter of time, not
I
you,
I
maybe
would
your kids, your
never
grandchildren.
ever get. No, my God, no. My son, my wife, nobody, none of us have had the V. None of us are getting microchipped. No, that's
There's gonna
if
be a point.
look, if you want to get microchipped, you can go ahead and get microchipped. They're going to give you all the reason in the world. They'll make it, it's efficient, but nobody's going to force you to do it. No one's going to hold you down.
Nobody's going to force you, but the same way they didn't allow you to go to the movies, they didn't allow you to travel, they didn't allow you inside of a restaurant without a vaccine. There's going
You're
to be
right.
a point where you're not able to make a purchase, right? Because we no longer accept debit card, we no longer accept cash. You need to swipe your wrist. What are you going to do then when you can't purchase groceries without a microchip? You can say, I don't want to, but I don't get to buy groceries. And that's the funnel we're headed towards.
I mean, when you're talking about putting something in your body, now we're talking about like, my rights as a human being.
We're
I'm
giving
not.
those rights away.
I know. You're right. My God, Eugene, can you imagine? Can you imagine them forcing us
I
to put a
can't. Nothing's
microchip
going to
in?
surprise me anymore. Nothing.
Wow. You've got a very good point. You've got a very good point. And it stinks too, because right now, like as we speak, we're in that calm before the storm. You can feel it, can't you? Can you feel it?
A lot of us are accepting it.
Oh, this is the calm before the storm. This is like the beginning of the recession, the beginning of the, because they printed so much money. 20% of all money in existence was printed, in 1 year, literally 1 year. And Eugene, people are like, oh, this American, like I'm
And
over.
Trudeau printed 80% of that 20%.
This this affects everybody because we're the world reserve currency, right? So when we talk about these things, it matters. I don't care what country you're from. I don't care if we've got people all across the world that gets on. Which, by the way, I think that's so cool. Like, I just want to really quickly note, I think it's like really cool that I'm talking to you. You live in Canada, like this is awesome,
it's amazing.
right? Like,
we got
it
people
really
here
is.
from all over the world. Right?
Exactly, like Booze, who
That's
is
kind of like the perks of all this shitty new world going on.
Thank you. You are exactly right. And I'm to the point where I'm just kind of like, just get it over. I just want them to rip the Band-Aid off. Get it over with.
Yeah.
I'm just ready to move into this new economy, take away my rights because we can't fight it. Eugene, there's nothing that we can do. It's way, way too late. I mean, does that make sense?
We're still in the oak moss era as human beings, right? They're taking away our oak moss. This is what's happening.
Absolutely. Yes. Yes.
Right?
Oh gosh.
The world, the life you see today, it'll be non-existent 20 years from now.
I don't think anybody's going to recognize their existing life by 2030. And the World Economic Forum tells us that. I mean, I think we're going into this complete transformation. And when I say the complete transformation, when I'm starting to refer to the fourth industrial revolution, there's nothing conspiracy theory. No, it sounds tinfoil hattish, but it literally is just this. When I say that, I mean that drones, algorithms, and robots are running the economy. That's exactly where I've been beating around the bush because nobody in the media talks about this. You'll get tons of talk in the media of things that I say. You could go on Robert Kiyosaki's, and a lot of financial advisors, they'll tell you the same stuff that I'm talking. Yeah, we printed 20% of all money in existence in 1 year, but nobody is talking about the fourth industrial revolution.
No, because we're too busy talking about Will Smith slapping,
Thank you, Eugene. We're talking about Will Smith being a cuck. I mean, are you kidding me? And we're distracted with all of these social things. And I think people sometimes get mad at me when I like I'm belittling it or something. I'm not saying your social issue doesn't matter. I'm saying they want to highlight that social issue. They want to highlight whatever issue it may be, but it has nothing to do with what's really going on. Hey, don't look over here as we are devaluing your money, as we are literally burning the entire legacy market to the ground.
Yeah.
And we're getting ready to move the whole entire stock equities market over to blockchain. And so it's the constant, Eugene, it's the constant look over here, keep looking over here. don't look over there.
As we turn you into cyborgs at the same time.
As all of and they'll take the easy and and we'll love it, by the way, because I just complained about in robots. If you bring them in, it's so sad. I go into places now, I'll walk in and it's taking me forever to get my food or whatever, and I'm sitting there thinking already, geez, we'll just bring the robot in. Yeah. I would have already had my food. I'd already be out of here. Yeah. I would have walked in. I don't even need a cash register because you don't need any of that. In Japan, they walk in and they walk out. They're not using plastic. That you can't even leave the store unless it hits your direct digital wallet. I mean, it's very simple. It's so efficient. So I'm like, yeah, bring it in, but it's going to be sad because these robots are going to take so many jobs. I think about everybody that's, even, insurance agents and realtors and the title guy, because all of real estate's getting tokenized. That's all going on.
What does that mean?
Well, they're going to tokenize real estate. So essentially, each home, it would be like it's having an NFT. The home is now an NFT. Your title is essentially an NFT. That is, it has its own digital identity. And when they tokenize the home, they're going to create the same thing that you can do in cryptocurrencies. I don't have to buy one whole. Like if a crypto costs me, and by the way, cryptos are nothing more than tech stocks. If I purchase this crypto and it's $500 for one of them, I don't have to spend $500 and buy one of them, like Apple stock, right? Oh, it's $1,000 for a share. I got to spend $1,000. You can spend $100 and you can get a fifth of that cryptocurrency. They're doing the same thing with the real estate market. So they'll turn commercial buildings and they'll have multiple ownership. They'll have homes where multiple people own it. Right. Mm-hmm. So, you know what I mean? Where all of a sudden you'll be going in with, you know what I mean? So, and then on top of that too, the
home ownership, the cost of owning a home now is getting out of hand. How are children going to own homes?
Well, I mean, it's in this massive bubble. So right now, and it's going to then come back down. So you go through this hyperinflation first, but then when the new, the digital thing, you bring in the robots and money. You actually go through hyper deflation. So when you bring in 3D printing into like home construction, it's going to be like, it'll cost you half of what it normally would cost you to build that home. So people are going to start being able to build homes unbelievably cheap. That's why right now it's like, I really feel bad for people who are buying in this market because it's just this massively ballooned market. And the Federal Reserve told us exactly what they were going to do. They were like, we're buying mortgage-backed securities. They don't lie to us. If you go onto the Federal Reserve website, they tell you we're buying mortgage-backed securities, and everybody's property values just went through the roof. I mean, if everybody right now who owns their home is like, "Oh, yes, it's great. Yeah, I just appreciated how much." I mean, that's not going to last, right? It has to come back down. So, I think that for as far as our kids go, Eugene, you're referring to our kids. I'm not worried about them in the future. I think it's going to be perfectly fine. But at the same time, too, when all of a sudden things get cheap, you're going to have a lot of these big corporations that are going to come in and start buying a lot of these properties and homes. And then you're just going to have way more renters. So home ownership in the new economy will absolutely 100% go down. Does that make sense?
I'm trying to make sense of it.
I've totally brain zapped you. I did it again.
It's all right.
This is what I do.
Highest suicide rate in the world in Japan. What's going on in Japan?
Yeesh.
Stress, anxiety,
probably.
The cost, the living standards have gone up. The cost of living has gone up. Our wages haven't gone up, though, have they? In comparison,
exactly, Eugene. Exactly. You said that you're going to work and you're exhausted. Through these last 2 years, has your pay increased by 20%?
I haven't seen that. I'm waiting for that.
Exactly. It's just. What industry are you in, Eugene, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm a tool and die maker.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm metal stamping for automotive.
Wow. Okay. Okay. So yeah, I mean, you're skilled. You're highly skilled. And you're working.
I've been lacking at work. I'm supposed to start at 6, but in this new world, I roll out of bed at 9:30 and I show up sometimes at 10 o'clock and they're like, "Where are you? We need you here." And
if you don't mind me asking, Eugene, have you seen more automation come into? Are you seeing any changes within your industry?
I'm seeing globalization where they're pulling jobs out of North America into Mexico, Brazil, India, China, right? Automation's been it's been a thing for a long time. It makes our jobs easier, but they're always going to need tool makers because shit is always breaking down. Right.
100% right. Yes, absolutely. Who's going to work on all these robots?
Right. So what's happening is they get these jobs outsourced, but they come into the country and they look nice, but they work like shit. They don't work.
Yeah.
Right. So
Okay.
they need to be finished and finalized and approved, and that's why we still have jobs. Chinese.
So are you working for a manufacturer or a distributor?
We manufacture
You're
tooling.
okay. You are working with okay.
Right.
Yeah.
So tooling comes in, it looks shiny, it looks new, it looks amazing, but it works like total garbage. Right. So that's why we have a job. We get it built in China for 20 cents on the dollar. They do all the heavy lifting, and then it comes in and we just, we make it work basically.
Wow, that's
Yeah.
interesting.
Mm.
We haven't talked about fragrance here in a while. I think our whole entire did I kill your chat? Everybody just left, didn't they?
No, man, it's all good. We we go in and out. We'll end up going back to fragrance. I mean, I think we gave him enough oak moss in the opening to hold him over.
Oh man, I had to go to battle with JJ there. He just broke my heart. He really did. His beautiful reviews. I'm buying clones because of him, and he's coming on here and telling me that.
Are you into clones?
I'm sorry. No, not clones. I said colognes.
Okay.
No, I am not into clones. Yeah, I don't. Yeah,
I have
tried.
to remove you from the stream if you were.
Yeah. I've tried a couple of. I did a sample set from Alexandria, and that was enough of that.
Have you tried any of those brands that aren't IFRA compliant, like Milig, or what's the other one that people always talk about? I can never remember the name. Somebody's going to remind me.
And no, I have not, and I need to.
Yeah.
I absolutely need to. There's no doubt about it.
You might like those, but Rogue Perfumery. That's
it. Rogue. That was it. Yep. Yeah. Don't they have like the ones called Irish Moose, and they've got another. Yeah, and they've got. I know that they actually. You know what? Interesting enough, that one was highly recommended. There was one that by Kellen from South Jersey, and he was saying it was very similar to Gucci Nobile. I do have a question, fragrance wise, Eugene. Do you wear any barbershop fougères?
I love barbershop fougères.
What's your favorite? What are your couple?
Chanel, man. Chanel boy.
Okay. See, I feel like I'm incomplete because I don't have any Chanels.
You need Chanel. Chanel. But I do like, I love Carl Third Man. I think that's brilliant. But the quality, it's a really good fragrance, but I think the quality is a little bit lacking. Smelly, come on. If you got your bow tie, come on, Smelly. Don't be shy.
Is that Smelly? I would love for Dan to come on here.
Come on, Smelly. You
really
don't even need the bow tie. Even if you're in pajamas, it's
I won't talk about any more boring stuff. I promise I'll stop. We're fragrance only now. I love Caron Third Man.
I love that. I think it's a brilliant perfume.
It's gorgeous.
I like Beau de Jour, Tom Ford's Beau de Jour. Are you into that? Is that too modern for you?
No, no, of course not. I would get down with some Tom Ford Beau de Jour, but it's a little bit,
You haven't smelled it, you said?
I have not. No, it's a little bit pricey, and at the same time too, if I'm going to hunt it down, if it's going to be a barbershop fougere, I want it should have oak moss in the base, and if that's the case, so here are yes.
You like that?
God, do I ever?
Oh yeah.
I mean,
I found this at Walmart for $25.
When in like 2009?
Yeah, we're going back 10 years.
Okay.
Right. But
yeah,
I think that Walmart used to carry these. And at that time, they had like 3 or 4 or 5. I was like, I should just buy them all.
Oh, yeah, you should have. Are you kidding me? This was sold at Walmart?
They had them at Walmart.
The dry down is just...
I run into the women's quite... Do you wear women's perfume? Or is that too...
A couple. I do. No, I do a couple.
Yeah?
Yeah. I do. I do Cabochard. I do Bandit. Bandit's really, really rough. I would never wear Bandit out in public. I wouldn't wear it around anybody else. Like if I wear anything that's like that, that's something that I typically wear when I go out into the woods playing disc golf, so that I'm like out in the outdoors. Like
what is disc golf?
You're okay.
I'm Canadian. We play ice hockey up here.
I know, right? Yeah, it's
like where are you in Florida or something?
Now that I think about it, there are no Canadians on the disc golf tour. Now that I think, so think of it this way. I know this is really
Did you say
nerdy.
where you're from?
I'm from Cincinnati.
I had no idea. I'd driven
Oh,
through
Ohio, Cincinnati, Ohio. Yeah,
I drove past that bridge. Really nice bridge.
there you. Okay, there we go. That's
I
right.
think it's the Bengal Stadium and where the
That's
Reds
right.
play.
Yes, there we go. We got the baby goat Joe Burrow now. That's right. Yes, good stuff. What other female fragrances do
Let
I
me
want to
quickly bring in
do?
a longtime friend of the channel, Woozy.
Please do.
Hi guys,
Hey, Woozy.
how you guys going?
Hey,
Good.
Woozy, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too, Ram. So I came on a bit late, so I was curious to know, what was this talk about oak moss before that you were bringing up? Because I joined the stream late because I work during the day. And
Oh,
this is one of
JJ was here earlier on, and he was just saying, oak moss is great and all, but if you don't have an opportunity to buy the vintage, don't worry so much about that. And Remington kind of came on strong in a joking way, of course, and said, "How can you not have oak moss in your fragrance?" And
okay.
we just had a little bit of a diatribe here.
I mean, I also do like a good vintage as well, to be fair. But,
right.
I mean, I do agree. I wouldn't cry over not being able to get a vintage after what's the past. But yeah.
Fair enough. But if Woozy, if you don't mind me asking, if you are going to be wearing a fragrance that is a barbershop fougere or a chypre that is supposed to have oak moss, it's got you do understand that the reformulated version is not going to smell anything like it did in the dry down. I mean, would you agree with that?
Yes, but at the same time, modern fougères and modern chypres will work around that. So yes, the vintage won't smell the same, but the modern interpretations that perfumers do, those will smell essentially at its core to be a barbershop and to be a chypre. And for context, I think a lot of what we consider to be barbershops today are now governed by, well, not governed is the wrong word, but sort of guided by cologne rather than, oak moss. Chypres less so, because chypres have always been oak moss, bergamot, and a floral note, essentially, with some greenness. Whereas barbershops are, well, as the name would say, driven by what we interpret to be a barbershop smell. And
the lavender and the oak moss and the
lavender. Although I would say that in today's world, it's
lavender.
more
coumarin.
Yes.
Coumarin's a big part of the barbershop.
Yes. Good point.
I would say a coumarin and cologne for today is more of a. Is that Invasion Barbar by any chance?
That's Invasion Barbar.
Yeah.
Another one I really wish I could get my nose on. I've heard so many good things about that.
It's about the same color. I wouldn't get too fussy about color, but yeah. So, for example, in Invasion Barbar, there isn't really much oak moss.
Beautiful bottle.
It's mostly cologne, musks, and some spice, if I remember correctly.
I would take Chanel Boy over this 10 days out of 10 days without a second thought.
I think Chanel Boy for me is more modern, whereas Invasion Barbar tries to be more vintage in the 90s and 80s, sort of.
Well, they're not. They haven't been released that far apart. This can't be more than 10 years older than Boy.
I
agree. They do try and do something more vintagey, even though it's a very modern perfume.
Yeah. So I think, for example, Chanel Boy doesn't have any oak moss, or doesn't have much oak moss in it, does it? Because if I remember, that was mostly lavender, musk, and aldehyde.
It's a huge vanilla tonka.
Yeah,
Tonka's a huge part of a barbershop. Coumarin.
Yeah,
sandalwood. Huge sandalwood.
Yeah,
I love sandalwood. There's a big sandalwood note in that.
In Boy.
In Boy, yeah. I'm gonna have to start hunting some Chanel Boy.
Although I would say if you want sandalwood from Chanel, try to go for Bois d'Azil in the Parfum. That's probably more of a sandalwood.
Okay.
Yeah, because that's actually sandalwood in terms of how Chanel would interpret it.
I'm still so early in my vintage journey. You guys are so much more experienced. You have, and I look behind you, Eugene. And I mean, how many fragrances do you have? Hundreds.
I don't even know. I've been doing this for so long. It's like I don't want to know, and I don't know.
Yeah, after you go down the rabbit hole for so long, you try to not think about how much you have.
Yeah, you try not to think about it.
Yeah,
it just makes it easier to bring in new things.
Yeah, and also it makes it easier to look at your bank account as well.
How big though? Here's something that I wore on Easter. I'm not sure if you guys saw this, but I wore Easter. Vintage
Obsession.
Did I talk about this at all in the last couple days? And I love this. This is a huge spice bomb.
What is that?
That's Obsession for women. The vintage.
Oh, okay.
Classic
Yeah.
stuff. Yeah.
Huge cinnamon vanilla.
I love cinnamon.
Oh yeah, very spicy, very powdery. Golden.
Do you have Balenciaga Pour Homme as far as cinnamon goes?
Not. No, I've smelt it like once.
Yeah.
Do you have Balenciaga?
No, I want it badly. Yeah, Dunk and everybody. Yeah, they've all. I mean, yeah, it's just hunting that down is extremely expensive as well. But yeah, I love cinnamon.
I think Rich ruined it for everybody.
Yeah,
he did. That's right.
Fucked it up for everybody.
I mean,
He's done that for a few fragrances, huh?
Yep. Pavarotti Pour Homme. That's his signature at this point.
That you can still find, but Balenciaga tips the scales. I don't think there's anything like Balenciaga that he's actually ordered. He's literally ruined it for everybody.
He did.
Right. You can still find Pavarotti. I see Pavarotti in places.
Yeah.
Have you tried Pavarotti Pour Homme?
Have you, Woozy? I've not.
Rich,
No,
actually,
I
Rich and
haven't.
Galen and Thomas have sent me a bottle, and it's really nice.
Because that's like a good. Is that like a gourmand patchouli, if I remember correctly?
I wouldn't call it a gourmand. Yeah, it's got honey in it, but
Yeah, patchouli. Yeah. Well, when I say gourmand, I include things that we wouldn't conventionally view as being gourmand.
It's
So,
like calling
honey.
Reyes gourmand because it's got beeswax in it.
I was thinking more gourmand because of the honey. So, like for example, I find what's that really dominant honey fragrance that everyone? It's skipping my mind at the moment, but
Bee?
No, not zoologist bee. Hiram Green. Hide. One of those hide. That has a huge dose of like honey and something to the point where I would say that's kind of gourmandish. Like gourmand to me means anything that has a noticeable food note that you could actually consider to be food.
Which one?
A hide. It's like a leathery honey.
Right.
Leathery honey, smoky. That sort of fragrance, yeah.
Mm.
Really good actually. Very dark though. Like the juice will actually stain your clothes, so I don't really wear it often.
You do gourmands, Eugene?
I fucking hate them.
I will be honest. Most gourmands are in fact garbage. But I mean, what's the worst gourmand? Oh, any of the Aram Wanteds that are like gourmands, those are absolute trash. 1 million garbage. Invictus, the worst thing I've smelled in a very long time. One of the worst things I should say.
I did smell 1 million. That was really bad. Yeah, that was.
I tell you what, I say I hate them, but I allow myself to enjoy certain ones like Ombre Narguil from Hermes.
Yeah.
I like that, even though it's sweet.
I think when we say gourmands, we're being a bit too broad in a way because.
Yeah, gourmand is a big spectrum. You got to kind of define what you mean by gourmand.
Because just as how like people in different cultures eat different things, the way we smell things, we may not necessarily consider them to be edible.
Is this considered a patchouli gourmand, the Tom Ford Extreme, with that heavy patchouli and truffle note?
That to me is more aromatic than gourmand because because the patchouli for me, if I remember, that one was quite prominent.
Oh yeah, it is.
I think Black Orchid is more gourmand than Tom Ford for Man Extreme.
Yeah, I don't think I can do gourmand fragrances. I just don't. There's no way because I can barely even do sweet fragrances at all. I mean, I struggle with those.
Rand says Canadian discounter had a few bottles of Balenciaga Pour Homme for $150. After I placed my order, they canceled my order and jacked the price up to $350.
Wow.
Yeah, where I am, that's illegal. Yeah, where I am, that's illegal to do.
That's not right.
Yeah, you can't do that. Yeah, where I am, you're not allowed to do that. The price they list is the price they list, unless it's a genuine error, which they will probably claim if you ever tried to do it. Mousse de Cartier. Now that's a fragrance I haven't heard about in a long time.
I have a Mousse de Cartier Parfum somewhere. That's gorgeous as well.
Yeah.
I don't know where half of my shit is.
You have too many.
Eugene, would you consider the Celine vanillas to be gourmands?
Black Pie, I would definitely consider a gourmand.
What about that? Is it Dom Perignon or one of the other vanillas?
Black Tie is much more complicated. It's much more complex. There's so much more going on to it. I actually like Black Tie.
do
Dom
as
Putty
well.
is more simple.
Mm.
Dom Putty is more like the Guerlain vanillas, the Spiritus Double Vanille, the Angelique Noir.
You actually, if I recall, do you like Angelique Noir, right? If I remember correctly.
I do like Angelique
Yeah.
Noir.
I heard from someone who mentioned to me that the cost to produce the La Matières are so like different between each of the fragrances. Like some are much more expensive, so some are like dirt cheap and could be sold for like Mont Guerlain prices.
That's
And
very
they-
possible, man. I have no clue. I have no idea what it cost them to manufacture those. But we got
But
a
they price
special
them
guest
more.
here, and he is not in his pajamas. He is dressed to the fucking nines, like always. Let me introduce to the stream the one and only Mr. Smelly.
It's an honor.
Yes, Mr.
Good
Smelly.
evening. Good
man.
evening. Thank you
It's a
for allowing me to join. It's a pleasure to be here. Hello.
Good
Hello.
evening, Dan. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening.
It's an absolute honor.
I've been enjoying the conversation very much, actually, on the fragrances and the other stuff too.
It's not too much fragrance talk for you, Dan.
Well, it's okay. We tolerate some of that now and again. It's not.
All right.
No, it was quite good. I especially it was quite a lot of vintage stuff. So yeah, very interesting. Yeah.
All right. You can always forward your complaints to my email.
All right. No complaints. No. Really good. No, enjoying it a lot. So I don't know if I'll have anything good to add, but no, I thought I'd jump
I doubt
on. Hello.
that.
Well, you can just join us for company, and we can have a little back and forth. What are you drinking there?
It's just a cup of English tea.
What's the time where you are, Dan?
It's a little late. It's
Yeah, so the tea is very well needed.
it's nearly 4 o'clock in the morning. Well, never mind. It's
You are a bit of a night owl, Dan. You are a bit of a night owl. Yeah.
I have a very relaxed lifestyle, so yeah, there's nothing.
What
to be
time is
up
bedtime,
early.
Dan? I'm really curious.
Whenever I bloody want.
That's
Hell
a good
yeah.
answer.
Whenever he falls asleep. Whenever and wherever he falls asleep. Bathtub, bedtime. On the kitchen table, bedtime.
It's a little late. But who's to judge? I live on American time, so that's fine.
No, nobody's judging, but I am curious. Like, do you go to bed like to the same place every night, or just wherever you happen to fall asleep? Like a cat, like one night on the sofa.
I normally make it to the bed. Yeah, most nights I make it to the bed. Yeah.
All right, it's good to
So,
see you
Eugene,
here.
have you smelled Bon Vivier or Gravitas? Oh, here we go. Oh, nice.
He's going to pull up his special sign bottle of Bon Vivier and Gravitas.
I want to try Bon Vivier. I really do.
Well, let me just show you.
Gravitas.
Yeah.
Yes.
I do have Gravitas. And I can say it's a really lovely perfume.
Thank
Dan,
you.
well done.
Thank you.
Let me spray a little bit on.
Is there similarity to Bois de Portugal? That's the rumor on the street, Eugene.
Damn, really?
I've heard that. I've heard good things. I really truly have good things, but I've heard that it has those vibes to it. That Bois de. I mean, do you get that at all, man? Eugene.
In wearing them, I never made that connection.
Oh, okay.
Because I've worn this a few times. I've never really it's never come to my mind. I'd say more Invasion Barbar.
Oh, okay. I need to get my nose on it. I will admit, I really do. I've been meaning to do it.
I've just seen that you've got a channel now, Remington. That's really good to see.
I do.
That's
Yeah.
good.
Yeah. Thank you, Dan. I appreciate that. I did also see that you just subscribed as well, so I wanted to
Yeah,
thank
I was immediately in there. Yeah. So yeah, no, looks good. I'm intrigued to see what you're gonna give us. But I think you definitely could have some good input for the community.
Dan,
So
are you
great.
open?
And, yeah,
to, are you open to new live streamers? Are you okay with that? Do we make space for these guys? Do we start a union and make them pay up some dues, like as original founders?
No
How can
rebel
we-
streaming.
I've
No
been
rebel
paying my
streaming.
dues.
How can we capitalize off of this?
Yeah, no, we do need to respect our live streamers. We do need to pay our dues, and that's exactly what I did. I try to super chat Dan when I can. I do the same with Joey as well because it's all out of respect.
Yeah, and
No.
you super chatted here twice. Thank you so much, Remington. Very thoughtful.
Thank
of
you. Yep, you're welcome.
No, I think what you were saying earlier was right, that as it becomes more and more of a thing, then obviously that everyone's going to be at some point overlapping with someone else. So that's
Thank
just
you.
the way that it will be. So I don't.
Yeah.
I'm joking really when I say stop the rebel streamers, but
I,
people. I
Yeah.
mean, to some extent, if you know, say if I'm in England and I know someone else normally goes on at a certain time after me, and they know that I go on at a certain time that's probably a bit earlier, it's probably in both our interests not to like go on at the same time, but there's no rules. We can all do what we want. So, and you know, it's going to get more and more. So that you just have to go on when you want. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think there's also going to be an overlap in topics, so people will just choose which streamer they prefer
Yeah.
in the end.
you can even start out with a topic or something planned, but these things take a turn really
Oh,
fast.
yeah.
When I
Yeah.
started here, I didn't have a guest plan, but like look what it turns into, and that's the brilliance of live streaming. You have no clue what you're going to get into until the end, until you hit end broadcast.
Exactly. Yeah. There's so much. I mean, no one can talk just about fragrances for the whole time, and no one does. So you know, it's fun when you guys were talking about the state of the world and all that. You know, we all care about that stuff. So yeah, inevitably they go all over the place, and that's kind of the fun of it. So I think it's really it's a bastion of kind of more inventive stuff that we can do in the fragrance community, because as we know, you know, if you want to just do normal edited videos, then the only way that those will be really successful obviously is a very formulaic kind of thing that gets the views. But you know, the live stream thing could be a very different thing that's much more interesting and intriguing. So I think it will definitely grow, and it'll be interesting to see where it goes. Yeah.
Do you enjoy doing one segment versus the other? Do you enjoy either live streaming more than recorded videos, or
Probably the live stream's more enjoyable, actually. I mean, it's a very, very different thing. I get some satisfaction out of editing the videos, and that, you know, that's a different process. But in a way, yeah, since I've come to sort of embrace the live stream, which I used to not, you know, when other people asked me to go on theirs, I didn't really used to like it, but I've come to sort of embrace it as a slightly social thing. So yeah, I've come to enjoy that more. And yeah,
what
I think it's
was it?
grow
What
and grow.
was it that you didn't enjoy going on other people's live streams? What aspect of it?
Gee, I think I'm not really a people person, or not by nature. So it was kind of like, oh god, I have to like go and pretend to be animated and get myself in. You know, you can't just get myself in a sort of up zone. But I found out how to sort of get yourself in. Some of it has to do with alcohol on my own streams, but you know, I used to feel it was kind of awkward, or I don't know. It takes quite a bit of nervous energy, actually, in a way. I don't know if you find that, but if you do, I mean, they're fun, but if you do a lot of them, then I mean, they do kind of take it out of you a little bit. For me, as an introvert, so maybe it was that. So
it's
yeah,
funny how you say you're introverted, and I'm the same way, and I'm very to myself. But yet here we are on this platform talking in front of the whole world with all these guests and viewers, and you know, we have to extrovert ourselves.
Yeah.
It's a strange contradiction, isn't it? Yes.
It is.
Yeah, it is. It is kind of weird. Yeah. So obviously there is obviously a side of me that does like maybe let's be honest, maybe the attention and the interaction, and maybe even the drama. So yeah, which I do find fun. So yeah, I think we're a little bit behind you know, the rest of YouTube in that we're only catching up on the live streams, but I think they'll grow and grow. And it's going to be very interesting. Yeah.
I had Joey Cannoli on the other day, and he asked me if I found the live streams therapeutic, and I actually said no, Joey. I found them like quite the opposite. They're very stimulating, and sometimes they can get heavy. How do you feel? Like, you know, you say you like the drama. Does the drama ever feel like? Do you feel that heavy energy coming out of a stream, or the next day? Do you feel it wears you down at all?
Great question.
Yeah, it can. It definitely can do. I think, you know, I'm pretty resilient, so I'm you know, I'm the last person that would probably be, you know, oh, I'm shutting down all my social media because I'm so upset about, you know, I can't take the trolling. You know, I'd be the last person to do that. But yeah, I think unless you've got absolute nerves of steel, then at some point, yeah, when they're, and I've had my fair shout out of drama, yeah, it can rub off on you. You do wake up sometimes thinking about it, you know, as much as you'd like to claim you don't, you'd like, he said that about me. I can't believe. So yeah, it can be draining, and like you say, yeah. I wouldn't say they're therapeutic. No, I definitely think they do. Even though I enjoy them, they take some nervous energy to do them. Absolutely, especially hosting them, Eugene. You know, it's.
So, what are some ways that you find that are helpful in releasing that energy? Like, I think I heard you say you run and you work out. Is there anything else that you do? Are you spiritual? Do you meditate? Do you
no
Plays the guitar?
No. You play the guitar? Yeah.
No, I don't believe any. I'm not very spiritual at all, really. I'm very sort of, straightforward sort of person. So yeah, I
what does that mean?
When people say like, "Oh, meditate and stuff," no, I'm lucky if I can sit there for 10 seconds before my mind wanders, or I have to check my phone, which is not healthy. So I don't have anything nice like that I do that's therapeutic. So I don't know. It's a very double-edged sword. I think you will probably agree, Eugene. So I crave doing the live streams and I love the interaction. But you do have to have very thick skin to sort of interact with lots of other people and be on YouTube in general. But it's very intensified in a live stream because there's much more back and forth. So it's intriguing. But I kind of enjoy the thrill of the going into the gladiatorial arena every weekend a couple of times. I don't know. It's kind of weird. I like it. But no, I just. I'm more of a stoic, I think, Eugene. I just I take the fact that I'll be getting some blows and stuff, and I don't tend to have any. I don't have any big philosophical stuff in the background to help me cope. So I'll probably have a breakdown in a year or two, but till then, we'll enjoy it.
Let's hope that doesn't happen quite yet.
Yeah. So, by the way, scent of the night on the Guerlain theme. I've got the a little bit off the radar here. Guerlain terracotta. Nice. I really like this. It's lovely.
I got a bottle of that.
Lovely kind of summer holiday fragrance. I know it's aimed at
women. Have I not heard of that?
That's a huge frangipani, jasmine, coconut. Very tropical.
Yes.
Oh. Okay, so spring and summer.
Solar floral, like I smell this and I see the sun, I see some cedar wood, a little bit of sawdust, and I get that flower accord. Very nice.
Yes. And it's not very expensive. I can still find it online for very good prices. And I think there's a whole line of sort of women's makeup type stuff in this range, and they then made a perfume. And I'm not one for wearing ladies' perfumes that much, but this one definitely you can, I think.
Nice.
Yeah, very beautiful perfume.
Is it discontinued now?
Somebody once said it was, but I just put it in a video that I was editing today that I'm going to mention it. And I checked online, and it seems readily available where I am in the UK at the moment. So maybe not, maybe not. But I have heard that. Yeah.
So it seems like you're quite comfortable in women's fragrances.
I'm not a big one for wearing a lot of them, because I know you have quite a few that you mentioned. You wear Chanel No. 5 and stuff, and I in principle totally, but I don't have an awful lot that I actually own and wear, and that's one of the few exceptions. But of course, totally open to it. And you're right. You've got some great ones that are thought of as female that you really enjoy, and why not?
I think they're all great. You just kind of got to get rid of the idea that it's marketed for women and detach from that.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. Yep.
I honestly find myself more comfortable in women's perfume than men. I enjoy them. I don't know. I like the smell of flowers and over cedarwood, or that cliche of masculinity. I mean, I enjoy oak moss too. Don't get me wrong, but I don't know. I like those pastel-y, waxy, cosmetic-y things that Chanel does so great. I'm drawn to that, At the end of the day, that's my comfort zone.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. Yeah.
But everybody has their own thing.
I think a lot of the early female fragrances, like those from Guerlain, even though they're targeted towards females, these days they're a lot more unisex. And when you think about it, Jiki, which is like a lavender fougere, in today's world, that would be normally considered to be a more masculine-leaning concept. But back in the late 1800s, that was originally released for females. So a lot of the sort of the older female styles are now more masculine, and then like even all those sweet gourmands that were once female are now masculine.
That's right. Yeah,
Yeah,
they were all started out for women, and now
Dan,
I think Shiki's marketed towards men now, isn't it?
a little bit more, yeah. Dan, have you tried Jiki? Do you wear
I
Jiki?
love Jiki.
I've tried it. Yeah, it did go a little bit. I've never owned a bottle, and it went a little bit poopy once when I sprayed quite a lot on. So, but I do have Mouchoir de Mouchoir, which is sort of
like
a little bit similar.
Yeah.
So yeah, totally open to it. I think it's as you say, it's got a lot of what would be thought of as masculine traits in the sense.
Yep.
So absolutely great. Yeah, Galan, you just there's so many great ones. Yeah.
Is this one where it doesn't matter with the vintage? Any reformulation, they're all great. Is that kind of how Jiki is?
The way with Jiki, it's a bit funny with a lot of vintages. You want to go for the ones after 2012. Between the ones after 2012 of the modern versions are good.
Okay.
And then for vintage, you go pre-2000, I think is what they say. Because
mine's 90s.
Because Terry Wasser fixed most of the vintages when he came in as the perfumer. He sort of fixed most of them because a lot of them were really dire for some reason. I think because during that time period, Guerlain didn't have an in-house perfumer who could really work on them and spend the time needed to get them into a decent shape.
So, was that the reformulation of like 06, 07 are you referring to?
Yes, that time period.
That's it.
06, 07, and then and then 2010, Jay Wasser came in and started to tinker with things a bit and try to get them as best as he could. One of the few cases where modern reformulations aren't actually that bad. But yeah, purists will still say, oh, Mitsuko is still garbage, or oh, Le Bleu is still trash. But I mean, I have modern versions of both, and they're fine.
I wish I had Mitsuko. I haven't smelled Mitsuko yet. I've heard
it's glorious.
Yeah,
really beautiful. Dan, you have an admirer here. I admire Dan. He can handle very well Miami Cuddles, and not just Cuddles. I mean, it seems like you.
Thank you, John.
You got balls of steel, and you're quite resilient, and you're still holding up quite well for all the things that go on your channel. The antics and the drama, and they're all things.
The ongoing Cannoli Mafia feud. Yeah. It's an ongoing feud.
Why is there even a feud to begin with? Ugh. I mean, is there really a need for it? Is there really a need for this drama? To be honest, in this community,
it may just be a way to spice things up to take away from fragrance.
Possibly.
There's no need for it, no, and I can't remember any of the reasons why. Well, I can barely remember who did what to who. I know it is extremely silly to see grown men behave in this way, but I think I see it in other communities. I've seen it in the wristwatch community, and I've always enjoyed watching it. So I kind of embrace it to an extent, and then I'm guilty of encouraging it and inviting it, so I have to accept that it goes on. So as you say, Eugene, luckily I am sort of resilient that it wouldn't really I wouldn't take much personally, and I'm sure no doubt this stuff will come. Yesterday's best friend is tomorrow's worst enemy. It's like George Orwell. It's you never know who's the enemy and the friend in the Fragcom stream world. But I kind of enjoy that. I know it's completely silly, but this is what the internet's all about, really.
Yeah, and the stream has been able to bring so many people together in a world I never would have imagined. Like before streaming, I never thought I would be able to connect or communicate with you, but
that's it.
These streams have all made it possible.
Yeah, and we've got so many different sort of people. We've got some very serious people, collectors who are really into the vintage stuff, and they're doing streams. And then you've got Joey Cannoli's streams. They're not majorly focusing on fragrance most of the time, but they're still fragrance community. Yeah. So it's very intriguing, and sometimes that contrast is fun. Like even with the Cuddles and people like that. You take some risks and sometimes it goes wrong, and I've had to delete a few streams, and probably you have too, Eugene.
It happens. Yeah, it's water under the bridge.
That's part of the fun, really. Yeah. So I think it's very intriguing to see what will happen, and we'll see who else. I'd love to see other people throw their hat in the ring with the fragrance streams.
Wouldn't it be better if some of these fragrance reviewers came out and started doing live streams?
Yeah. I think so.
You
Yeah.
know, so that we could engage and ask them questions. I feel like a lot of them are just silent and just put out their edited videos, and it's just, I don't know. I mean,
what big reviewers would you like to do live streaming on a regular basis?
I'd like to see Jeremy do it just for the absolute nonsense that will go on.
thank you.
Right?
I was going to just get ready to say that. I want to see the debauchery. I just want
Is
to
there
see
anybody else?
the chat on fire.
I just want to see the chat go nuts on him.
Exactly.
Like
I
it's-
want Jeremy. Yeah. Oh yeah.
I think Curly's probably the biggest one that does streaming on a regular basis, and that's not even very often, is it?
Yeah, she does the odd. They seem fairly impromptu. Yeah, that she doesn't really advertise them, but yeah, she does to her credit do them. Yep. So I think it will happen more and more.
What about like a Cuba No? Why isn't he live streaming?
He used to on Instagram almost every
really?
day at one point years back. Yeah, and I would jump on.
Okay,
I remember him.
Interesting.
He never, I don't think I've ever seen him do it on YouTube, but he used to on Instagram. On his way home from work, he'd be driving and streaming. I thought it was kind of outrageous, but
yeah, I think for a lot of the people who are doing it on a very professional level, the trade-off in doing it and putting the time in and the energy doesn't pay off for them. I don't get the feeling that so far for me, the live streams massively help to grow your channel or get you loads of subscribers. You know, for me, I don't feel that these sort of help the channel if I was just thinking on that kind of cynical level that much at this stage. So for them, I would guess that's probably the reason they don't do it. And also, you know, it's
what's been your inspiration to do live streaming then if it's not helping grow the channel? Is it just the community?
It's all about the community. Super chats. No,
I'm James being so polite. He's such a gentleman.
No, well, no, I think I just thought it was. I hopped on a couple of times randomly, and then I thought, okay, this is good, and I quite like doing it. And I kind of thought, well, what if I just try to compete with everybody else in doing edited videos? Then I'm only ever going to be, you know, not massively successful because I am who I am. I'm not a sexy lady, and my video quality is not amazing, and I haven't tapped into the right things to get a huge channel. So what can I do that is different that not everybody else does? What can I do that maybe I'm good at that not everyone else is good at? So maybe doing the live streams, I can do that because I quite like art, a bit of an argument, and so I thought, what can I do that's different? And also, where not from a money point of view totally, but where is there a gap in the market or something that not many other people are doing that might be fun? So that kind of is what inspired me to do it a little bit. Maybe also because I've been used to not going out because of the lockdown. I do them at the weekends, and I do sort of have a drink and stuff. So it's sort of a substitute. It's like a virtual pub when I do some of my Friday Saturdays.
Hanging out with your friends.
Bit sad, I know, but so there is an element of that too. So it's that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Well, you came out kind of hard and fast, and you've been consistent, and I'd say your live streams are very successful. They've gathered they've attracted a following, and people. You got regular guests, and I think people look forward to them, and that's kind of the whole point, isn't it? Bringing people together, talking about things or they love and they hate, and loving and hating things at the same time. So, whatever you're doing is working. And it's just...
Thank you. And likewise, same to you. There's not too many people who do it fairly consistently. And it's tough, isn't it? Because like you say, you've got to try and stay consistent, which is can be brutal. I don't think I've missed a Friday or Saturday for a while.
Right.
And you got to drag yourself on there. Even the show must go on for me, even when I'm not, maybe I didn't have a great day or whatever.
I was going to ask you that, Dan, if there's times where you just think about canceling the stream, and because you have been very consistent.
I think I am consistent. I think if I'm honest with the Friday and Saturday, I'm afraid I probably would admit that alcohol is a great way of getting yourself up for the show if you're not in the mood.
Ooh.
Yeah, buddy. Aram, welcome.
Hey, Dan, man. The beer that you recommended, was it the
Pilsner Urquell? Yes.
Yeah, man. Shout out, man.
It's good, isn't it?
Yeah, it was really good, and we had in Chicago weather, so it was really cold, and it was really, really refreshing.
It's a very, very flavoursome lager. Yes,
Yeah.
it's a really good, very, very bitter, very, very powerful flavour for a low alcohol lager. So yeah, I love my European lagers. Yeah.
Yeah. When we went to the store to to pack the fridge at the Airbnb we were staying, we saw the 6-pack there, and we are like, Dan, we got to get one. We got to drink something for Dan right now.
It's
So,
widely available. Yeah, it's massively distributed around the world. I don't think Cuddles likes it though.
no, I don't think he liked it. I enjoyed it. I think maybe he just didn't like. He didn't talk about it too much, but he didn't.
Oh, shame.
It didn't go well with him. But I wanted to say, yeah, Obsession for women, beautiful
Nice.
fragrance. I know that Eugene mentioned it earlier, and
go
You
on
have the
radar.
built-in sprayer.
yeah, I got the one that has like the kidney shaped one, and
Right,
then I
is
got this one here. Shout out to Rudy. He was the one that really fell in love with it, and I said, you know what, I have the men's, but I don't have the women's, and man, is it really good?
Those are both women's, aren't they?
Yeah, but I think this one may have been a little earlier. It's a splash one. Yeah.
Okay, gorgeous.
But I've been watching the stream, and you guys have been great. And a lot of talk, a lot of crypto talk and fragrance talk. It went all over the place today. It was great.
It's kind of out of my jurisdiction, and I let Remington kind of hold a sermon and teach and preach, and it was nice to listen to him and see what we have to look forward to in the future.
He
Yeah,
described,
thank you,
he
yeah.
described a very dystopian world. I didn't like the sound of this at all.
I told you there's no crime. I told you the roads are perfectly safe. I can give you lots of everything's efficient. Everything's faster, smelling anything you want. It's just going to be there right away. I mean, we're talking about some good pros.
I'm not sure I buy into this vision of the future. To be honest with you.
Remington's always entertaining. You're always you're never.
You don't need to buy into it. It's happening. It's coming. You can see it from a mile away.
I hope not. I'm not sure. Some of the stuff
my wife can't listen to it anymore, so that's why she's like, just
that's why you got to come out here and share. You got to let it out somehow.
Yeah, I mean, it can affect your relationship. I mean, we started.
So you're better off doing it here than with her.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. Because it's too much, because I do so much research, and then I want to talk about it with her, and I brain zap her, and and she's like, please just do a podcast or something, and then it's like, and it starts messing with like your sex life. Like you get into an argument because I'm like trying to explain to her like the utility of this crypto, and she's like, yeah, no booty for you. You're done. I'm like, shit, no.
That's
Take it back.
Yeah, and I don't know about you, but I don't know that whole makeup sex. That's for dating. I mean, I don't know. When I get into an argument, with my wife, it's like, it just kills. And I don't. And luckily, we don't get into fights very often. But when we do that makeup sex, that's like for honeymoon stage shit.
Bingo.
Yeah,
that's not healthy.
You get older, you don't care. It's like enough with the bullshit stuff. BS.
But if you want to do a YouTube channel, Remington, then if you're into that stuff, maybe that's what you should do a channel about, because that stuff gets huge. I mean, the views on that will outstrip fragrance by 100 to 1 or 1,000 to 1. This stuff is huge.
Well, I'm already in a community. Yeah. So I actually am a part of like a cryptocurrency community, but it's on Twitter. So I just haven't dabbled into the YouTube community for cryptocurrencies. I mean, a few people I do actually, contact with, but I'm just really not interested in those, because a lot of the really, really credible people who are in that community, they're developers. They're working on the blockchain. So for me, I'm just like this small, and I would rather kind of talk and meet people that, that love fragrances, and then kind of just, bring that up with them as well, because I just feel like, hey, if I can maybe possibly help out anybody at all, because I enjoy people in the fragrance community. They're personable. I'm enjoying those personalities. Whereas in the community in cryptocurrency, it can be very cold, if you will. Does that make sense?
It's incredibly cool from what I've seen and what I've heard.
There we go.
Yeah.
Aren't
Like,
most
even though
communities like that?
I'm sorry?
Aren't most communities like that?
I don't know, Dan. You say the watch community is pretty bad.
Well, they all, yeah. I mean, I've always said that there's no friends in Fragcom. I'm I'm the most cynical person. I don't trust anybody, and it does get like that in any community. I mean, obviously, wristwatch community, they have some really good live streams, but
Dan, can I ask you something?
yeah.
Have you met anybody, a fan of yours, or a fan or a follower, or somebody that you've connected with from the community?
Has anyone ever come to your front door with
Has anybody come
cannoli?
to your front
There it is,
door with-
Eugene.
No, thank God. I hope they don't find out my address, because I've got a few trolls that email me. I've got a couple of people send me some really weird emails. I've had only once or twice people have recognised me somewhere, but not very often at all. Obviously I have met some other YouTubers at stuff where we arranged to meet up, which was nice. So once you meet people in person, you get a little bit more of an idea, and you get you might get to trust people a little bit more. But no, I haven't met a lot of well, you call them fans. I don't know if I have any fans.
Followers,
fans.
whatever.
Nah, I'm not quite on that level. So it very, very occasionally, a couple of people, like 2 or 3 times in the whole time, people, oh, you're Mr. Smelly. Which is fun, but yeah, no.
Cool. One of these days, somebody will knock on your
How
door.
did that make you feel? Did it creep you out? Did you feel good that you were noticed? Like, what was going on for you? What came up?
Oh, I liked it. No, well, it was nice. It was nice. One was in a fragrance place I think it was in Harvey Nichols in London. So it's kind of where you would expect there to be people who might watch fragrance stuff. So it made sense. And one was just in a car park of a supermarket. So that was kind of better in a way. So yeah, it was.
Were you presentable, or were you in your pajamas? Were you?
Yeah, you think, oh shit, I wish I dressed up a bit more. Yeah, I was okay. I wasn't quite as smart as I am now. So it's lovely when it does happen. But
would you answer the door if somebody rang your doorbell? You were not expecting them. They showed up on your front doorstep, and they've got a bottle of champagne with a big smile on their face. I mean, are you opening the door?
Dan's gonna have to put his pants on first, though. He's gonna have to.
I don't know. If it was, depends. What they look like.
What if
I do worry. You do worry if people found out your address, which I'm not mega security conscious, so they I don't want to advertise this, but if someone really wanted to, they could do, and people do get quite nasty with you sometimes and send you weird emails and stuff. So you do worry. It does cross your mind. And that's I know a lot of the YouTubers who get sent free fragrances or whatever, it goes to a PO box, because they're wary that it could be a psycho saying, oh, we'll send you our fragrance, and they just want the address, and they could turn up with an axe. So it does worry me. Yeah, it does worry me. But no one has ever turned up.
Yeah. And sometimes it doesn't need to be that you send samples and somebody just happens to slip up. It could be just somebody that's pretty savvy, just able to find out. Yeah,
you probably can if someone's not very, very careful. So if you ever see that I haven't uploaded in a week, then
No, but I agree with I agree with you for the most part. You have to be very careful about who you share things with, and trusting people with whatever information. There's some people that you have to be like, okay, well, I have to be comfortable with sharing it with the streams, everything I tell this person, or whatever. So.
You do have to bear that in mind a little bit once you're online. Yeah, you do. It's true. It's a wacky world, the online world, actually. Yeah.
You put yourself out there and you never know what to expect, but you got to be prepared. It's tricky. It's tricky to balance, right?
That's it, Eugene. Yeah. I mean, you want to open up a little bit and share stuff about yourself, but everything you say can be used against you at some later date. So you got to be very, very careful. But I'm not as careful as most, and as I'm sure you find the same thing. If you do a 10 or 12 minute video 2 or 3 times a week, that's one thing. But if you're sat here for 2 or 3 hours several times a week, then more stuff comes out, and we've probably all said things or had other people say things on a stream that we thought, oh shit.
Or have one drinks that turn into 5 drinks or 4 drinks and whatever. And all of a sudden you're slurring things you shouldn't have been slurring.
The end of the stream gets sloppy. Yeah.
Real quick, I just wanted to share some fragrances because I know that Eugene was talking about women's fragrances, and of course I mentioned Obsession, but also what is it, Paloma Picasso, something I fell in love with last year, and it's this is the EDP, or I don't know, it doesn't matter, EDT, EDP, both of them are amazing. Another one is Knowing by
Estee Lauder, Knowing.
Yeah, I just went nuts, man. I said why not?
All up.
I said why not? And I also have a sample of, I think, Diva. I don't know. I started messing around with some women's fragrance, and also Explosive by Agner.
Ooh, shout out to Jonathan. There it is.
Yeah, Jonathan recommended this to me, and it's beautiful, man. It's got a dank to it, but I mean, men and women could wear it. It's amazing. And then one more, Eugene, real quick. I wanted to
take your time, man.
Yeah, sorry to hog the full screen here. I want to recommend this one to both to the vintage snobs here. This one over here is M by Motabito.
Tell us about that. That's a striking bottle.
This is an Oriental fragrance. If the reason why I'm recommending it to mostly to Dan, but I think Remington also has that vintage taste now that he's developing and he's like diving into, is because it's very reminiscent to kind of this one right here. So this is kind of like a Spanish version of this one.
Oh wow!
But I think maybe a little bit dustier. I don't know if maybe that's not the word. I'm not a reviewer, so I can't really explain it. But I could say that these two, I know that Dan loves this one. I love this one. A lot of you guys love it. And then this one over here, M de Motabito. I would recommend this one. So
nice. Thanks for sharing those. I've not smelled that one or the Furio.
Oh, Eugene. I mean, yeah, man. This one.
What's that all about? I see red.
Dan, you want to explain this beauty right here?
The color of the bottle represent at all what the smell of it is?
Forio is amazing. Yeah, I'm absolutely thrilled that I got one. I don't know what's happened with it. It's discontinued and it came back, but mine's got a fairly long note listing on the box, which suggests it's relatively recent manufacturing thing. But yeah, it's sort of. I mean, if you like your 80s powerhouses, Lapidus Porom gets some talk, but I don't find that the highest quality thing I've ever smelled. But this is sort of in that ballpark, but better to me. And the bottle, the built-in atomizer, all that kind of stuff. It is absolutely a stunner. And you seem to be able to pick it up in the UK for sort of about 70, 80 pounds for about 100 mil, which it's not a cheapie anymore. And I don't know what's happened with whether it was discontinued and they brought it back, but this seems a modern bottle-ish. And it is a stunner if you like your powerhouses. It's very, very rich and really, really potent and very good. So yeah, Forio is good stuff. Yeah, definitely.
Back in the day when everything had a built-in atomizer, looked like something out of a Greek tragedy.
Yes.
Built-in atomizers are great. I love them.
Right? I can't stand them, honestly.
I love the
I hate built-in atomizers. Like they break, they don't function properly sometimes.
No.
Yeah.
That's part of the charm. That's part of the charm.
I mean, there was some really
breaking down.
There was some really dog water one. That's right. I don't own it, but I remember the tester for it in the shop. The one for like FC UK for him or something. That was dog water. The built-in atomizer for that. It didn't work. You pressed it, the button fell off, and then you were left pressing the stem. It was absolute garbage.
Yeah, it is frustrating to get a bottle and then have the sprayer just completely take a shit on you. You know, just completely squirt nothing.
The worst one is when the stem breaks, because when the stem breaks, you're stuck in a hard place basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Aram, do you have a channel that you're growing or?
No, I just troll and I hop on and have fun with you guys. You know, I'm like the supporting guy.
Are you behind one of the channels or you?
No.
Somebody's asking if you have a channel. I thought I'd share. I put the link to Mr. Smelly's channel.
Thanks,
Sure, everybody subscribe, but if not, give Mr. Smelly a sub.
I
Thank
think
you.
what Remington, I think I think sub to his channel, I mean, he's going to be putting a lot of effort into it, and he's
Well,
Yeah.
thank you. I'm going to do one live stream a week. I'm not tons of effort, but yeah, I really, really enjoy doing the live streams. I can't do the videos.
It's good to see you doing the streams though, Remington. Yeah, excellent.
Yeah, I like the engagement. I like I like this stuff. The panels and everybody to me that's a lot more interesting than, just putting out the videos. And I think the videos are still fine for a lot of people. I'm not trying to completely dog them, but when it comes to like if you're part of the community and you're not a beginner, you want to come on to these things because then you get to go into the chat with everybody. That's one of the best parts is when you're in the chat and you get to talk with everybody and everyone's giving suggestions. Oh, have you smelled this? Oh, I just got that. Like I think that stuff's really cool.
Agree. Yeah.
And I'm going to drop Remington's channel again if somebody wants to give him a sub. You went from 55 to 61 from the last time I shared, so there you go.
Thank you. Thank
Somebody
you very
else.
much.
Yeah.
No, guys, I'm humbled. I really am. Seriously, I appreciate that.
Woozy, do you have a channel that you want to shout out, or
No, I just like I just lurk and join
you
streams
hop on from time to time?
Yeah, and I support everyone usually.
That's good.
A clear
Always happy to
enthusiast. I can tell Woozy knows his stuff. Oh yeah.
Smelly, are you purchasing fragrances consistently? Like, what's your stance on buying?
Not as prolifically as I used to be. It has gone down in the level of excitement that I get from a new fragrance a little bit. I think
Has something happened in order for that?
Nothing sort of bad, really, but
Do you lose interest, or you feel like your collection is complete? Has having your own fragrance line kind of changed that?
Yeah, some of those things, a combination of those things, and I have loads. And there's so many people sort of say, shop your collection instead of buying a new thing. I've got so many things at the back of the cupboard that I haven't even sprayed for a year or two that I'm not desperate to. It's got to be something I'm really, really excited about. I know people in this community tend to think they must have an obsessive collector personality. And I kind of maybe do a bit, but I don't think it's a really wacky level where I have to have all this line from Chanel. So I'm kind of really happy with having loads of stuff. And I still buy some cheapies and, I go through little spells, but it has got to a stage where I've, I have a really large amount of good fragrances that I love. And I don't run out of things to talk about on the channel. So I've got to be really sort of tickled by something now to want to get it. And yeah, there are times when I get the odd thing sent free from a fragrance brand, and that would be a dream for a lot of people who have to buy all their fragrances. But I've got to be honest, sometimes I get sent something from a brand and it sits there for 2 weeks. I don't even open it because I don't mean to sound sort of arrogant, but I'm just like, so it's not that exciting to try new fragrances when you've just they're all over this table. It's ridiculous. So I don't, and that doesn't, I'm not trying to sound cynical. I'm still really into it, but I'm just more sort of picky. Like I get that I don't need to keep buying loads of stuff obsessively. And I go through spells, but last couple of months I haven't bought an awful lot. A couple of little cheapies, but you're still, I mean, looking at your sort of racks there, Eugene, you've got, there's certain ranges where I don't suppose you've got the whole lot, but you've got, the Frederic Miles and the Guerlains. I mean, you still have that passion to really keep getting.
Yeah. If Frederic Malle comes out with a new scent, I feel like I have to have it, to complete the collection. But I'm also a fan of everything he does, and I don't ever feel like I'm let down. And he likes to... He likes to go into a different genre with every release or a different direction. So there's not a lot of repetition there, which I enjoy. I feel the same way about Chanel. Everything they put out is quality and it's interesting and it's, it's unique. And I like that kind of thing. Kind of fallen off with Guerlain recently, with modern Guerlain and what they're doing.
Modern Guerlain's is a bit dog water, let's be real. To be correct.
It's quite junky, right? And I can say the same for Dior, the Dior exclusives. I like, my comfort zone is the exclusive line. I love the designer exclusive. I like that more in contrast to niche, especially the quality. I love the quality and kind of the French flair that they keep in the designer exclusives. So yeah, I fell off with Dior. I feel like they're just like they're really good, shitty perfumes is what I would consider them, right?
Elixir, Vanilla Diorama.
Yeah, Diorama, Tobacolor. It's just like really good, crappy, boring perfumes.
Santa Rosa from Guerlain. What's another one? Muscle Très Blanc. That was trash in my opinion.
I haven't even tried it yet.
Yeah, Remington and I were talking about that. The houses, like as far as the modern, I feel like the modern one, I gravitate towards mostly maybe the Chanel, and then maybe the higher end, maybe Hermes lines.
Hermes, Chanel,
those two, I think they don't let me down.
Cartier's usually putting out good stuff.
Yeah, I haven't tried those.
Yeah, Cartier. Oh yeah.
Cartier take the time, like they didn't release on a very regular schedule, really.
Doesn't seem like. Has
Guerlain really fell off the I mean,
dude, this collection, it needs to die. Like this absolute.
Really? I haven't smelled any of that stuff.
It's just it's really harsh, and
they changed all the bottles now. I don't know. I like the older stuff, but
yeah, the older stuff is classy and it's memorable, and it kind of holds that traditional quality that I like in French perfume. And I think it's boring, it's redundant, it's hollow, it's shallow, it doesn't make me feel any certain way.
I think they're coming out with a new Habit Rouge flanker, right?
They are.
Yeah, I was going to ask if anyone knew about that.
I'm not a fan of cannabis. I don't want to smell like coffee. I don't want to smell like marijuana. Like,
is that what it smells like?
Yeah,
flanker with marijuana.
Hemp, no.
I don't mind coffee, but cannabis for me is a bit much. Like I know for some reason people who really like that. Like I know there's a Killian, I think it's called Smoke for the Soul or something that a lot of people seem to really like.
Yeah, okay, I've heard of that.
So, what's the new Habit Rouge? Was it Habit Rouge
L'Instinct? Yeah, Instinct.
Oh,
Instinct. I think it's
okay. Oh, intriguing.
Is it a Delphine Gelk or a Cherry Lassa? As far as
I believe it's a Gelk.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of Gelk's work, I'll be honest. Usually, I find that her work compared to Cherry Lassa's isn't anywhere near as good in general.
Like they've used coffee in two of their last exclusives now with Iris Todefi and Épice Exquise. I'm like, all right, like, where's the ingenuity here? Like, you're the greatest perfume brand in existence, but you're putting out mediocre perfumes.
I mean, to be fair, when was the last genuinely like ingenious perfume that Guerlain released?
A lot of purists say it was Samsara.
Yeah, so it's been a very, very long time. But yet, even after that, we still appreciate things like Heritage.
1989, right?
Yeah, I mean, Heritage is still considered to be quite good, and I think Derby was Derby before or after Samsara. Might have been before.
What was Derby? 85, 95?
Yeah. I mean, and I know that there are a lot of people who hate Samsara for some reason. Like, I don't know why, but there are people who really dislike Samsara.
It's a big, bold, opulent. It's an 80s perfume. You know, if you watch Dallas and the Dynasty, that's what I would consider.
Heritage.
That's a gorgeous perfume.
Yeah, that's nice.
Heritage, yeah.
I love the patchouli in this. Yeah. This and I can't do Givenchy's Gentleman. I can't do, but this right here, this is beautiful. And I'm not like a huge patchouli person, but this is absolutely gorgeous. I haven't smelled the new reformulation, so I wouldn't know anything about that. But the gold cap for the version I have is drop dead gorgeous.
Yeah. Eugene, do you think the initial Guerlain La Martier collection, like the initial ones that were released, Rose Barber, Queer Beluga, Spirituous de Bluvigny, were they any good in your opinion? Like, do you think they were good exclusive releases for their time?
Man, you gotta define good. That's really complicated. And are they good when they stand alone, or are they good when you compare them to something else? You know, there's just so many.
Because at that time, the only other
it's a complicated question. Like my good and your good are going to be very different. I hate these questions, but I get
is
it.
It good?
Like for you, let's say you were a consumer back in 2005, a Guerlain enthusiast at 2005. You heard about these 3 releases. You went and tried them. What would your opinion be of
If
them?
I'm
Not knowing.
comparing them to the greats, Jiki, Mitsuko, Shalimar, Lure Bleu, Voldenui, Samsara, Shamad, Nahima, Abi Rouge, Vetiver,
They're nothing. They're nothing compared to those when you think about it.
We're talking about the greatest perfumes in the world mixed in with sugary vanillas.
I mean, yeah. For the time, the only one that even remotely compares would have been Rose Barbare, probably. And there was also Orange Lake Noir was also released at the time, but I don't really.
However, if you can forget about all those perfumes and forget about everything you know about perfume and put one of these on without judgment,
They're not bad.
I think you can enjoy them.
Yeah. Like let's say Guerlain was a new brand in 05. If those were the first 3 releases, would you consider them to be good releases?
I think they're good. I think it's a good line. They're a line that they're very sensual perfumes. They are not they're not the most exciting things.
No.
But at the end of the day, they wear very nicely. They're elegant. They're slightly cozy and warm. And comparing to the things that are out there being released today, I think they're done quite well.
Do you think Spirituous is better than Vanilla Diorama?
1,000,000 times better.
Which one do you think is better than Spirituous or Black Tie?
Oof. That's a good question.
Have you tried the Guerlain exclusive line, Dan?
I haven't. No, I must admit this is an area where I'm not good on the exclusives from the designers. I haven't delved very much. I have designer fragrances, the mainstream stuff a lot, niche brands, the Creeds and the Xerjoffs, but for some reason I haven't delved a lot. I'm still discovering the mainstream sort of Guerlain stuff. I just got L'Instant de Guerlain, which I really like. That's really good. Not the Extreme, the original. So yes, still discovering so much that I haven't yet found out.
That's a good one. That's a good one. Dan. Yeah.
But I haven't felt the need to delve into that. Although I do agree with Eugene that Boy, which I don't yet own, but I think Boy from Chanel is great. I know this is not Guerlain, but no, I'm a little bit behind on the exclusives from the Chanels and the Guerlains and everybody else. So yeah.
Do you go into shop every so often to try new things, Dan, or no?
I don't anymore. No, I don't live very near to anywhere, and I think since the lockdown I got rather reclusive. So if I really want something, I'll sample it. But I'm pretty bad on. I don't try tons of samples or anything. I must admit.
What about Le Lion? Any of you guys tried? Did you guys like?
I haven't tried that. I want to try that.
I like Le Lion.
Yeah.
I
think it's the best perfume of this century.
Wow,
man,
that's a high
home
bar.
run right there, huh?
Honestly, I'd put Dior Homme over Le Lion, but sure, fair enough. Le Lion is very good though, but I would put Dior Homme.
I love Dior Homme. I've got it right here.
Yeah,
I love it too, but Le Lion for me is.
What is it about Le Lion? What is it about Le Lion that you think sets it apart from literally everything else in this century?
Craftsmanship.
Because then you're also putting ahead of a lot of, for example, Frederic Miles. You're putting ahead of a lot of the entire Emerson's line. The previous was exclusives like Coromandel.
Nothing's really spoke to me like Le Lion when I wear it.
What's something else I can think
of this era?
You write this one down. Jeez, Le Lion. Okay.
I've got to try it now, guys. It's frightfully late, or I could probably say early. I must go, so I will see you all in the livosphere soon. Thank you,
Dan. It was good having you, man.
Have a good night.
Take care. Lovely to see you guys. Take care. Bye.
Eugene, I have a bottle of what's it called? Chanel Sycamore, but I don't know if the I don't like Sycamore. Somebody just said it as I bring it up, but I don't know how to. I mean, the batch code. I've had it much longer than what it shows. Like, is there something to it? I don't know.
Yeah, Chanel repeats. Chanel repeats the batch.
Right? Okay.
Every 10 years, I think they repeat. Yeah.
Is it EDT or EDP?
I think it's an EDT because it came out. I think the one I had, I bought it like in 2012 or 13.
Oh, it's EDT for sure.
EDT, but I don't know how to like see that it's EDT. It's 2000.
It's on. So the EDT label is on the back of the sticker. That's something I only learned recently, actually.
Does it look like this? Is it in this style bottle?
Well, he's gonna go grab it. Oh yeah.
That's fine. I think.
Oh no, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
how do you?
It's an EDT.
How do you know that? What is it?
Well, it's
So it
just
says
on
in
the back of the sticker.
Yeah, the back of the
You
sticker.
gotta
It's
look
hard
through
to-
the liquid.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, it's hard to see. It's not very obvious. It's a bit sneaky. It's a bit sneaky.
Sneaky.
So it'll say that right there.
Yeah, I only learned that when I asked the Chanel person at the counter. I'm like, oh, what does it say EDT or EDP? Or she's like, oh,
Yeah, it's right there.
Huh.
Yeah. And the batch code should be on the bottom or on the side.
Yeah, I see the batch code there, but it kept on saying like 2016. I'm like, nah.
She's like,
And because
actually-
it's not EDP for sure, and I know the difference. I like the EDT better. I don't know, just
Oh, Margie's saying totally took her breath away. Okay.
I mean, what's it called? Eugene, do you subscribe to this belief that the Les exclusives went downhill when it went from EDT to EDP?
No. Do you?
Only on some of them.
There's this,
I think it's personal preference, though. To be
I
fair,
have preferences, but they don't
Yeah.
lean either way. When it comes to Bois d'Azil, I actually like the newer version. When it comes to Misia, I think, or 1932, I like the EDTs. So number 22, I like the EDT. I don't know. I don't think they're that far off. I don't think it's that serious.
Yeah, because there are some YouTubers who rave on about how crappy the EDPs are, and I'm just like, oh, it's not that bad. I know there's some like Chanel YouTubers who rave on about it, about how bad the EDPs are.
I don't think it's that serious.
Yeah. Did you like what was it called?
Savage. All right, he likes Sycamore. He was talking about Coromandel.
How can you not like Coromandel?
I love Coromandel.
James, get on here and tell us what you don't like about Coromandel.
I like Coromandel.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's gorgeous. I love
That's
Coromandel.
why Chanel. I just think that their majority of their stuff is just really, really, really good. You're not going to get disappointed.
It's like sophisticated elegance, but
it's
restrained.
Yeah, that's something I agree with you because Dior. I don't know. I mean, I like the Vetiver one.
Wrong with Chanel.
You can't. Yeah, like.
I mean, wait, hold on. But guys, are we not giving him a bit of a free pass? This is the house that did release, Gabrielle, Bleu de Chanel Parfum.
I like Gabrielle. I like Gabrielle.
Yeah. I found Gabrielle to be a bit pedestrian. It's not bad, obviously, but
it's well-made pedestrian perfume. But we're in a pedestrian era.
And also, they gave us, Bleu de Chanel, which started the whole blue trend. Which in itself isn't a terrible perfume, to be fair, but it's not.
It's not terrible. It's not for me, but it's not terrible.
Yeah. Did you like number 5 Low?
Yes.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty good as well. Yeah, number 5.
All right, let me take you back. You asked me if I liked Spiritus Double Vanille or Black Tie. Do you have a preference?
Me personally, I don't like Spiritus personally, so I would take Black Tie. I would also actually take Vanilla Diorama over Spiritus Double Vanille personally.
Sorry, say that again.
I would take both Black Tie and Vanilla Diorama over Spiritus.
Ooh,
Spiritus for me, I do not like Spiritus. Double Vanille for me. On my skin, it goes really weird. It oscillates really weirdly. It like goes like vanilla to like this sharp woodiness back to like this really weird vanilla onto like this synthetic vanilla.
Double vanilla, several varieties, but I think Black Tie has several varieties of vanilla too.
My problem with
Spiritus boozy as well.
Yeah, my problem with Spiritus is that it feels as though none of those several types or none of those vanilla varieties are ever meshed together properly on my skin. They never like come together in a uniform way on my skin. It just smells disjointed.
I personally can't stand Vanilla Diorama. I hate it. Like I physically, like my stomach hates it. My thoughts hate it and my feelings hate it.
The vanilla makes your stomach turn, kind of. Is that what?
Yeah, it's sugary.
Yeah.
It's sugary vanilla, and
Which
this is
one's
the
this
odd
one?
time where my mind and my body are connected, and they both agree on, at the same time that we simultaneously hate this perfume, right?
I didn't mind it. I thought it was alright for what it was.
I can't stand it.
I was like,
I
meh.
have a bottle.
I was like, meh. It was fine.
Yeah, it's like meh. I feel like that about a lot of the Dior's. Meh.
Yeah.
A lot of those like
Same here.
A lot of those really
same way. It's like
Dior's. It's far and few beats. I like the Vetiver one that came out. But other than that, I haven't smelled one that I was like, oh, I have to have it.
Yeah.
I do like I do think Dior Amour is quite good though. Dior Amour and Bois de Jour are probably my two favorites.
Dior Amour?
Yeah, I do like Dior Amour.
I like Dior Amour.
I don't wear Dior Amour, but I do think it's a good fragrance overall. Simple,
yeah, I'm not saying they're all shit, but I think the big ones where they try to go bold, they're the worst ones. Like Purple Oud.
That was pointless in my opinion. Purple Oud, that's more like a Vetiver than an Oud actually when I think about it.
Yeah, it's really synthetic. It's just a very cheap smelling oud.
What's the other one? Also, like all of those like really light, airy florals, like is there one like sakura or something, like cherry blossom?
Yeah,
those ones are pretty pointless as well.
I like New Look.
New Look's alright, yeah.
Saw that you had the silver stem Dior. Do you prefer that, or do you prefer the newer, the black stem, the Parfum?
So I grew up with the silver stem.
Yeah,
right? I grew up with this,
and oh yeah,
and I wanted to preserve the little I had, so I started wearing the black stem, and in that time, it was just a couple of wears where I was like, all right, this is different. But I eventually forgot what this smelled like, and the black stem just kind of grew on me, and I was like, I love this, like I love it just as much.
Yeah.
And then I found a backup bottle, and I was like, okay, now I could wear this like more. I could be more generous in my wearings, and I love them both, to be honest. I really do. I love both.
Is that the only backup bottle? I remember we spoke about backup bottles. You don't go crazy over
one of my
backup
favorite
bottles.
perfumes, right?
Yeah.
I don't have a lot of backup bottles, no.
Yeah, I've been thinning a lot of my backup bottles. I know that this juice is just gonna outlive me. So what the hell?
Yeah, when you're a collector and you have that this many bottles, they will outlive you.
Yeah. They're all gonna outlive you.
The black stem. Yeah.
Black stem, yeah.
Just don't buy the current Dior Homme 2020. Don't do that.
Oh, I have it.
Never. No.
You bought it already.
He said, "I already have."
It's complete shit.
Yeah,
He's like, hold my beer.
I wore it once, and I wore it to work. And midway through the day, I was like, I want to go home and wash this shit off. Like, damn, that rarely happens. It was just so boring. It was like pulling me asleep. It's like,
but here's the question:
do something. Like, flash me, tell me, send me a message, say anything, say something. Talk to me, communicate.
Is it worse than Sauvage EDT though? Like, would you rather wear that or Sauvage EDT?
No, Sauvage. No.
I'd rather wear Sauvage Elixir.
Oh, Elixir. Yeah, that's.
I mean,
isn't that more old school? Yeah.
That's cheating, though, Eugene. EDT or Dior 2020 EDT.
Call him out, Woozy.
I don't know, man. I don't know, Woozy. You're really putting me on the spot.
Yeah,
I think I'd rather wear this than.
Yeah, I would have gone different because that doesn't drill my nose. It's boring, but it doesn't drill my nose.
I'd wear this.
Yeah. Do you think they're gonna come up with like an intense version of that, or like a flanker to that specifically?
Sorry.
Do you think they'll come up with like a flanker to that specific version of Dior?
Probably. We're talking about Dior.
Yeah.
So, Eugene, you're talking about like fragrances that are kind of like I don't know. They don't talk to you. They're boring or whatever. Like which one that comes to mind that you think it's kind of like surprises you as you wear it, and it's just kind of like hey, how you doing there? Oh, I didn't know you were there. Oh, look what's happened. Like it's it's like tossing and turning and giving it's constantly
Hermes
developing.
do that for me eloquently.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
All of them. All the Jean-Claude Elenas do that for me. Chanel's do that for me. All the ones that I talk about, Frederic Malls, they're constantly
They're
turning
complex.
over, right? Yeah, they're complex. They've got something to say. They've got a statement. This is James. We got James here. I don't know
James.
why.
Hey,
The one that hates
I don't
cinemas,
have
right?
I don't have a my cam working because I'm at work right now, but
I'm
I
not sure
figured
where the
I'd-
names aren't showing up, but
Oh, it's because you have time to musk up on the bottom there. If you take if you take that out, the name should come up.
am I coming through? Can you guys hear
There.
me?
yeah, we can hear you fine. What's up?
So, not Sycamore, Coromandel. Let's let the record show that I do like Sycamore.
Right.
It's too
Thanks
late.
for coming back on
Already
and
sent out the
correcting
tweet.
yourself.
It's too late. So what do you think the difference is between like the sweetness in perfumes like Sycamore and Ambre Narguilé compared to like a designer sweet perfume, Gourmand or what have you?
You find Sycamore as sweet as Ambre Narguilé?
I think you could
Not,
start mix up again.
not Sycamore, Coromandel.
Mixed up again. Yeah.
I think it's the balance.
I
Yeah.
think it's from where I think it's from where it's coming from, because
So you-
in Coromandel and Amber Nagi, actually most of Coromandel, the sweetness comes from benzoin mostly. But in something like what's it called? What's the most absolutely absurd? Baccarat Rouge. In Baccarat Rouge, it's 100%. It's mostly ethyl maltol. So I think the sweetness that we can tolerate is when it comes from the ingredients such as a vanilla, such as the natural sweetness you get from a vanilla, or the natural sweetness you'd get from benzoin, rather than it being something being overdosed through ethyl maltol or through sugar, or like through a caramel note. I guess another example would be Music for a While. That's sweetness through caramel notes such as ethyl maltol, whereas
and fruity sweetness and a little bit of bubble gum there.
Yeah, what's a sweet Frederic Mal that where something like Mousse Ravageur, the sweetness is sort of more natural from the vanilla oriental notes. So that's the sort of sweetness that I can tolerate, for example.
So I get a headache from, say, Music for a While, the same headache that I do from Coromandel. I'm not sure why.
Coromandel gives you a headache?
Gives me a headache. There's a density to it that I just can't stomach it for some reason. I've tried many times.
What concentration do you have?
Well, I have tons of samples. I don't know how old they are, but they're the little miniature bottles that are the same shape. So I couldn't tell you, but for everything I've tried has been virtually the same. Probably the EDP.
The EDP I do know is a little bit sweeter.
I've never noticed a headache with it.
Yeah. Have you tried the Parfum version of Coromandel, James? Because that's a little bit less sweet. You should try that one on skin. That's a little bit less sweet for me. That one's more patchouli.
I'll have to see if I can track that down.
Good boy.
So there's somebody asking, they want to get into the exclusives, but they don't know where to start. Klaus Miller, I want to buy me a Chanel exclusive, but don't know where to start.
Good question.
It all depends on your taste. What do you like? I would start with, I would say maybe Coromandel, but James is coming on here saying it gives him a headache and he doesn't like it.
I guess.
And it's an unpopular opinion. I do realize that.
I was just starting with Quid Russi. If you had to start somewhere.
Do you think that might be a little bit challenging for somebody that is unfamiliar with the line?
Or maybe number 22 if you want to start getting to know Chanel at its core. Number 22 would be.
Would you recommend 22 for a man?
For a man, probably not.
Even
for
though
a man, then I would say if you want something overt. To be fair, there is nothing really overtly masculine in the less exclusive line.
What about Sycamore? Would you consider Sycamore feminine? I
would consider Sycamore to be unisex, actually, because it has that like warmth to it that you don't find in something like Encre Noir, which is more masculine targeted. I think, like, if you had to start somewhere as a man, and you're genuinely concerned about being perceived as being too feminine, then actually, yes, I do think Boy is a good place to start. But I feel like Boy doesn't really encapsulate the essence of Chanel at the same time.
I
Like,
don't know. I
Yeah,
would
yeah,
disagree
I'm
with that.
Sycamore. I agree. My wife loves Sycamore. She wears it. You know.
like I know a lot of Chanel purists who can't stand the idea of Boy as a fragrance in the Chanel. Like when Boy came out, they were absolutely outraged. They could not believe what was happening. They thought it was an absolute travesty. They were like, "Oh, this is the death of Chanel, Olivier Paul, Jacques Paul. What the hell have you done?" And I was just like, "Come on, calm down. It's not that
Who
bad.
was
It's actually
that?
pretty good."
Your family?
Just people I know in the Australian fragrance community, they could
Mm.
not stand Boy when it came out.
I think
I
Boy
don't-
is such a Chanel fragrance.
I think we now look back and realize that yes, it is such a Chanel fragrance, but for whatever reason at the time, well, actually, what was the previous Chanel release before Boy? Was it like 1932 or
Misia?
something? Misha, okay, yeah,
I think 1957 came after.
yeah, because like, yeah, because like to me, Misha is less Chanel than Boy when I think about it. Like, yeah, Misha has that makeup sort of style, like that elegance to it, but that's an elegance or makeup-y thing that I would expect from like a Dior, not a Chanel. Like Misha to me smells like something that could be in a Dior exclusive if they really wanted to.
I think
So
it's too
you
good.
think Boy is more like a Dior release?
No, sorry, Misha.
Oh.
No, I don't think it smells like a Dior. I think it's too sophisticated, too elegant for Dior.
I'm talking old
are
Dior.
much more butch to me.
I'm talking like old Dior though. Yeah, when I think about it.
I don't think there's a single Dior right now in the last 5 years that's been released
No.
in Privé that could crack the Chanel as exclusives.
I don't think there's anything.
Maybe Bois d'Argent, like going back from the original.
Bois d'Argent and maybe Letter Oud are the only things that could even take a shot at
Which
Chanel
one?
as exclusive. Letter Oud are the only ones that could take a shot at the Chanel as exclusives. Those are the only two.
Mr.
Everything
Scotty,
else-
thanks for the super chat, and you're welcome, and you're welcome back anytime. It was good having you.
I think honestly, there's nothing really out there that really matches up to the Chanel as exclusive line from a designer exclusive point of view. Yes, you'll find individual fragrances from other brands that can match up, but not entire lines. Like as a line, they are consistently the best, probably.
I agree. I don't think there's any other line out there that competes with Chanel's Les Exclusives. A line, like you take a whole range of perfumes, a whole line, any other designer exclusive line or a niche line, or they don't match up for me. I mean, there might be for other people, but for me, you know, I love the exclusives. Like they can't do any wrong.
Just be careful. You might have accidentally cursed them, Eugene. You never know.
I might what? Curse them?
Might accidentally curse them, yeah.
I don't know, man. I think Olivier is on fire, and I think before, you know, by the time he's done, he's going to have a better resume than his father, Jacques.
I mean, Jacques did Antaeus. He did Egoist.
He did Coco.
Most of the Les exclusives.
Egoist is amazing.
Egoist is amazing.
Yeah.
I just picked that up again.
Egoist.
I had a vintage bottle.
That one's never
I
boring
like
to me, you know. Egoist, I always pick it up, and I'm just like, just beautiful. You know?
Remington, are you familiar with Egoist?
I'm not. That's how I need to
put on your list.
Yeah. Hell yeah, they will, 100%.
Put on the list. Aram, how far, like, how deep do you go into Chanel as exclusives?
Oh, exclusive? No, just that one. I think that's the only one I have. I mean, I have the vintage stuff, you know, like Antaeus and Egoist, and I have Mosier and Monsieur. I have the old stuff, you know. I think I have a Allure Blanche, and I have a Bleu de Chanel. I know, kill me. But I don't care.
You will.
I have them all.
And let me see, man. I think
those are respectable. Those are very respectable.
Yeah, I have those mostly, but the Boy I've tried Boy, I've tried the majority of the ones you mentioned. The Coromandel, I like Coromandel. I don't think I buy it, but I enjoyed it, but it wasn't like a love for me, you know. Sycamore I fell in love with, but I had Platinum Egoist too, but I enjoyed more the Egoist better.
Okay, Platinum Egoist is fine, but I don't think Egoist is better.
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
Yeah, I think everything before Platinum was brilliant. And then Platinum, they kind of took a nosedive. Like it's nice, it's okay, but it's not things that I really look forward to wearing. Platinum Egoist, the Allure line, and Bleu. Yeah.
Yeah.
Great quality stuff for younger fellas.
Yeah.
For the younger fellas, yeah.
I'm kind of a younger fella.
I'm a younger fella too, but I mean like my children fellas age.
I think number 18 is next for me. I was debating on between Sycamore and a couple others, but I think I'm gonna get number 18 next.
18 always gets lost in conversation somehow, doesn't it?
It's really good. I don't know why. I don't understand why that is.
I personally wasn't a fan of number 18 when I tried it.
I think the EDP is far. I don't know. It's far superior to the EDT from my memory.
All right, I'll try it. What's in it?
I think it's like
18.
Yeah,
it's mainly amberette. From
It's
what I get.
I personally think it's a rose patchouli with cumin.
I can see that.
amberette, musk.
Yeah.
It's got that gin and tonic juniper thing going on. I personally think it is so related to Egoist. Like I get a very deep connection to Egoist and even Coco. It's got that plum accord. It's just a really sparkly, woody, spicy perfume.
okay.
Number 18 didn't speak to me. I didn't like the EDP of number 18.
I just don't know when to wear it. Like, what season do you think seems appropriate for it?
I think spring is great for that.
Yeah.
What about Antaeus? Real quick, they'll go back to 40 years ago. Put some hair on your chest, Antaeus.
Yeah. What about it? What
I don't know. You tell me. I mean, I love it because it's old.
Fucking brilliant.
Yeah.
Brilliant. This is what can you say other than it's brilliant? Yes. Bye.
Bye, right?
Bye. Yeah.
And taste is amazing. I love it.
Let me when Remington comes back, we got to have him put that on the list. I know that he's gonna want to try some of that because he has the quorum. I don't know, like quorum and some other stuff that I know that he has. But Remington, what about Chanel Antaeus? You have that one or tried it?
It's another one that I still need. I don't have any Chanels. And I've heard great things about Antaeus. Not only have I heard the vintage is wonderful, I've heard that even the reformulated version's great.
Yeah, I've had the vintage and I even had the sport, and I went to the newer one because it was just a little bit. It wasn't as heavy and it wasn't as dense, and it just played better with Miami weather. So,
do you do Antaeus, Eugene?
Yeah, it's great.
Oh yeah,
the bottle.
I think he's got about 10 of them back there.
He's like, from which year? Duncan has a ton of them also.
I should have known because he loves Chanel and loves his
Fernando, I don't know.
Would you pick?
I don't know.
Would you pick Antaeus over Egoist?
Oh, this over Egoist?
Would you pick Antaeus over Egoist?
No,
I love those bottles.
No, I wouldn't.
Okay.
I think Egoist might take.
I don't have vintage, but I have the second generation and I have the modern.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I have the second generation with the silver.
You have this one here.
The silver one. Yeah.
Okay, so I need to look for the one.
I would reach for Egoist more than I would Antaeus. Antaeus is just a little difficult to wear.
When I first discovered Chanel, Egoist was my first love.
Egoist, right? It's gorgeous.
Yeah, it was my first love, and I thought this was so disgusting and vile and horrible. I was like, why would anybody wear this? And every time we went to the department store, I would run towards this just to smell it and laugh at it, at how bad I thought it was, right? It was just like castoreum and leather, and it was this oak moss, and it was very butch, and I thought it was like god awful.
I feel like we're over.
For that same Christmas, I went and I was like, I bought that god awful perfume because I hated it so much.
Perfect, Mick. Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, it makes absolute sense. And I started to wear it.
Isn't that something that you kind of learn where you're like, my nose had to develop into something where I appreciated and I acquired this taste, kind of, right?
Absolutely.
It's happened to me many times where I hate something and it's like, wait a month, let it sit, let me go back to it, and then all of a sudden I'm in love with this thing.
Let me ask you this. How many people do you know that drink coffee for the first time and say, "I love the taste of this"?
What a
No.
great example.
Or same thing with
Coffee is
With-
so
with
fucking
alcohol.
bitter.
You know?
Black coffee is disgusting for a first time drinker.
Yeah.
How many guys light up a cigarette and go, "This is amazing"? The first time you smoke a cigarette, it's fucking vile.
Yeah, it's the word.
You need to develop that taste.
See,
Yeah. Same with sushi. Sushi would, I think, would fall into that
Sushi.
category.
I gave my
Nah,
kid's
sushi
18.
is fine.
I gave him a brandy the other day, first time, and he was like, why am I? This is burning my throat, right? It's
Get
an
used to it, kid.
acquired taste. You
Yeah.
need to like ease into it. You can't fucking nosedive into this stuff.
Mm.
So true. Yeah. it's
Speaking
100%.
of Chanel, I think we're overlooking the very best though. Paul Monsieur is the very best though. Like we
Mm.
talk about Antaeus and Egoist, but Paul Monsieur I think is still the best out of all of them. Like I would take Paul Monsieur over Antaeus and Egoist any time of the day.
And for
Really?
somebody who doesn't have any Chanel like myself, you guys keep naming all these absolute iconic classics. But if I had to choose only one, which one would it? It sounds like Egoist.
I'll be honest. For wearability's sake, I would say Paul Monsieur because you could wear it any time of the day.
Ooh.
yeah,
That's a good-
egoist. Yeah,
good
you
point,
could. Yeah, that's what I would agree with. What's your? I'm sorry. What's your name? I know James and who?
Woozy.
Woozy.
Okay.
I was saying Paul Monsieur you could wear it pretty much any time of the day.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The only problem with Paul Monsieur though is the longevity is questionable. So if you genuinely want the longevity, you might have trouble. But people like myself and Eugene, we're not too fussed about longevity.
I get good on longevity with Pour Monsieur. Yeah.
Find
Yeah,
the
I don't
EDT lasts
really
long
care about
enough.
projection, but I do want longevity, though. I do want to be able to smell it.
So
No.
so Paul Monsieur is a really good skin scent near the end of its life. So
Okay. Yeah.
So Woozy, you go with Pour Monsieur from all the Chanel, the men's Chanels.
if I had to, yes.
Aram,
What?
where do you if you
I'm
had
sorry,
to
I'm
have
battling
only
some guy that's Duncan right now. He's talking to me, telling me that Antaeus is better than Koros, and I'm sorry, I just can't accept that. Sorry, say that again.
So you say Kuros after over Antaeus.
Oh yeah, Koros. All roads lead to
I
Koros.
have to agree. I have to agree with that.
Yeah.
All
All right, so let's forget about Kuros for a minute, and you
Yeah.
had to pick one men's Chanel. Which one do you take home?
Well, for me,
Yeah,
one Chanel. It would be
for men, not the exclusives. For men.
Where does Chanel? No.
Yeah, right.
you know what? I think the I like the Allure Blanche. Only because it's nice in Miami weather, and it's kind of
Allure
that's-
Blanche, eh?
if I can't pick Sycamore, I would pick Blanche that I have right now.
Over Antaeus.
Ooh. Wow.
Yeah. I think. Well, you're talking about for every day. If I had one, because Chanel and Tias, it has to be a perfect weather, perfect time in Miami.
Yeah, you're in Miami, so I mean, yeah.
I mean, it's just that's one of the things I have to that's my handicap over here when it comes to the fragrances that I have.
100%.
The
What
weather.
about you, James?
It's tough. Do you want the frag head answer or do you want the simp answer?
Oh wow,
Both.
I got two answers.
Give us
I
both.
want the alpha male answer.
I'm going egoist.
Mm.
But I will admit I used to hate the O Extreme, the Allure Sport O Extreme. But as it's been toned down somewhat over the years, I find it much more tolerable.
Palatable.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's pretty underrated because a lot of
It doesn't
Bros,
hold
so to
high
speak,
esteem
hyped it up.
amongst fragrance enthusiasts, does it?
no, but it's underrated amongst fragrance enthusiasts. In the real world, yeah, a lot of people love it, but I think it's overlooked by people like us.
You know why? Because you can't have a guy like Jeremy Fragrance talking highly of that and then the fragrance enthusiast agreeing with him.
Exactly. Yeah.
Great point.
I'm going to change my answer. I'm going to take James' answer. Egoist would probably be the one I would take. I completely missed that one. I would say Egoist is probably the one.
I'm
Yeah,
going
you see
home with
Egoist.
it.
You see, yeah, I would change my answer to Egoist. You're right. I mean, it's
If you asked me about a year
Yeah.
ago, I would have said Antaeus, but I've recently refell in love with this.
yeah.
And can I get the recent version of Egoist, or do I need
This
to hunt?
is this is the most recent, and it's glorious.
Okay, fair
It's
enough. I like to
amazing.
hear that.
Yeah. If I don't know, the newer formulations are pretty good too, right? I mean, you don't have to go crazy on the vintage, right?
I've got the old, actually, Remington. I've got the old bottle here,
The
right?
concentrate one.
And I've got the modern, and I prefer the mod. It's softer. It's not as harsh, and it's not as strong.
And
you
you've
might
done
like this stuff. Being in, I don't know. Does it have oak moss in here? I wouldn't say so.
Yeah, I was gonna say that should be really light on the oak moss. But Eugene, have you done the test on like each hand and you've smelled it through the progressions and everything? And
Dude, look how much I've used of this.
yeah, you have. You've done
Right.
put a serious down.
Like
Yeah.
I don't know which ones I have. Whatever.
Same with Aram too.
Let's see which one. I don't know.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
you've
these
got
are
the
like-
same. You've actually used more of the modern than the vintage.
Yeah, this is a splash one.
Did you
Iconic
wear all
is
that?
what I need in my collection.
Yeah, well, this here I put in an atomizer because it's a splash. So right now it's in an atomizer.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
So I got these two. Oh, this one over here has, see the spelling? It's go ahead.
Egoist. Yeah, that's even older than mine.
Yeah, this is the
Wow.
older one.
Yeah.
So
The juice color looks a little bit different. So is there a difference in complexity, or do you think it's all the same?
I don't tell the difference, man.
Yeah,
It's
fair
good,
enough.
man. That's what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah,
you can't go wrong with this stuff, man.
I like to hear that. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
I think they're
I
pretty
know.
similar.
Sorry, H2O.
So I'm surprised to hear James going with Allure Home
Extreme.
Sport Extreme, right?
I can't stand that stuff, to be honest.
You know, I used to not like it, but I don't know what's in it. It's sort of
mint.
transparent. Like it got watered down over the years, and it did it a favor.
The
You know,
mint
I
and
just think
Tonka Bean.
There was a harshness to it. Yeah, I remember.
it's just much better now.
The mint and Tonka Bean combo is horrendous and still is, even in its currently slightly watered down variant.
You know, and I can't stand Tonka. Like if you put anything else Tonka in front of pure Tonka, anything like, I can't stand that garbage. But for some reason in this particular fragrance, I just think it works. I don't know why.
Mm.
And that's okay. Yeah.
Eugene, you pulling out the Koros?
Yeah. I heard Koros.
Okay, here we go. Here we go.
We got to go there, right?
Aaron's-
we got to go
Aaron's getting
there.
all worked up
'Cause,
now.
you know,
I've got this-
I feel like I got to defend.
It's like I have a
my-
holster with my Koros. You know, I have it right here, ready.
just on deck. You guys and your silver shoulders. Damn you.
Mine's at home.
You got the good stuff.
Mine's buried somewhere in my collection.
You know what? I have the newer stuff also, and I love every formulation of this thing.
I've never gotten my nose on the vintage, and I'm so excited because this is wonderful. I love this, and it's a new formulation.
Any formulation of that
old
is
is your
great.
I
bottle?
love Koros.
How old is that bottle, Remington?
You know what? I think it's like a 2018 or 2019.
So very modern,
Absolutely.
and you love it,
I love it. My wife doesn't like it, but I love it.
right?
I
So
actually
you
get-
love the wearing and what it does for you. Makes you feel good. So do you see kind of what
I get
JJ was
nostalgic vibes.
alluding to earlier in the stream, that you don't necessarily need vintage if you have an opportunity to get vintage? Yes, it's nice, but
It's true.
Hmm.
Yeah, but Kuros was never a big oak moss, though. Was it?
I would say yeah. I would
It
say
had a
yeah.
lot of. It was mainly
Okay.
oak moss. I think Costas, oak moss, Costas, and honey were the big things.
Okay.
That's right, Tony.
Civet.
Yeah,
Yeah.
But
obviously this is-
so current oak moss is soapier. Old oak moss is leatherier and more animalic. I find that's the main difference that I get.
Wow. Even
Like-
more animalic than actually. I've got some.
That's
I
right.
remember
I have
paying
the
like $50 for this, when I got it.
Yeah. So my version's from the mid '90s. So I don't have an '80s bottle. Mine's from the '90s, which is still all right.
I think Styx is talking about this one over here, the Koros Cologne Sport. I have Otosport also, but that one's a little heavier than this one. But this one here is really nice for the summer.
Are those
Have you tried
flankers
the
pretty
first year?
good? Yeah. What do you think of those flankers?
Oh, this has the same like DNA as the Koros. There's like the same DNA, but it's just not as dense, and it's just, but it's really refreshing, and I love it. You know,
All right.
anything Koros I love. It's great.
Would you
James,
take
how do you feel about
It does. Does it smell like semen? No, it smells like expensive soap, like drenched in piss. That's how I could.
There you go.
You know what I
semen
smell?
drenched in piss?
No, soap. Sorry, soap, expensive soap drenched in piss. That's what
I for some reason I get the vibe of a very expensive high-end men's locker room with like chlorine water on like the floor. Like I almost like can smell like the pool in the background. I don't know why, but it just brings me back to childhood being in a men's locker room.
I get bleach on the opening blast. Bleach.
You get what?
Bleach.
Wow.
Bleach. Yeah.
If you've like just Javax bleach.
Yeah.
Well, does it even smell like bleach anyway?
Huh?
Kind of.
Oh, that's so good.
I get like you're just bleaching a urinal.
Definitely.
Yeah. And it's so good too.
Has anybody tried Kuros Fresh Year?
Yeah, I had that one before. It's
That pineapple note.
It didn't last too long on like it didn't last. It had the same DNA, but it didn't resonate. It didn't have it for me.
Did you guys like
those freshies? You spend a lot of money on freshies that they just I don't know.
Freshies are shit.
Yeah.
Did you guys like body kuros?
Yeah. What about body chorus? Great.
I had a weird
Mitch
eucalyptus thing in
likes
it that just was, I don't know.
You know, body koros, it's very waxy. I don't know how to explain it. It smells like a candle. It smells like a candle.
It was okay. It had like a eucalyptus thing. It was kind of sweet. It was nothing to do with the original Kuros.
No, nothing.
Okay, so let's go there. I heard Aram say we're talking about these two.
Yeah, well, yeah. They're battling it out. It's
you think they're like at the top of that food chain
in terms of the genre? I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
In terms of that classic masculine, leathery, animalic genre, I would say so. Yeah. For the time period as well.
So where does this fit into that pyramid?
Santos.
They were just talking about that in the chat. I need that. They were saying that has vibes of my beloved.
What is it? Castorium. I think it has Castorium. No, all right, guys.
He was saying
Not
he
a fan
gets
of
vibes
Santos.
like this. My Hubagant, Monsieur Hubagant Musk.
Hmm.
Dunk was saying he gets vibe from the Santos Cartier.
Yeah, Santos. Yeah, it didn't grab me either. Was that James? Yeah, it didn't.
Santos didn't grab you.
Yeah, it didn't. Maybe I could revisit it. Maybe I'll revisit it, but it didn't at first.
Damn, dude, I can't even believe you're saying that.
Yeah,
I'm
Yeah.
shocked. I'm shocked to hear that.
I gotta
that's
revisit
high on
it.
my radar. That's high on my wish list.
Then I gotta revisit it. Then
I got to be honest with you. As much as I'm a Chanel fanboy, I think this is a little bit better than Anteus.
Wow.
So that would be your number two. It'll be Toros, Santos, and Anteus.
Depends on what we're ranking them. Like, how are we defining this rank?
Is this an animalic rank or is this a
Alpha Big Dick Energy rank?
Big dick energy. If you want to call it big dick energy, I would go Kuros, Santos, and Teus. Yeah,
there it is.
But like as a fragrance, I think Antaeus is still the best out of the three of them. As a fragrance.
So now we're redefining
because yes, Kuros is loud, brash, and just slams the dick on the table.
I agree. It is loud and brash and aggressive and no holds barred.
But like as a fragrance, I think Kuros is amazing. Santos is also really good. But
If
like
Kuros was a person, I would not want this. Like, I wouldn't want to hang out with this guy.
No. At least not for many, many, many hours until it dries the hell down and relaxes a little bit.
Kuros is that college asshole that you find out 10 years later got arrested in jail for rape.
That obnoxious fuck.
But I do. Yeah, the Chanel Anteus is much more elegant. I feel like I have to wear I have to really dress up. You have to dress up for it.
I think if I knew this guy in real life, I'd fucking smash him.
Yeah. He's like the type of guy that always tries to sleep with your wife. That's Kuros.
It's a bull, man. It's a bull.
There's always a guy like that.
So damn good.
I wonder what Pierre Boudon's brief was to make Kuros. As an image of a male, what he's what he was told, oh, can you imagine this guy is trying to sleep with your wife, or imagine this absolute womanizer, or was it something that's a lot more straightforward, just the Greek statues that you see in the art museums or something else? Because we're interpreting this way. For all we know, the original intention was probably not that. For all we know,
I've got a really good video with Pure Bourdon that I burned from somewhere, and I'll set it to. It's like a 2-hour video. It's an interview of just Bourdon. I'll set it to unlisted, and I'll drop it in the comments. You guys can go and watch it.
Wow.
I'm not
Does
supposed
he smoke
to have
cigarettes?
He's
He
such a
talked
genius.
about he did smoke, but he had to hide it from his mentor and his father because as a perfumer, you're not supposed to smoke. It kind of
Right. Yeah.
So what is it with every good perfumer
dude,
smoking
they want to
cigarettes?
enjoy the finer things in life.
I mean, I wouldn't call cigarettes the finer things in life, but sure.
Well,
Yeah,
they make
definitely
him
not.
happy. Yeah, they make him happy, right?
I mean, you can kind of get away with cigars, but cigarettes, not really.
Let me see if I can find the video.
Hold on, Henry.
I mean, I think it's something every enthusiast, like perfume lover, should watch. James, where do you feel about the Coros Santos?
I'm gonna go Koros just because I would say it ranks among the top 3 and my all-time favorite as in terms of vintage. Balenciaga
Really?
Perfume,
Hell yeah.
and probably Koros.
Yeah, those two. Those were Balenciaga Perfume was my gateway to vintage.
Yeah, that stuff is I'd place that above Koros.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Eugene, I love Castoreum, and I know Dunk knows about this and a few others, but I just absolutely am in love with Etienne Egner Silver.
I've never smelled that.
God, just gorgeous. I mean,
It's really nice. Really
And
good.
then drop the link. Don't leave this live stream. Just copy and save the link, okay, and watch it later. I'll leave it up. Don't leave now, or I'll fucking delete the video. Don't leave. If the views drop, I'm deleting the video. I'm holding you hostage.
So Remington, I'm curious. What would you say are your top 3 vintages that you own?
Top 3 vintages. Etienne
That you own.
Egner Silver. Etienne Egner Silver is one. I'm putting that one for sure.
Nautical Voyage.
I am absolutely in love with Tobacco Extreme.
I had never even heard of that.
Yeah, So they basically took tobacco, but they amped up the moss and the tobacco like you wouldn't believe, and it's just it's beautiful. It's an absolute stunner. It's one of the few in my collection that I wear it, and my wife doesn't even know that it's old school vintage, and she thinks it smells amazing. So that's yeah. Not a lot of my vintages fall into that category. This is one of them. So this one. Along with the Etienne Egner Silver, and then I'm probably gonna go with my and this they came out with a Dana version after, but this is that Hubigant version. Dunk knows about this one a lot, and this is tobacco, and this is moss, and this is just the most beautiful. The musk is actually kind of light in the background. This is absolutely gorgeous, super animalic, absolutely animalic. And I'm just a huge fan of those like really deep velvety, oak mossy, and love tobacco as well. So I would probably say that those 3 would be my top 3 right there.
Why is famous YouTuber calling you a pussy mouth?
Damn, I don't know. You know what? What's interesting about Dunk is that people have actually realized that I'm an alternate version of him, like an alternate universe version. I'm like a more cleaned up type of version than Dunk supposedly, allegedly.
Right.
So I don't know. That's what Joey Cannoli said.
Interesting.
Last time I saw Duncan get on, I'm pretty sure he was using an iPhone 3.
No.
Where's Rudy? Rudy, you want to jump on really quickly? I haven't seen Rudy on stream.
Yeah, he's been all over the streams, but he hasn't been hopping on.
I've got one more that I got to. There's the Paco Rabanne.
So what's that? Is that vintage Paco Rabanne?
That's the first version, Paco Rabanne.
Do me a favor. Show us those half-liter bottles.
All right, let me grab it.
What do you got, Ramu? while we're on deck.
Oh, I was going to show you because you said earlier that you obviously love YSL Rive Gauche. So one of my recent discoveries is a 90s gem called Bogner Deep Forest. So here's the aftershave, and then I've got the this is a tester. But this is an absolutely gorgeous barbershop, and I kind of feel like it's a almost like vintage Paco Rabanne Pour Homme has married YSL Rive Gauche. They have like they're both very. So I'm a huge fan of those barbershops. So this is another one of my vintage goodies that I really really like that not a lot of people talk about.
Nice.
Yeah, I got that on my watch list.
Yes, thank you, Aram.
Damn, look at the size of that. It looks like a textbook.
That's what she said.
Yeah,
480 mils. Is that a splash or a
There's a 16 fluid ounces here. Look at this thing.
Yep, it's a splash. Wait, is that a splash or a spray?
Oh, it's a splash.
Damn.
Look at that.
And can you remind us
this is
how
the
many
first
of those?
version. I got the second version also, and it smells great.
Aram, remind us how many of those you have.
No, man, I don't know. I got like 3 of them.
I don't know.
What do
No,
those go
I
for?
just went crazy
online?
on it, man. One month, I just bought a bunch of them.
1.5 liters of vintage Paco Rabanne Pour Homme.
I went all what's it called, Rich Mitch. I went all Rich Mitch on Paco Rabanne.
He's got like a barrel full.
Put him in an oak barrel, let him age, and then drink it up.
How much do those go for on
Fernando,
online?
that's a half liter. That's 470 mil, I believe. That those Paco Rabannes are what? 490 mil? 500?
480, I think I saw.
I think they were, what is it, 16 fluid ounce, right? So what is that?
That's about 480 mils. 480,
Yeah,
I think.
480, yeah.
16 fluid ounces.
Yeah, next time I'll bring the camera over here and we'll just like go through it instead of me trying to take out and almost break some of the bottles here.
How much of those
This one right here, man.
Oh, yeah.
Get this one too.
Oh God, that's a must-have.
Rive Gauche, whatever.
Yeah, gorgeous.
Yeah.
Eugene, going back to, I wanted to ask you because I know you're a huge Guerlain fan. Do you enjoy this one as much as I do, Coriolan?
I struggle with that, to be honest.
Do you really?
And I'm not sure. I think my bottle might have like gone off. Because
Okay.
it doesn't smell like something that I would enjoy. I think my
Really?
bottle's gone sour. I'm going to blame it on that.
Yeah,
I do love that.
Man, the dry down, and I feel like the citruses are still really strong in mine.
Which was this one?
Guerlain's Coriolan. Do you have this one?
Yeah, I had it.
You
What
didn't
do you
like
think
it very
of
much, Aram?
What if you
Yeah. Okay.
It didn't work on me, but I remember. I mean, right now, everything you get right now, it's going to be vintage because they don't make it anymore.
Yeah.
They only made this for like 1 year and then they canceled it.
And there's still
was gonna
bottles
say
out
this.
there.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
get them for
Yeah,
they're affordable.
Yeah.
they are. Yeah,
Isn't
exactly,
it supposed to be
yes.
another fragrance? Like it smells like another Guerlain, doesn't it?
Lam de Heros or whatever it's called.
Oh, really?
Which is weird because I like L'Homme de Heros.
Oh, wow.
It-
I did
This
not
smells
know.
like it's gone off. I don't like this.
When you say gone off, do you mean like it smells like not just sour, but also like a little bit rotten?
Yeah, like sour, rotten, exactly.
Yours had to have gone off. Yeah, I'm not getting that at all. Did yours come with the box? Did you get
Almost
it in
like
the box?
vinegar. Yeah.
Really?
If it's vinegar, maybe it's gone off a little bit. Yeah.
Oh, it's
Did it-
definitely.
did Do the base notes smell okay though? Because if the base notes smell
Dude,
okay,
I can't even get that far.
Wow, jeez.
yeah, they'll tell you because Coriolan's got a lot of citruses up top, right? It's very citrusy at the top. and then-
Absolutely. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe it's gone off.
Which
Slightly.
it's gonna take one guy, right? These bottles are readily available; they're everywhere, and you can get this for less than $100. It's gonna take one guy to hype this up.
It's
Right.
going to skyrocket.
Prices are gonna go through the roof, and they're gonna be harder than the hell to find.
Someone as a joke should get Jeremy onto it, and then just get some paid actors as women to sell to him. Someone just give a bottle to Jeremy, have some paid actors, females, come up to him and be like, "I love this, Jeremy. I'd sleep with you if you wore that." 2 minutes later, watch it all go off on eBay.
Somebody with a lot of stock should do that. Just send it to a YouTuber, like like a distributor. Mina Vamp, come on stream. Let's see your goodies, because she's been bringing up a lot of perfumes, a lot of good perfumes.
One of my last favorite barbershops, though, if I'm going to toss it in real quickly, Dunhill Edition, the old school, the version that's made in the Netherlands. Just tons of oak moss, nutmeg. It's like the creamiest barbershop that I have. I adore Dunhill Edition as well.
Nice.
Anybody had
you
Carbon
smelled Dunhill Blend 30?
I've heard nothing but great things about that. I want it, but it's
Same.
expensive.
I've never smelled it, but I've I've read about it. And I was like, oh, this is something I need to try.
100%. Wait, somebody else coming on?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
I thought you had somebody in the background as we were waiting on.
No. I'll drop the link if somebody else wants it. I don't know how long you guys plan on sticking around.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I was gonna go to bed now. So
it is late. Yes.
But about the Santos, what formulation? They're all good or what?
Dude, when you ask like Antaeus, they're all good, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, if you can find an older bottle, great. I don't know how aggressive I would be in searching for that.
Yeah, don't go crazy if you find a good bottle.
Yeah.
Okay.
Santos is great.
That's what I thought.
Is Santos better than Declaration in your opinion?
Man, woozy.
I go Declaration.
So different.
Is better.
I love Declaration.
There's a concentrate also. Is that any good? The concentrate Santos?
I don't know. I have the Eau de Toilette.
Okay.
I might buy a new I might buy a new bottle of Santos just to see what it's like, because I'm sure it wouldn't be that bad. I'm sure the newer version, because it'd be done by Mathilde Laurent, probably the newer version.
Santos or Declaration. I mean, they're two very different perfumes.
Oh yeah.
What's your preference?
Me?
I think preference-wise, I like Declaration better.
I like Declaration better as well. Like Santos, I think is alright, but I never rated it as highly as Declaration.
Aram, do you do Declaration? Have you smelled that one?
I've smelled it a while ago. I don't remember it.
Okay.
I remember Declaration de Soir got a lot of hype in the community a while ago. The rose version. Did you ever smell that, Eugene?
Ooh, that's right, Un Soir.
Yeah, I only own the one version. Actually, I have Declaration EDT and the Eau de Parfum, or the Pure Parfum. I don't care for the Pure Parfum. Like the last one. Yeah, it's just too heavy for me. Way too heavy.
Because
so thick.
Because I really enjoyed the Pure Parfum. It wasn't too heavy on me. For me, it was like Declaration. It was like Declaration with the same projection, but just better longevity. For me, at least.
I found it too much. I found it overbearing, a little bit cloying. It was very stuffy.
I really enjoyed it though, personally.
And I love the balance of the EDT. It's so light and airy and whimsical, and it's like the perfect fragrance for me. And then this is like wearing a fucking parka. You know, it's very heavy.
Yeah.
This wore me.
I find, to me, Declaration is probably my favorite aquatic of all time.
Aquatic?
Yeah, because you know how Declaration has that like airy aquatic quality similar to Peace Marine. So I do consider Declaration to be a bit of an aquatic fragrance, and that's why I consider it to be my favorite aquatic fragrance of all time.
What is it classified as?
I would say woody floral.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. It just, I remember that. I mean, I was describing one of fragrance, and they're like, "What? It's sweet to you?" And yeah. I mean, you pick up different notes, and it's different. You know?
It's so true.
Yeah.
Eugene, would you consider Peace Marine to be aquatic?
Well, it's got marine in the name.
Bit of a trap.
You know, these are all very like you're putting me in a corner with these questions. Do I consider an aquatic? It's a very good perfume, is what it is.
A Peace Marine, yeah.
It does kind of lean into that territory, but I don't consider it a traditional aquatic. It's slightly syrupy and boozy and spicy. It has that algae, that marine. It's like standing at the dock of a body of water instead of being inside of the water.
But I guess at the same time, would you consider that something like Aqua di Gio to actually smell of the water
Acqua di Gio is more fresh to me than it is watery.
Are there any fragrances that you think that actually smell genuinely aquatic to you?
I think the Bulgaris were
Pretty
quite.
close.
They were more aquatic.
Bulgari Aqua, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm here. I'm muted right here. I was going to say aquamarine.
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, definitely.
Or just the aqua, the original aqua. But I thought the original one I think was a little like almost salty in a way. But aquamarine I felt was a little bit freshy, limeish. You know?
Aquamarine was too sweet for me when I tried it. I really liked Aqua Amara, the one in the gold.
How about that
was
Healy?
really-
Remember that Healy? Silmarine?
Marine, that one I saw, yeah.
It smells
Did
kind
you-
of fishy.
Woozy, do you think a Peace Marine's an aquatic?
In the same way Declaration is. But then again, for me, aquatic is not just in the water or like... Aquatic to me is anything that invokes the image of like the seaside or like...
Then
the
I would say
freshness
yes. According
of
to
the
your
sea breeze.
definition, I would say yes, it is.
Of like the sea breeze or anything that is evocative of the seaside,
Okay.
to me, is what I consider to be aquatic. Or even pool, like in cool water.
So you would consider Peace Marine aquatic
Yeah, but not in the traditional sense, though. In
and
my
Acqua di Gio?
Acqua di Gio, yeah, Acqua di Gio I would consider to be aquatic.
Hmm.
But at the same day, it also comes down to like how do we define what aquatic is? Like some people say Bleu de Chanel is aquatic because it's blue. But I
I've
don't
heard
think
that
that-
before too. That's very debatable.
Yeah, I think aquatic, just like gourmand, is a bit of a debatable topic.
I think blue it's more marine, I find it, than actual aquatic, like ocean inside the water. It's like
Yeah,
I
but-
smell the marina in passing, like driving past the marina, maybe.
All right, guys, I'm out of here. Thank you so much for having me, guys.
Aram,
And Eugene, Remington, Woozy,
be
James.
back
Until
anytime.
next time, guys.
Yeah.
All right.
Have a good night,
Good
man.
to
Have
see
a
you,
good
man.
night. See ya.
Hey, do you think Frederick Maule-Lee's Mediterranean has? Does it have any aquatic notes in it?
Yes, yes.
I think it does have an aquatic, yeah, listed.
Because that is, I would say, probably my favorite.
Yes,
You know.
it has a body of water in there. It's. I feel like I'm walking, ankle deep through a seaside. That's what it feels like for me. I'm not in the water, but I'm just kind of like splashing about with my feet.
Yeah, this didn't work for me on my skin. It just turned into some weird, like, salty floral for some reason.
Vanilla and
On
musk.
paper, on paper, it was really nice. But yeah, is that Edward Flashier or Carlos Benim, Reese?
I don't remember.
Yeah, but yeah, I remember Least it was one of the ones that didn't work on my skin.
Yeah, it was a little bit salty.
It's not my least favorite Frederick Maule, but it's down there because of just how it just doesn't go well on me.
What would be your least favorite?
Music for a While, easy,
Ooh, damn!
easy choice.
That's
Like,
probably my
easily-
least favorite as well.
Wow.
Like in terms of like on the tier list of Frederick Maule, everything's above a C except for Music for a While, which for me is an F.
Well, I can't think of anything I dislike less from Frederick Maule because everything is so good that it would just unfortunately be last on the list for me. I don't necessarily dislike it, but
I think there's
You know what I
someone,
mean?
like there's some that are a bit lower than average. Like I put Angelique sur la Pluie at like C-ish because it doesn't last very long on my skin, and I find it very like fleeting. But yeah, nothing in the line is worse than Music for a While. Like Music for a While is objectively not just bad in the context of Frederick Maule; it's bad in the context of fragrance. I feel.
Why?
It's imbalanced. It's so sweet. Like the use of the lavender is just completely obscured. The pineapple note is pointless. The ethyl maltol, it's overbearing. It sticks. It's also the longest lasting out of all the Frederick Maules I've tried, I think. Do you get that as well, Yushi? Do you find it's the longest lasting of the Frederick Maules? Because for me,
very loud. It's very loud.
for me,
can be.
Music for a While. Yeah, for me, Frederick Maule. I'm sorry, not Frederick Maule. Music for a While is like a 24-hour fragrance on my skin.
Right.
It's eternal. It's eternal. Like it is longer lasting than some of the Amouages I own, and I do not. I like the lavender, but it's just been smothered with like this can of like pineapple syrup and.
What do you think? So you obviously feel they missed the mark. What do you think they were trying to do? Like obviously, it has that similarity to barbershop fougere, but it's not a barbershop.
Yeah.
I don't get
I
any
think-
kind of soap or
yeah.
shaving foam or licorice or. What do you think they were trying to do?
I do get the barbershop. It's just it's covered by like syrup and pineapple. I think what they were trying to go for is like a fun fougere or like a fougere that is evocative of like a party or something that was very like basically like take something very classy but make it a bit funner. I think is what they were going for. Is what I feel, but and yeah, to try to like basically because like it's easy enough to do a fougere for them at least, but I think they were trying to go for something a bit different with like the pineapple note.
Well, he never does anything predictable, does he?
No.
It just felt a bit unnecessary to me. I don't know. I don't know how it fits in. It doesn't really fit into the rest of the line to me.
I mean, there are some that don't fit into the line, like Promise. I feel doesn't fit into the line properly, even amongst the context of the Desert Gems. What's the
It's
other
the only
one?
Desert Gem I've smelled. So
that's a very aggressive perfume too. Overly aggressive.
Well, it has that apple note that it's so abrasive. It's like it's kind of overwhelms the senses.
And it uses a lot of Cypriol as well. I remember a lot of Cypriol.
That's two things I'm not a fan of: is apple and Cypriol.
I think what's the other one? I don't. I know I like Rose and Queer, but I feel like it doesn't quite fit in with the line.
Well, you've said that about music for a while. What do you think the line is trying to say, or what do you think he's trying to do? Because he's working with a lot of different perfumers, and there's no real signature to the line. Do you feel like there is an aesthetic to this line?
I feel like the aesthetic of the line is specific concepts that have been done, but just done really, really, really well. That's what the aesthetic I've getting so far.
To modernize old things.
Yeah, like Synthetic Jungle is a modernized green fragrance done quite well. Musk Ravager is the
Do you like Synthetic Jungle?
I do, yeah.
How much?
When you say how much, do you mean in comparison to the rest of the line, or
how much do you like it? Yeah,
a lot.
A lot. Okay.
Yeah, I prefer it over number 19. Yeah. Then again,
it speaks more to you. I know it's more loud than number 19.
I think I prefer it over 19 because to me it's the only negative of number 19 for me is the dry down, where it becomes powdery and sort of a bit nondescript. Whereas in Synthetic Jungle, it maintains the green component of it throughout the entire life of the fragrance. So that's why I prefer it. The only other green fragrance that really comes close is maybe Opus 7 from Amouage. But then again, that's more of an oud in the dry down than a green in a dry down. So for me, Synthetic Jungle is definitely a like for me, and I do like it a lot. And then you have Vetiver Extraordinaire, which is one of the best Vetivers. You've got Portrait of a Lady. Yes, it's overhyped, but it is still a very good rose objectively. Monsieur is one of the best patchouli. So I think the overall line of the fragrance is that they do exist in concepts, but they just do them really well. And in music for a while, that was not the case. And Rose and Queer, I feel like it takes the concept, but it doesn't really do it as well as it should, or as well as it could have, I feel.
Do you think it was too simple?
Not simple. I just feel like the execution wasn't quite there. It wasn't bad, but the execution wasn't quite there for me. Like I would have enjoyed it more if there was like an actual like proper rose note, but I feel like the rose note in Rose and Queer was a bit too abstract for me.
Right.
Yeah.
It was more geranium than rose.
Yeah, you could tell they were going for like a rose painting, but I would have liked it to be some actual rose.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I was originally disappointed with Rose and Queer. It wasn't what I was expecting at all, like at all. And
I remember the video you did.
I had a fucking conniption in the video. I remember I had a breakdown.
You were begging Freddie for a do-over. I remember
Screaming at him, to redo it.
Yeah. And some guy in the background fishing, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I got to get out of here. It was good talking to you. I'll see you next time.
James, thanks for coming around. Good to see you, man.
See ya.
We'll talk soon.
My dogs are bugging me. They want to go to bed.
I don't blame your dogs, man.
Yeah, the pups are ready. So.
Take your dogs out, and thanks for coming on, Remington. It was good to see you.
Thank
good
you.
To meet you in person.
Yeah, it was great to meet you.
Paths.
Oh, absolutely! I can't
Whenever
wait
you
to have
see
you
us here. Feel free to jump on and talk about aliens or cryptos or
I'm not a conspiracy theory guy.
Whatever, we can go off track a little bit.
the New World Order, that kind of
Yeah,
stuff.
New World Order.
Gosh,
Illuminati confirmed. Yeah, maybe,
no Illuminati. I don't go that far. And the New
maybe-
World Order that can be used so many different ways. You know, so I
Rem-
just like to
Rem-
say the powers that be.
Rem says he's not. He doesn't believe in Illuminati because he is the Illuminati this entire time.
There we go. All right. Well, guys, I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Eugene, it was very nice to meet you. I will definitely see you again here, brother.
Thank you, man.
All right, man. You have
Nice
a good
to meet
night.
you.
Have a good night. Have a good night, Woozy. Thanks a lot.
See ya, Rem. I'll probably head off as well. Yeah, got to do some other stuff in the day.
What time are you at?
At the moment, 10 to 3 p.m. in the afternoon, not in the morning.
So 3 p.m., close to 3
Yeah.
p.m. Yeah, we're at almost 1 a.m.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it's been a blast. We're going on 5 hours and quite an entertaining night. We had quite a few visitors. So that's good. It's a good time to end it. You know, it was a good stream.
See you guys. Have a good night. Have a good morning or wherever you are. Thanks for
All
having
right.
me.
Woozy, have
See
a
ya.
good night. Thanks for coming on. We'll see you soon, I assume.
See ya.
All right. Chat, thank you for being here. It was like I said earlier, you never know where these things are gonna go. And you know, you just don't know until the stream is over. So I think we had a good stream. We had a good time. We were just here 5 hours later. There's still 40 people in the chat. If it wasn't so late, I'd stick around and entertain. But I'm sure we'll see y'all very soon. Have a good night.